Chapter 1021. Old Ancestor. Many of the higher-ups of Narang Palace roared. Thousands of people of Narang Palace knelt on the ground. It was a heart-wrenching pain that ordinary people couldn't understand and describe. Second ancestor and third ancestor looked at the place where first ancestor disappeared. Their faces were filled with helplessness. They understood what first ancestor did. It was a deep feeling of helplessness. Only by staying alive would there be hope. These were the last words of first ancestor that would forever be engraved in the hearts of all the people of Narang Palace. These words sounded helpless but realistic. Between exterminating the whole family and lingering at death's door, first ancestor had chosen the latter. If he was alone, he would have chosen to die without hesitation. In fact, he had made the same choice, but before that he had to fight for the survival of the whole family. A person and a family were two completely different things. The former was himself and the latter was his responsibility. First ancestor didn't want to decide the life and death of others. Today was destined to be the biggest humiliation in the history of Narang Palace. This humiliation would be engraved in everyone's heart and would never be forgotten. As long as the bloodline of Narang Palace was not broken, there would still be hope. Even if they were slaves, there would still be a chance for them to make a comeback. Old Man Narang was also a man of temperament. Even if he is dead, he is still worthy of respect. A half-step human immortal elder of Desolate Palace couldn't help but sigh. Although first ancestor was dead, he was still a respectable person. As people of the same generation, he and third ancestor of Narang Palace had a lot of dealings. They were the geniuses of the younger generation and had roamed the world together. They had experienced many battles and were hostile to each other, but they also respected each other. First ancestor Narang is truly admirable, but I won't mistreat all of you if you follow Desolate Palace. Now all the experts of 8th grade Great Saint and above of Narang Palace, listen up. Follow us to the Stone Palace. Desolate Emperor immediately issued an order to Narang Palace. The death of first ancestor wouldn't affect the plan of Desolate Palace in the slightest. Plus, Narang Palace had already been subdued by Desolate Emperor, which meant that they had to serve Desolate Palace. Now that they were going to attack the Stone Palace, the experts of Narang Palace naturally had to follow them. Yes. Second and third ancestor nodded. All the experts above the 8th grade Great Saint of Narang Palace stood up. They had signed the contract of submission. They had to obey the orders of Desolate Palace unconditionally. This was something that couldn't be changed in a short period of time. After subduing Narang Palace, Desolate Palace's foundation had grown stronger. Now that they were heading towards Stone Palace with lightning speed, it was imaginable what would happen to Stone Palace. Moreover, it had only been a dozen minutes since Desolate Palace launched their attack on Narang Palace. Sure, Palace probably hadn't made sufficient preparations yet. As a matter of fact, it was useless even if Sure Palace had made sufficient preparations. In front of a super powerful force, all preparations were futile. Desolate Palace's strength was already earth-shattering. Now with the addition of Narang Palace's experts, Sure Palace only had two fates. One was to be exterminated and the other was to sign a slave contract like Narang Palace. Outside Sure Palace, the defensive grand formation had been activated. The half-step human immortal old ancestor and the palace master of Sure Palace were all on standby. Obviously, they had already known about the situation of Narang Palace. Saint Origin Palace wasn't that big, so it was hard for them not to know about such a major incident. At such a critical moment, the only thing that the remaining 6 palaces had to do was to unite. Perhaps they would have a chance of survival, but unfortunately time was too tight. Plus, the relationship between the palaces wasn't good. It was impossible for them to unite in such a short period of time, especially Sure Palace. They didn't have the slightest chance to unite with the other palaces because Desolate Palace moved too fast. The atmosphere in the Stone Palace was unusually tense, as though they were waiting for the arrival of doomsday. The 3 old ancestors came out and stood together with the palace master of the Stone Palace with a solemn face. They were even ready to die. Even if they had to die, they would fight Desolate Palace to the end. However, when the experts of Desolate Palace arrived, Sure Palace's determination collapsed completely. They found that they didn't even have the qualification to fight. In front of such a huge lineup, all they could do was to sit helplessly and wait for death. There was no way they could resist. In the end, the stone temple couldn't escape the shackles. The ancestor with the highest cultivation of the stone temple personally signed the contract of submission. The situation was already very clear. There was no point in resisting. The ancestor couldn't just watch as his clan was exterminated. Millions of his descendants would die tragically. That was too miserable a scene. Just like first ancestor Nalon had said, only by being alive would there be hope. Desolate Palace didn't need to use a single blade or spear to destroy the will of Shur Palace, completely subduing Shur Palace. They had already subdued 2 out of the 7 palaces, but this was just the beginning. All experts above 8th grade Great Saint of Shur Palace, join the camp immediately and head to Hua Palace. Desolate Emperor was resolute and decisive. He had decided to subdue all the major powers in one day, complete the unification of Desolate Palace and create a supreme legend. He wanted to leave his mark in the history of Saint Origin World and become a great man. Bin Palace. The 3 old ancestors walked out. All the higher-ups of Bin Palace gathered together. Everyone's face was incomparably solemn. At this time it was impossible for them not to feel the crisis. This was the biggest crisis in the history of Bin Palace. It was related to the annihilation of their entire family. Old ancestor, what should we do now? Narang Palace and Shur Palace have been completely subdued by Desolate Palace. I heard that they have signed a slave contract. Now that the experts of the 3 major palaces have merged together, it will be even more irresistible. That's right. The iron hooves of Desolate Palace have already reached Hua Palace. Once Hua Palace falls, Dan Palace will be next. Dan Palace has always been weak. They won't be able to put up any resistance. After Dan Palace it will be our turn. The palace master and the higher-ups of Bin Palace were unprecedentedly nervous. It was too fast and too sudden. No one had thought that Desolate Palace would act so quickly. The strength of Desolate Palace had reached such an unbelievable level. It seems like we only have 2 choices. The palace master of Bin Palace, Bin Changshao, said in a solemn tone. Changshao, what's your idea? Asked the old ancestor of Bin Palace. The current situation is very obvious. As long as Hua Palace and Dan Palace fall, we will be next. Given our cultivation, we will surrender immediately without any resistance. But Bin Palace has a long history. We are not willing to perish just like that. The only thing we can do now is to unite with the other major palaces to fight against Desolate Palace. Although the chances are slim, it's better than sitting and waiting for death. Bin Changshao said with a smile. Palace Master is right. Joining forces may not be able to change the outcome, but it's better than fighting alone. Someone nodded. Then let's go and unite with the other 4 major palaces. I believe they are aware of the current crisis. Only by joining forces will we have a chance of survival. The old ancestor of Bin Palace nodded. At this point, there was really no other way to deal with the situation. It's too late to unite with Hua Palace and Dan Palace. Old ancestor, let's go to Gu Palace immediately. I believe that Gu Palace and Demon Palace have already joined forces. Once the 2 major palaces have reached an agreement, we will immediately open up the passage between Gu Palace and Bin Palace. Bin Changshao said with a smile. But Palace Master, because of that Jiangchen, our relationship with Gu Palace isn't good. An elder said worriedly. At this point, the grudge between us and Jiangchen can be ignored. As long as we can protect the inheritance of Bin Palace, it's not a big deal to bury the hatchet with Jiangchen. Old ancestor, let's go now. It'll be too late if we delay any longer. Bin Changshao said. One had to admit that Bin Changshao was a man who knew what the general trend was at this critical moment. The rise of Desolate Palace was bound to destroy the other 7 major palaces and rule the entire Saint Origin Palace. At this point, the grudge between him and Jiangchen was no longer a big deal. If Jiangchen stood out to save Bin Palace, not to mention burying the hatchet, he wouldn't hesitate to kneel down and kowtow to Jiangchen. All right. The 3 old ancestors of Bin Palace nodded. Without any delay, they left with Bin Changshao towards the direction of Gu Palace. They had to take advantage of the time when Desolate Palace was attacking Hua and Dan Palace to form an alliance with Gu Palace and Demon Palace. As for Hua and Dan Palace, their fate had basically been decided. Gu Palace. The atmosphere here was the same as in Bin Palace, full of tension and solemnity. Just as Bin Changshao had said, at this moment, Gu Palace and Demon Palace had completely joined hands. All the clansmen of Demon Palace had entered Gu Palace. Both sides had joined hands to set up a defensive formation. However, even though they had merged, it still did not give the people of the two palaces any sense of security. In the conference hall of Gu Palace, the experts of Gu Palace and Demon Palace were gathered together, discussing countermeasures. At this time Bin Chongshao and the other three walked in. Brother Gu, the current situation is very obvious. Bin Palace is now seeking an alliance. Bin Chongshao went straight to the point. At this time was pressing and there was no time to talk nonsense. Alright, we naturally welcome Bin Palace to form an alliance with us. However, can you let go of the grudge between Bin Palace and Xianxia? Gu Firmament said. He didn't feel suspicious about the arrival of Bin Palace. No one here was a fool. They all understood the stakes involved. At this time, only by forming an alliance would it benefit everyone. If the 7 palaces had formed an alliance from the beginning, perhaps Desolate Palace wouldn't have been so arrogant, and wouldn't have been able to destroy them one by one so quickly. Compared to the fate of the entire Bin Palace, the grudge between us and Xianxia is nothing. As long as we can get through this crisis, our grudge with Xianxia will naturally be resolved. Brother Gu, now is not the time to waste. Let's open a passageway now and let the people of Bin Palace in. Chapter 1022. Bin Chongshao was a resolute man. He knew what was important and what was not. The only grudge between Bin Palace and Gu Palace was Xianxia. As long as the matter of Xianxia was cleared up, there wouldn't be any more grudges. All right. Gu Firmament immediately agreed. Even the half-step human immortal ancestors of Gu Palace and Demon Palace nodded in agreement. The arrival of Bin Palace would bring great benefits to the two major palaces. As Desolate Palace continued to devour the other palaces, their strength would only grow stronger and stronger, making them more and more unstoppable. Whether it was Bin Palace or Gu Palace, as the major palaces with a long history, they naturally didn't want their families to be destroyed. Although they didn't know what the result would be, it was best for them to unite now. In this aspect, the 3 major palaces were on the same side. Only by strengthening their foundation would they have the confidence. There were 9 half-step human immortals present. Opening a passageway was a piece of cake for them. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Bin Chongshao returned to Bin Palace as fast as he could. He summoned all the clansmen of Bin Palace to enter the passageway and gather at Gu Palace. Not long after the 3 major palaces united, the Hua Palace on the other side couldn't resist the strong suppression from Desolate Palace. In the end, they chose to sign the contract of submission and were completely controlled by Desolate Palace. Up until now, Desolate Palace had already subdued Narang Palace, Shi Palace and Hua Palace. They were ready to move on to the next palace, Dan Palace. Inside Gu Palace, even though the 3 major palaces had united, the atmosphere was still very tense. Basically, no one was talking in the Great Hall. Although all kinds of powerful defenses had been set up, there was still no sense of security. Everyone present was a powerful Great Saint expert. Everyone was well aware of the gap between the two sides. There were a total of 9 half-step human immortals on the scene. The gap between them and their opponents was just too big. Putting aside the strength of Desolate Palace, just the other 4 major palaces that Desolate Palace had subdued were enough to pose a fatal threat to them. Everyone, the current situation is very clear. Even if the 3 of us join forces, we won't be able to change the result. After Desolate Palace annihilates Dan Palace, they will come for us. I'm afraid that our defensive grand formation won't be able to withstand a single attack from the 12 tycoons. Heavenly Ping King said. According to the report, Desolate Palace has secretly cultivated a large number of geniuses. One of them is a peak 9th grade Great Saint Second Tycoon. He defeated First Ancestor with a single strike. Although we have 9 half-step human immortals, none of them is a match for him. Bin Chongshao said with a frown. Currently, the 3 palaces had reached the most critical moment. If they couldn't think of a countermeasure as soon as possible, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if the 3 palaces joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to change the outcome of their destruction. Do you still remember Xianxia? Gu Firmament said. At this time he could not help but think of that peerless genius who constantly created miracles. I have no idea where Xianxia has gone to. Even if he shows up, it won't help. Xianxia is indeed a rare genius, but it's a pity that his cultivation grade is too low. He can't even defeat a 9th grade great saint, let alone fight the 12 guardians. Bing Changshao shook his head. Xianxia was indeed a genius, but it was a pity that his cultivation grade was too low. This was a flaw that couldn't be made up for. No, we must never underestimate Xianxia. I have personally divined that Xianxia is the biggest variable in this crisis. If the 3 palaces can survive in the end, it must be Xianxia's contribution. According to my divinations, only Xianxia has the ability to change the situation. That's right. A half-step human immortal old ancestor of Gu Palace said. He wasn't an expert in combat strength, but he was an expert in the art of divination. He had tried his best to predict that Gu Palace and Demon Palace still had a chance to survive this crisis, because there was a big variable in the divination. This variable was none other than Xianxia. That was to say, if Gu Palace and Demon Palace could survive this catastrophe unscathed, it would be Xianxia who changed the outcome. That's right. This man is incomparably miraculous. His speed of growth is amazing. If there is a variable in this catastrophe, it must be Xianxia. Heavenly Ping King nodded. He was a very accurate judge of character. Xianxia was a dragon among men and couldn't be judged by common sense. In fact, Xianxia had been creating miracles all along. Even if Xianxia is a variable, I'm afraid that he doesn't even know what's happening in Saint Origin Palace. How can he come back at such a critical moment? Bing Changshao said with a smile. Gu Firmament knitted his brows as soon as he heard this. Now that Xianxia was missing and he couldn't even contact him, time was running out. After Desolate Palace annihilated Gu Palace, they would immediately come to deal with them. However, Xianxia probably didn't even know what was happening here. I have an idea. Heavenly Ping King said with a smile. Heavenly Ping King, can you find Xianxia? Gu Firmament looked at Heavenly Ping King. I can't find Xianxia, but I can find De Huang. I have given De Huang the most mysterious talisman of Demon Palace. No matter where he is, he will be able to receive my message. If my guess is correct, Xianxia and De Huang should be together. Heavenly Ping King said. In that case, Heavenly Ping King, hurry up and send the message. I hope you can make it in time. Bing Chong said with a smile. Meanwhile, in the Devil World. Outside the Devil Mountain, Han Yen had completely taken control of the Supreme Devil Wand. After obtaining the recognition of the Supreme Devil Wand, his cultivation had soared all the way to the peak of 8th grade Great Saint. He was only a step away from the mighty 9th grade Great Saint. Furthermore, because of the Supreme Devil Wand, the current Han Yen could easily kill a 9th grade Great Saint. Greetings, Venerable One. Thousands of devils of the devil race knelt on the ground. Even the mighty half-step devil immortals were no exception. They were completely convinced by Han Yen. In their hearts, the current Han Yen was no longer a human, he was a member of the devil race. No, Han Yen wasn't a human, he was the faith of the entire devil race. The inheritor of the devil race, the person who obtained the Supreme Devil Wand, had the right to command the devil race. In the eyes of the devil race, Han Yen was the Supreme Venerable One. Han Yan's command was the command of the Supreme Devil Wand. No one dared to disobey him. Han Yen laughed heartily. He was holding the Supreme Devil Wand in his hand. He had never dreamed that this day would come. Xianxia, De Huang and Tyrant walked out of Han Yan's domain. At this point there was no need for them to continue hiding. Seeing them, the devil race became restless. Many of them were familiar with them, especially Tyrant. They hated Tyrant the most. Humans. How dare humans break into this place? Take them down. A super demonic saint shouted. Stop. Chapter 1023. Han Yan's words immediately suppressed the restlessness of the devil race. The devil race believed in their own beliefs, and the Supreme Devil Wand represented all authority. Even a formidable half-step devil immortal wouldn't dare to have the slightest bit of stubbornness or resistance to the Supreme Devil Wand. In the eyes of the devil race, Han Yen was the supreme leader of the devil race. He represented the greatest authority. Every word he said was like the heavens. Motherfucker. This Supreme Devil Wand is even more powerful than my totem divine seal. Yen is going to blow the sky this time. Big Yellow sighed. If he didn't see this scene with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. A human could actually control the devil race and make the mighty half-step devil immortal follow his orders. This was an incomparably exciting thing. At this moment, De Huang Dog's body quivered all of a sudden. His dog ears flickered and his facial expression changed. What's wrong, De Huang? Jiang Chen's perception was the sharpest. He immediately sensed the abnormality of De Huang Dog. Something big has happened in St. Origin Palace. De Huang Dog said. Has Desolate Palace made a move? Jiang Chen was shocked. He was the only one here who understood the strength and conspiracy of Desolate Palace. So he immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. That's right. Heavenly Ping King has sent news that Desolate Palace has already taken down Narang Palace, Shi Palace and Hua Palace. Currently they are dealing with Dan Palace, Gu Palace, Demon Palace and Bin Palace, but Desolate Palace is too strong. It is said that they have 12 powerful guardians, each of whom is a 9th grade great saint. The second guardian has defeated the half-step human immortal ancestor of Narang Palace with just a single strike. Once Desolate Palace annihilates Dan Palace, their next target will be Gu Palace, Demon Palace and Bin Palace. Even if the 3 palaces join hands, they won't be a match for Desolate Palace. The ancestor of Gu Palace has predicted that you will be a variable in this catastrophe, so he hopes that you can return to St. Origin Palace as soon as possible. De Huang Dog's tone was unprecedentedly solemn. Basically, he repeated Heavenly Ping King's words. What's the situation? Tyrant was puzzled. After all, they hadn't been to St. Origin Palace before. Therefore they weren't familiar with St. Origin Palace, but he wasn't an idiot. He could make out the general situation from De Huang Dog's words. Desolate Palace was ambitious and wanted to unify the world. Now that Gu Palace and Desolate Palace were in the most difficult time, they needed Jiang Chen's help. Seems like the 12 tycoons are the great killing weapons that Desolate Palace has secretly cultivated. Each of them is equivalent to a half-step human immortal. With my current strength, I won't be a match for them even if I return now. I have to break through to the 6th grade great saint immediately to be able to fight them. Jiang Chen frowned. Little Chenzi, don't worry. I can bring all the experts of the demon race to help. Han Yen said with incomparable confidence. Ah Yen, don't underestimate the strength of Desolate Palace. Even if the entire army of the devil race goes there, they still won't be enough to kill them. There is a secret that I haven't told you all. For the past 100 years, none of the human immortals of Desolate Palace have ascended to the immortal realm. They have been hiding in the dark. The 12 tycoons are the peerless geniuses that they have been secretly cultivating all these years. I have once sneaked into the deep spatial zone of Desolate Palace and met Ancestor Green Lotus. That year he had obtained an immortal mark, but because of that he was imprisoned by the human immortals of Desolate Palace. Jiang Chen had told them all the secrets and foundation of Desolate Palace. At this point there was nothing left to hide. What? After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Han Yen and the rest exclaimed. This news was too shocking. If it wasn't Jiang Chen who said it, they would never believe it. That was a mighty human immortal. How were they going to fight this war? After hearing the news about Ancestor Green Lotus, Tyrant's hatred towards Desolate Palace soared. He gritted his teeth. But don't worry too much. Normally, human immortals won't attack easily because if they go all out, the barrier of St. Origin World wouldn't be able to withstand their impact. So, we only need to deal with the 12 tycoons. Time is of the essence. I have to advance to the 6th grade Great Saint as soon as possible so that I can fight them in my half-dragon form. Ah Yen, ask the half-step devil immortal of the devil race to take out the energy treasure of the devil race for me to refine and absorb. Jiang Chen said. Han Yen immediately approached a half-step devil immortal expert from the devil race and told him what he wanted. My lord, my devil race has a piece of supreme grade devil yuan. It's full of energy and pure devil essence. The half-step devil immortal didn't dare to neglect Han Yan's words. He flipped his palm and took out a piece of black devil essence. The devil essence was only the size of a palm, but the energy it emitted caused the void to ripple. Han Yen received the supreme grade devil yuan, turned and handed it to Jiang Chen. Little Chenzi, what do you think of this treasure? Can it help you advance to the 6th grade immediately? What a good piece of supreme grade devil yuan. This is great. If I get this devil yuan, Not only will I advance to the 6th grade Great Saint, I will also reach the peak of the 6th grade Great Saint. At that time I will be able to deal with the 12 tycoons. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with surprise. One should know that the 9th grade Great Saint was a threshold that was much stronger than the 8th grade Great Saint, let alone the 12 tycoons. Even if Jiang Chen advanced to the 6th grade Great Saint, he still wouldn't be a match for them. Now that this supreme grade Devil Yuan could help Jiang Chen advance to the peak of the 6th grade Great Saint, he would be able to put up a fight against them. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate because there was no time to waste. Immediately he received the Devil Yuan and began to refine it. His cultivation base began to rise and new dragon marks were forming in his body. Yan, I will refine the Devil Yuan while we continue our journey. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we won't have enough time. Order all the experts above the 7th grade Devil Saint to follow us to Saint Origin Palace. They will be a powerful force. Jiang Chen said. Then under the lead of Han Yen, hundreds of devils rushed out of the devil world, heading towards the ancient people's palace. They were going to use the spatial passageway of the ancient people to enter the ancient palace. After recuperating for so many years, the devil race's foundation had become very strong, enough to fight any of the 8 major palaces without falling into a disadvantageous position. Now that all of them were mobilized, they would be a super powerful force. When they arrived at the ancient people's palace, Jiang Chen had already advanced to the 6th grade Great Saint. The number of dragon marks in his body had reached 90,000. However, the power of the Devil Yuan hadn't been exhausted yet. New dragon marks were forming one after another. As a matter of fact, even if Jiang Chen's cultivation base had advanced to the peak of the 6th grade Great Saint, he wouldn't be able to change the situation as long as he didn't advance to the 7th grade Great Saint. He might be able to deal with the rest of the 12 tycoons, but he certainly wouldn't be able to deal with the powerful second guardian. He would need to advance to the 7th grade Great Saint first. However, it was too late now. Jiang Chen had to arrive at the ancient palace as soon as possible and bring the devil army to strengthen their foundation. Otherwise it would be too late. Once Gu Palace and Demon Palace were forced to sign a slave contract or were exterminated, it would be too late for regrets. Jiang Chen didn't want to do anything that he would regret. He didn't want to leave any regrets behind. So he had to return to Gu Palace at all costs. Gu Xiantian had also heard about what happened in Saint Origin Palace. He knew that the situation was critical, so he didn't ask anything. Immediately he opened the spatial passageway for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen and Han Yen led the devil army into the spatial passageway. Their speed soared to the extreme, rushing towards Gu Palace. The atmosphere in Gu Palace was getting tenser. Many of them had lost hope that Jiang Chen could come back. In their opinion, even if Jiang Chen came back, it wouldn't help the situation. Desolate Palace was too powerful. No matter how much of a genius Jiang Chen was, he wouldn't be able to change the outcome. What's the situation now? Asked Gu Firmament. The army of Desolate Palace is dealing with Dan Palace. It seems that Dan Palace won't put up any resistance because it's meaningless to do so. As long as Dan Palace isn't a fool, they will sign a slave contract and submit to Desolate Palace. A 9th grade Great Saint expert of Gu Palace said. His tone was filled with helplessness and despair. Why hasn't Jiang Chen returned yet? Heavenly Ping King frowned. This was what he was most worried about and also what he hoped for the most. Everyone on the scene was very clear about the current situation. Given the alliance of the 3 palaces, it was undoubtedly a fantasy for them to deal with Desolate Palace. They could only wait for the return of Jiang Chen. He will definitely come back. I believe in him. Gu Firmament said with incomparable confidence. But in fact even he didn't have the slightest confidence in his heart. However, this was not the time to panic, especially for him. He had to maintain his composure. Honglong. At this moment outside the ancient palace, countless huge waves were raised. Waves of powerful qi floated in the air. The majestic pressure was like a dark cloud that enveloped the sky above the ancient palace, making everyone feel incomparably uncomfortable. They're here. So fast. The pill hall has submitted so quickly? Motherfucker. What will come will come. We can't avoid it. Let's go and have a look. Desolate Palace had arrived. What would come would come. There was no way to avoid it. Even Gu Firmament had to face it himself. The experts of Gu Palace, Demon Palace and Bin Palace had joined forces and appeared in the sky above Gu Palace. They saw the massive force of Desolate Palace. There were a dozen of half-step human immortals, plus the powerful 12 guardians and dozens of 9th-grade great saints. It was a one-sided situation that they couldn't resist. Chapter 1024. Under the situation where there was such a huge disparity in strength between the two sides, the outcome seemed to be unchangeable. Under the strong pressure of the 5 major palaces, the fate of the 3 palaces was basically determined. How could the foundation of Desolate Palace be so powerful? How did they cultivate those geniuses? Bing Changxiao looked helpless. Although he had decisively chosen to ally with Gu Palace and Demon Palace, it seemed that he couldn't change the original fate. What really surprised him was the large number of peerless geniuses that Desolate Palace had secretly cultivated. They were well aware of the situation of Saint Origin Palace and the cultivation resources they had. It was already considered very good for the young generation to be able to cultivate a 6th-grade great saint genius, but Desolate Palace had cultivated more than 1 or 2 9th-grade great saints. This made them wonder how Desolate Palace did it and what kind of big secret was hidden in Desolate Palace. It's not easy to cultivate 9th-grade great saint geniuses. It seems like Desolate Palace has been preparing for today. Unfortunately, it's too late now. Gu Firmament couldn't help but shake his head. After witnessing the strength of Desolate Palace with his own eyes, even he, the palace master, felt a deep despair. Humph. So what if you're strong? Even if my demon race is completely annihilated, I won't sign any slave contract. Heavenly Peng King harumphed coldly. The demon race had always been unruly and had great dignity. Heavenly Peng King was a courageous man. Even if everyone surrendered to him, Demon Palace wouldn't. They would fight until the last moment even if their whole race was annihilated. Desolate Emperor strode out from the camp of Desolate Palace. The current Desolate Emperor was beaming with joy. His face was flushed and he couldn't stop smiling. He couldn't help but feel happy. After conquering the 4 major palaces, Desolate Palace's dream of ruling the entire Saint Origin Palace was about to come true. Gu Firmament, Heavenly Peng King, Bing Changxiao, do you think that you can stop Desolate Palace by joining forces? What a joke. I advise you to be tactful and surrender now. There won't be any loss for you. Surrendering to Desolate Palace won't do you any harm. Under the protection of Desolate Palace, you will still be able to survive and grow quickly. That's right. Desolate Emperor said loudly. Bullshit. Desolate Emperor, stop dreaming. My demon palace will never surrender to you. You can do whatever you want. Let me see how lawless your Desolate Palace is. The Heavenly Peng King cursed. Humph. Heavenly Peng Monarch, don't overestimate yourself. With our current strength, we can instantly flatten your demon palace and destroy it. Desolate Emperor was infuriated as well. He seemed to have a supreme divine aura that could kill any god or Buddha that stood in his way. No one would dare to stop his path of domination. The rise of Desolate Palace was unstoppable. Anyone who dared to resist would only have one ending: death. If Heavenly Peng King didn't know what was good for him, it would be the doomsday of the entire demon race. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. After 10 breaths of time, if you don't submit, we'll go all out and turn this place into ashes. Everyone here will die. Desolate Tian's face was stern. Given the current situation, he couldn't let the last 3 palaces stop him. He wanted to unify Saint Origin Palace as soon as possible and show off his might in front of the human immortal old ancestors. The people of the 3 major palaces fell into silence. They absolutely didn't doubt Desolate Emperor's words. Given the current style of Desolate Palace, they wouldn't be courteous to them. If they didn't submit after 10 breaths of time, Desolate Palace would really attack them. Now that they had reached the final stage of unifying Saint Origin Palace, they wouldn't hesitate even if they had to turn Gu Palace into a river of blood. What should we do now? Is this going to be the end? The so-called variable Jiangchen hasn't appeared yet. It seems like he won't show up. Bing Changxiao's face was filled with despair. Gu Firmament's face darkened to the extreme. The 9 half-step human immortals began to sigh. Even after so much preparation, the final outcome couldn't be changed. To the 3 major palaces, this was a kind of sorrow, a deep sorrow. 10 breaths of time passed quickly. To the people of the three palaces, these 10 breaths were undoubtedly a kind of torture. 10 breaths of time is up. Demon Palace is courting death. Gu Firmament, Bing Chongshao, both of you don't have to die with Demon Palace. I advise you to sign the submission contract now. Desolate Emperor's eyes shifted to Gu Firmament and Bing Chongshao. Pong. As soon as Desolate Emperor's voice faded, a loud bang was heard from the sky above. Then a huge hand as large as the sky appeared above Desolate Emperor's head. It was a blood-red dragon claw that was 30 meters in size and had enveloped Desolate Emperor. This sudden change shocked everyone. Before the dragon claw appeared, no one sensed that there was someone hiding in the void. Not even the half-step human immortals of Desolate Palace could sense it. Not good. Desolate Emperor knew that the situation wasn't good. Even though he was a 9th grade great saint, he could feel a trace of danger from the blood-red dragon claw. Boundless pressure came from the dragon claw, making Desolate Emperor feel breathless. This was too shocking. He was a mighty 9th grade great saint, the palace master of Desolate Palace, but he was suppressed by someone in an instant. The giant dragon claw turned into a cage, imprisoning Desolate Emperor completely. A half-human half-dragon figure appeared. It was none other than Jiang Qin. Damn it. Second Guardian's reaction was the fastest. He was the first to react. All of a sudden he struck out a palm at Jiang Qin. At the same time he sealed the surrounding void, not giving Jiang Qin a chance to escape. Humph. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. He had always been meticulous in his actions. How could he not be prepared before he attacked? Immediately the Zulong Tower enshrouded his entire body. Due to the high-grade devil energy, the 7th floor of the Zulong Tower had been completely condensed. It was shining with dazzling golden light like a peerless treasure. Bang! Second Guardian's palm hit the Zulong Tower. A cracking sound was heard and cracks appeared on the Zulong Tower. This man is truly powerful. He's even stronger than a half-step human immortal, but my Zulong Tower didn't disappoint me. It will be fine as long as I can block his attack. Jiang Qin darted a glance at Second Guardian in astonishment, but all of this was within his expectation. By choosing to attack Desolate Emperor, he had already taken a huge risk. One should know that it was an incomparably difficult task to kill a half-step human immortal expert in front of him. Second Guardian's means were tyrannical. He had sealed the void, but this was nothing to Jiang Qin. With the help of spatial shift and flaming wings, nothing could trap him. With a sway of his body, he slipped out of Second Guardian's blockade like a fish and brought Desolate Emperor to the front of Gu Palace's camp. Bastard! Jiang Qin, let me go! Desolate Emperor roared. Let you go? What a joke. It's your fortune that I'm not killing you now. Jiang Qin sneered. Wah! The whole scene was in an uproar. Jiang Qin's movement was just too fast and the timing was just right. Capturing Desolate Emperor and clashing with Second Guardian only took a few breaths of time. Many of them had only regained their senses at this moment. Damn it! Let go of our palace master. Bastard Jiang Qin. Do you know what you're doing? You're courting death. Do you know that? How did this little bastard come out again? His cultivation base has become so strong that even our palace master is no match for him. Desolate Palace was in complete chaos. Although Desolate Emperor's cultivation base wasn't the strongest in Desolate Palace, his status was incomparable to most of them. He was the backbone of Desolate Palace. Now that his backbone had been captured by the enemy, it would be disastrous for them. On the other hand, Gu Palace was in a state of jubilation. Many of them were cheering. Jiang Qin's appearance at the most critical moment had undoubtedly given all the experts of the three palaces a shot of adrenaline. They had already lost all hope, but Jiang Qin's capture of Desolate Emperor had undoubtedly given them a great trump card. Capturing Desolate Emperor, perhaps only Jiang Qin could do it. There were just too many half-step human immortal experts on the scene. No one was able to sneak an attack on Desolate Emperor. Not even the half-step human immortal experts of Gu Palace could capture Desolate Emperor under the watchful eyes of so many experts, but Jiang Qin had done it. He's getting more and more powerful. It seems like Ancestor Gu Palace's prediction was right. This man is indeed a variable. Capturing Desolate Emperor is a ruthless move, but it's incomparably difficult to execute. I really have no idea how he did it. Bing Chong looked at the incomparably powerful Jiang Qin with a smile. His heart was filled with raging waves, making him feel that it was a very wise choice to ally with Gu Palace. I knew that you would definitely show up. You have given us another big surprise. Gu Firmament laughed loudly. Now that Desolate Emperor was in their hands, he would like to see if Desolate Palace would still dare to attack them. The eyes of the half-step human immortals of Gu Palace, Demon Palace and Bin Palace fell upon Zhou Xian. Such a young man had shocked them to the extreme. How could a 6th-grade great saint capture Desolate Emperor? They wouldn't believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Chapter 1025. A great surprise hit the hearts of the experts of the 3 palaces. Zhou Xian was indeed a variable in their calculation. He had once again created a perfect miracle at the critical moment. Now that they had captured Desolate Emperor, they had the means and the bargaining chip to restrain Desolate Palace. However, this wasn't the only surprise that Zhou Xian brought to them. Loud rumbling sounds were heard coming from the interior of Gu Palace. These rumbling sounds were all emitted by monstrous qi. Many of them turned their heads and saw hundreds of devil army marching towards Gu Palace's camp without them knowing when they had appeared. The ones leading them were none other than Han Yen Tyrant and De Huang Dog. The experts of the devil race. Why are there so many devil experts all of a sudden? My God. Saint Origin Palace is already chaotic enough. Now the devil race has come. That's not right. Why are Little Monk and De Huang together with the experts of the devil race? Could it be that these devil experts were brought back by Zhou Xian and the others? The experts of the 3 palaces were shocked. However, there were no lack of smart and insightful experts among them. They could tell that something was wrong, especially the experts of Gu Palace. They knew that it was impossible for the experts of the devil race to appear in Gu Palace. The only possibility was that they came from the spatial passageway of the Pure Land. Plus, they were together with De Huang Dog, which was enough to prove that they had come together. Everyone, don't panic. The devil race is under our complete control. The experts of the devil race are here to help us fight against Desolate Palace. Zhou Xian said plainly. What? So many experts of the devil race are here to help us? How is this possible? Controlling the entire devil race? Are you kidding me? Who could have such a powerful means? This is simply impossible. But these experts of the devil race seem to be obedient and there's no murderous intent coming from them. It seems like what Zhou Xian said is true. However, what kind of means did he use to make the devil race listen to him? No one wasn't shocked. The shock brought to them by controlling the devil race was comparable to the shock brought by Zhou Qian's capture of Desolate Emperor. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. Voila! Under Han Yan's lead, the devil race's army stood still on Gu Palace's side in a neat formation. 3 palace masters, this is my brother Han Yan. He possesses the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma and is proficient in the great devil curse of the devil race. During the last war in the Western Domain, the devil race retreated to the devil world at the critical moment. After that, we also entered the devil world and discovered that the supreme devil wand of the devil race had been born. Now the wand is in Han Yan's possession. The entire devil race is under his control and no one dares to disobey him. Zhou Xian explained. For a moment, many people's eyes fell on Han Yan, especially the powerful experts of the 3 palaces. They were knowledgeable and had many dealings with the devil race. They had some understanding of the devil race's history and knew about the existence of the supreme devil wand, especially the people of the demon palace. They understood that the supreme devil wand was as important to the devil race as a totem. It was a kind of faith. Great. That's great. Although we don't ally with the devil race is now under our control. With the help of the devil race, our strength will increase by another level. Befriending Zhou Xian was a very wise choice. This man is always able to create miracles. Today our 3 palaces were already powerless to turn the situation around and were bound to fall in the hands of Desolate Palace. I didn't expect such an unforeseen event to happen at the last moment, causing Desolate Palace to panic. Bin Palace has made the right choice this time. This man is a dragon among men. Going against him won't end well. The experts of the 3 palaces sighed. Gu Palace and Demon Palace were glad that they had befriended Zhou Xian, which gave them the chance to survive today. Bin Palace was even more glad that they had made the right choice to turn hostility into friendship with a person like Zhou Xian. It was indeed a wonderful thing. Bastard. Zhou Xian, you crazy devil. And Gu Firmament, how dare you three palaces ally with the devil race? That makes you the public enemy of mankind. Desolate Emperor who was imprisoned by Zhou Xian roared loudly. Pa. A slap landed on Desolate Emperor's face, forcing him to swallow his words. Zhou Xian wouldn't show any mercy when dealing with Desolate Emperor. Little bastard, how dare you slap me? Desolate Emperor gritted his teeth and spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was the dignified Desolate Emperor who was about to rule St. Origin Palace. But now he had fallen into the hands of a junior whom he had never put in his eyes and was slapped by him. How could he bear this? Slap you? You should be glad that you are still alive. When you are no longer useful to me, I will kill you directly and let you dream in hell. Listen carefully, the devil race is now under our control just like how you control Narang Palace. You have to listen to our orders. This is different from associating with the devil race. Once we control the devil race won't be able to stir up any trouble in the future and Saint Origin world will be peaceful. This is a good thing for mankind. Why do you make it sound so unpleasant? Besides, even if I want to associate with the devil race, it's my own business. Why do you have to care about it? You can't even take care of yourself now. What qualifications do you have to fight with me? Zhou Xian looked at Desolate Emperor coldly. Every word he said was like a sharp knife stabbing into Desolate Emperor's heart, making him so depressed that he wanted to roar. Little bastard, you will pay a heavy price for messing with me. Desolate Emperor's eyes turned red. Pa. Zhou Xian gave him another slap without giving him any chance to explain. Stop shouting nonsense. If you dare to say another word, I will cut off your tongue and dislocate your arms and legs. You can try if you don't believe me. When had Zhou Xian ever been threatened by others? Moreover, the initiative was now in his hands. If he wanted Desolate Emperor to die, it would only take him a few moves. Barf. Desolate Emperor was infuriated. He couldn't help but spurt out another mouthful of blood. This was completely infuriating. However, he didn't dare to speak anymore. From Zhou Qian's eyes he could see that Zhou Qian wasn't joking with him. Haha, Desolate Emperor, aren't you very arrogant? Why don't you be arrogant again? The Sky Ping King came before the Desolate Emperor and humiliated him with all his might. He would never let go of such a great opportunity. Recalling the arrogant look of the Desolate Emperor just now and looking at him now, it was as though he was a completely different person. The Sky Ping King couldn't help but burst out in joy. On the other side, Desolate Palace had recovered after a short period of restlessness. However, everyone's face was filled with anger. Their palace master was taken away in front of them. This was too shameful, especially for those half-step human immortals. Taking Desolate Emperor away in front of them was no different than slapping their faces. I never thought that there would be such a young genius in Gu Palace. Second Guardian squinted his eyes and stared at Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian's appearance had surprised him. In his mind, the 13 Guardians were the scariest geniuses in the entire Saint Origin world. He had never thought that he would meet an even scarier genius today. Although he didn't care about Zhou Qian, he had to admit that a 6th grade Great Saint couldn't suppress a 9th grade Great Saint. Not even the Great Guardian who was in seclusion could do that. In other words, the 13 Guardians had lost to Zhou Qian in terms of talent. You're Zhou Qian, right? Second Guardian asked. That's right. Zhou Qian shrugged. His eyes were sizing up Second Guardian. The human immortals of Desolate Palace must have put in a lot of effort to nurture such a genius. Zhou Qian, I advise you not to do anything stupid. What you are doing now is pushing the 3 major palaces into the abyss. Desolate Palace can no longer be stopped. You should follow the heavens' will. This is your destiny. If you release Desolate Emperor now, you may still have a chance to live. If you persist in going about things the wrong way, the 3 major palaces won't even have the chance to sign the contract of submission. At that time, blood will flow like a river and thousands of people will die. Second Guardian said plainly. Even though Desolate Emperor had been captured, he could still maintain the most basic calmness. From this aspect, it could be said that the genius that was nurtured by Desolate Palace couldn't be underestimated. Is that so? Then Second Guardian, why don't you give it a try? I don't know if the 3 major palaces will flow like a river, but I'm sure that your Desolate Emperor will die first and he will die very miserably. If you don't care about Desolate Emperor's life, you can start the fight now. Zhou Xian showed an indifferent face. What a joke. Given Desolate Emperor's temperament, if he released Desolate Emperor at this moment, he would definitely be enraged by such a great humiliation. At that time, blood would flow like a river in the 3 major palaces. There would be no room for negotiation. It wouldn't work even with the help of the devil race. The difference in strength between both sides was too huge. It couldn't be changed by a single devil. Zhou Xian, do you think you are someone that I don't dare to attack? A cold light flickered in Second Guardian's eyes. He had never been threatened by anyone before. Today's matter had tied his hands and feet, which made him feel rather aggrieved. It was impossible for him to ignore Desolate Emperor. In any case, Desolate Emperor was the supreme leader of Desolate Palace and held a pivotal position in Desolate Palace. That's right. I'm sure that you won't dare to attack. Zhou Qian's words were very direct. It was as if he was looking down on Desolate Palace. If you don't like it, you can try. Such a reaction was very irritating, but there was nothing he could do about it. Chapter 1026. Second Guardian felt depressed, but what Zhou Xian said was right. He really didn't dare to make a move. Although he was the strongest expert in Desolate Palace, he didn't dare to disregard Desolate Emperor's life and death. Although this was his first time meeting Zhou Xian, he could tell that Zhou Xian was a ruthless man. There was no reason to reason with a ruthless man. He had no doubt that Zhou Xian would kill Desolate Emperor if he made a move. Zhou Xian, it won't do you any good if this stalemate continues. You're a smart man. You should be able to see the current situation clearly. Desolate Palace has already taken control of everything. What you are doing now is just a last-ditch struggle. It's meaningless. A half-step human immortal supreme elder spoke. In the other 7 major palaces, a half-step human immortal was an old ancestor. But in Desolate Palace, a half-step human immortal could only be addressed as supreme elder. It's indeed meaningless to continue this stalemate. I have a good solution. Zhou Xian said with a smile. Tell me about it. The supreme elder said. I heard that Desolate Palace has secretly nurtured a large number of geniuses. I would like to see how powerful they are. The geniuses of Desolate Palace can choose any one of them to fight me. Of course, this second tycoon is an exception because I can't defeat him. I, Zhou Xian, am not a fool. What do you all think? Zhou Xian said with a smile. Zhou Xian said. A trace of cunning flashed in the depth of his eyes. Those who knew him would know that he had a new plan in his mind. As soon as the words were out, the higher-ups of both sides were obviously stunned. No one had thought that Zhou Xian would propose a battle at this time. Zhou Xian, don't be reckless. Desolate Emperor is in our hands now. We have the bargaining chip. Although you can defeat a 9th-grade Great Saint with your current strength, the 12 Great Saints aren't comparable to ordinary 9th-grade Great Saints. Gu Firmament said hastily in a low voice. That's right, Zhou Xian. It's unwise to fight their geniuses at this time. Heavenly Ping King reminded. Zhou Xian waved his hand, interrupting Bing Chongshao, who was about to continue. He had his own plan in mind because he knew the background of Desolate Palace and the mighty human immortal experts behind them. He would never give up on his plan to dominate Saint Origin World. It would be a joke to use Desolate Emperor to stop Desolate Palace. Gu Firmament and the others didn't know about the human immortal behind Desolate Palace, so they thought that they could use Desolate Emperor to negotiate with Desolate Palace. But as a matter of fact, Desolate Emperor wasn't that important in the eyes of the human immortal ancestor. Therefore he had to use other methods to delay time and create opportunities for himself to grow. Furthermore, he was eager to see how powerful the 12 tycoons of Desolate Palace were. He might not have the confidence to deal with Second Tycoon, but he was confident that he could deal with the others. Upon seeing this, Gu Firmament and the others stopped talking. Although they didn't know why Zhou Xian wanted to do this, they knew that Zhou Xian wasn't a reckless man. He had always been cautious. Even the old ancestor had predicted that he would be a variable. Therefore they could only wait and see how Zhou Xian was going to deal with it. Haha. Zhou Xian, I really didn't expect you to come up with such a solution. It seems like you are very confident, but your confidence is ridiculous. Do you think you can fight against the 13 tycoons just because you defeated Desolate Emperor? Seems like you have no idea how terrifying they are. Second Tycoon burst into laughter. After listening to Zhou Qian's solution, he couldn't help but ridicule Zhou Qian. The 13 tycoons had grown up together, so he knew all too well how powerful they were. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that each of them could be used as a half-step human immortal expert. It was ridiculous that Zhou Xian thought he could defeat the 13 tycoons just because he defeated Desolate Emperor. Not only second tycoon, even the half-step human immortal experts of Desolate Palace laughed. They really didn't know what Zhou Xian was thinking about challenging the tycoons of Desolate Palace. Was he too confident, or was there something wrong with his brain? I want to see how powerful the tycoons of Desolate Palace are. I hope they won't disappoint me. Zhou Xian shrugged and continued. If I win, Desolate Palace will retreat and never invade the 3 major palaces again. If I lose, Desolate Emperor will be returned to you. The fate of the 3 major palaces will be decided by the heavens. What do you think? Zhou Xian stated his condition. Given the current situation, it was reasonable for Zhou Xian to state such a condition. Even Desolate Palace wouldn't be able to tell that he had other plans. After all, Zhou Xian was on the side of the 3 major palaces. Naturally, his condition would be beneficial to the 3 major palaces. All right, we will do as you said. If the tycoons lose, Desolate Palace will retreat. If you lose and return Desolate Emperor to me, the 3 major palaces will face a tragic fate. The half-step human immortal supreme elder of Desolate Palace agreed without hesitation. They had great confidence in the 12 tycoons. If a 9th-grade Great Saint tycoon couldn't take down a 6th-grade Great Saint Zhou Xian, it would only mean that Zhou Xian was too heaven-defying. The people of Desolate Palace would never believe that Zhou Xian could be that heaven-defying. Come. With a sway of his body, Zhou Xian walked out from the camp of Gu Palace and handed Desolate Emperor to an old ancestor of Desolate Palace. With a half-step human immortal controlling Desolate Emperor, Zhou Xian wasn't afraid that Desolate Emperor could cause any trouble. Zhou Xian was now in his dragon form, which increased his combat strength by 10-fold. In addition to the 91,500 dragon marks in his body, he only needed another 500 dragon marks to advance to the 7th-grade Great Saint. It could be said that he had reached the peak of the 6th-grade Great Saint. With such a cultivation base in his dragon form, basically no one in the 9th-grade Great Saint was a match for him. Even if these tycoons were stronger than them or even had the combat strength of a half-step human immortal, Zhou Xian still didn't put them in his eyes. He had endless means and rich combat experience. It was more than enough for him to deal with them. Furthermore, fighting with these tycoons was what he desired. Who wants to fight me? Zhou Qian's chi was like a rainbow. A stream of blood chi spiraled out from the top of his head. It was a vivid blood dragon. He just stood there looking powerful and overbearing. No one could ignore his existence. At this moment, Zhou Xian seemed to have become the only one in the heavens and earth. The light radiating from his body made people unable to open their eyes. I'll fight you. One of the 12 tycoons stood out. There were a total of 13 tycoons and 2 of them were women. The woman in red who stood out was 8th tycoon. She had a slender and graceful figure. Her fair face was filled with arrogance. She was a rare beauty. However, such a beauty was thorny. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to approach her, let alone touch her. Her strength made people not dare to have any profane thoughts towards her. There was only fear and admiration in their hearts. This brat is finished. 8th sister's red rhombus flute has been cultivated to the acme of perfection. The rhythm of the flute is unpredictable and can instantly penetrate the soul of the enemy. Ordinary people won't be able to withstand it. Chapter 1027. 8th Guardian was holding a jade flute in her hand. The surface of the jade flute was engraved with patterns, which added a sense of mystery to it. Zhou Xian could tell that this jade flute wasn't an ordinary item at first glance. It was a powerful Great Saint weapon, but it was also because of this jade flute that the corner of Zhou Qian's mouth couldn't help but flash a smile. He didn't know much about music. In this world, those who could use music to attack were all supreme experts and peerless geniuses. The cultivation in this aspect required an extremely profound foundation and extraordinary innate ability. In addition to the powerful attack itself, the most terrifying aspect of music attack was the use of music to disturb the opponent. It would cause the opponent's mind to suffer an extremely strong shock. It could even stab the opponent's soul and cause them to fall into the abyss of eternal damnation. This kind of attack was the most terrifying and impossible to guard against. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to fight against someone who was proficient in music. Even if they took it very seriously, there would still be a time when they would lose their way. However, Jiang Chen felt relieved. If it was any other combat-type tycoon, he might not have much confidence in defeating him, but if it was 8th tycoon, he would have greater confidence in defeating her. The scariness of the Great Soul Derivation technique wasn't something that could be imagined by others. The strength of Jiang Chen's divine soul was incomprehensible to ordinary people. Anyone who tried to affect his state of mind would eventually suffer the consequences of their own actions. In the past, someone wanted to use the Great Illusion Realm to affect Jiang Chen. However, he suffered the consequences of his own actions and died tragically under his own illusion. Sangba also suffered the same fate. The Great Devil Curse couldn't affect Jiang Chen at all. The Great Soul Derivation technique was like an indestructible defensive door that stood in the depths of Jiang Chen's divine soul. Moreover, Jiang Chen had fought against Wu Ningzhu before. He was very clear about the resistance of music. Those who were proficient in music would be weakened in terms of combat strength. Once the music couldn't affect the opponent, his advantage would disappear completely. 8th Guardian's advantage was destined to become a disadvantage when she fought against Jiang Chen. The consequences wouldn't be any better. Arrogant guy. You dare to humiliate our palace lord. Your actions today have doomed you to a miserable fate. It's your fortune to die under my red rhombus flute today. 8th Guardian said in an incomparably cold tone. She was an arrogant woman who considered everyone beneath her notice. Is that so? Then make your move. I won't go easy on you. Jiang Chen said indifferently. He did not put 8th Guardian in his eyes at all. Jiang Chen, be careful. Gu Firmament reminded. The experts of the 3 major palaces had a dignified look on their faces. The tycoons of Desolate Palace were too strong. This could be seen from the 2nd tycoon. Although this 8th tycoon wasn't as strong as the 2nd tycoon, she wasn't any weaker than him. It would be extremely difficult to deal with her. After all, Jiang Chen was only a 6th grade great saint. The fact that Jiang Chen had just defeated Desolate Emperor made the people of the 3 major palaces feel a little relieved. The powerful Desolate Emperor was almost unable to fight back against Jiang Chen. This made them feel that Jiang Chen still had a chance against the 8th Guardian. Swoosh swoosh, Jiang Chen and 8th Guardian soared into the sky at the same time. Immediately, the two of them opened up a new battlefield. As their chi burst out, intense killing intent filled every corner of the battlefield. The void was rippling violently. Sparks were bursting out from the battlefield that was 100 miles in circumference. The collision of their chi was already shocking enough. If an 8th grade great saint were to enter the battlefield, he or she would be crushed into powder by the chi. There was a huge gap between a 6th grade great saint and a peak 6th grade great saint. The current Jiang Chen was a peak 6th grade great saint. That was why he had the confidence to fight 8th Guardian. Playing. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen drew out the Heavenly Saint sword. The blood-red dragon sword rippled with boundless light. Under the reflection of the Heavenly Saint sword, all the light in the surroundings dimmed. As Jiang Chen's natal combat weapon, the Heavenly Saint sword had grown to an incomparably terrifying level with the continuous growth of Jiang Chen. The only flaw was that the last fragment of the Heavenly Saint sword was still missing. If all 7 fragments were fused together, the supreme divine power of the Heavenly Saint sword would be unleashed. Howl. The Heavenly Saint sword let out an ear-piercing howl. A dazzling sword light was slashed out by Jiang Chen. It pierced through the sky and reached 8th Guardian in a blink with extreme speed. Not bad. 8th Guardian's eyes sparkled. After seeing Jiang Chen's attack, she immediately put away her contempt for Jiang Chen. Such a figure was already qualified to be her opponent. 8th Guardian also moved. She raised the jade flute in her hand and waved it towards the sky. Countless of musical notes were transformed into talismans and rushed towards Jiang Chen's sword light. Honglong. This was the first time the two of them exchanged blows. The powerful chi waves released by the super combat weapons collided and intertwined with each other. The entire battlefield was about to be overturned and the void was torn into pieces. In the end, the point of collision exploded, blossoming with beautiful colors like fireworks. However, the destructive power was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Under such a violent collision, Eighth Guardian's delicate body shook a little and couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. On the other hand, Jiang Chen's qi was still as strong as before, as if the shock didn't affect him at all. Judging from the surface, there was no doubt that Jiang Chen had the upper hand and Eighth Guardian was in a disadvantageous position. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that. Good. Jiang Chen is truly powerful. He is much more powerful than what we have imagined. What a genius. This really surprises me. Jiang Chen must have a very powerful trump card. No wonder he dares to challenge the 12 Guardians. He's only a 6th grade great saint, but he is already so terrifying. If he continues to grow, no one will be able to suppress him. Everyone, don't be happy too early. What happened just now was just a collision of combat weapons. Eighth Guardian's most powerful skill is her musical notes. She hasn't used it yet. The destructive power of musical notes is very terrifying. It can directly penetrate into the depths of one's origin, making it extremely difficult to resist. The people of the 3 major palaces were stirred up. Even though Eighth Guardian hadn't unleashed her powerful rhythmic attack, Jiang Chen had already gained the upper hand in the battle. This was a great boost to the morale of the 3 major palaces, calming them down a lot. What a good Jiang Chen. I didn't expect him to be so terrifying. Eighth sister, don't be courteous with him. Use your ultimate move. Second Guardian's facial expression changed. He knew that he had underestimated Jiang Chen. He was very clear about Eighth Guardian's combat strength, but she wasn't able to gain the upper hand in the battle against Jiang Chen. How could he not be surprised? However, he wasn't worried. He knew that Eighth Guardian's most powerful skill was her musical notes, which meant that her combat strength was weaker. Under the interference of the red rhombus flute, Jiang Chen's combat strength would be greatly affected. Once he was distracted, he would still die tragically in the hands of Eighth Guardian. Eighth Guardian's beautiful eyes had turned red. Apparently she was infuriated. The previous battle wasn't what she had expected. She didn't expect that she would be defeated by a 6th grade great saint. Jiang Chen, I have indeed underestimated you, but don't be too proud of yourself. I haven't used my trump card yet. I'm going to use my red rhombus flute now. It's still not too late for you to surrender now. Eighth Guardian said. Women always like to talk nonsense. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time with Eighth Guardian. He swung the Heavenly Saint sword in his hand and slashed again. This time hundreds of dazzling sword light rippled out and interweaved into a dazzling sword net. It locked onto Eighth Guardian's qi and shrouded her. Humph! Eighth Guardian harumphed coldly. Waves of undulating sound waves drifted out from the jade flute in her hand. She didn't need to use her mouth to play the flute. She could use the flute to produce terrifying sound waves at any time. This was a kind of realm, a super high realm of musical notes. Innumerable notes were like colorful waves that looked very beautiful. These sound waves were sometimes beautiful and moving, sometimes as vast as the ocean, and sometimes hoarse and unpleasant to the ears, making people feel uncomfortable. Honglong. Innumerable notes interweaved into an image. It was the pattern of the jade flute. The red rhombus flute wasn't only the name of the jade flute, but also the name of the terrifying sound wave combat skill. It was impossible to defend against it when it was casted by Eighth Guardian. The battlefield was filled with terrifying energy. Jiang Chen's sword net was destroyed by the notes. Bo-bo-bo-bo-bo. The sound waves emitted by the red caltrop flute were getting faster and fiercer. Every note was like a sharp knife that could pierce through everything. Even the void was cut into pieces. What was even more terrifying was the impact of the sound waves themselves. The rapid sound waves constantly attacked the opponent's nerves. Once the opponent relaxed even a little bit, they would be surrounded by the sound waves and fall into a state of eternal damnation. Jiang Chen shook the long sword in his hand and slashed out layers of sword waves again. He wore a smile on his face and looked relaxed. With the support of the Great Soul Derivation Technique, Eighth Guardian's sound waves couldn't affect him at all. Those sound waves that could destroy a person's nerves were just like the most ordinary notes to Jiang Chen. Not only did it not pose any threat, but it was also a kind of enjoyment to him. How is this possible? Seeing this, Eighth Guardian's complexion completely changed. A trace of redness appeared on her charming face. Using the sound wave battle skill was extremely taxing on her body. 8th Guardian had practiced the red caltrip flute for many years, but she couldn't even cause the slightest bit of damage to her opponent. This was a huge blow to her. Haha. Little girl, your sound waves are useless against me. Do you have any more powerful means? The grand guardians of your desolate palace are only Esu. You think too highly of yourself. Xianxia burst into laughter, stimulating 8th Guardian's mind with his words. I don't believe that you won't be affected at all, flowing water of sorrow. Chapter 1028. Rumble. The entire battlefield began to rumble. The monstrous sound waves were like ferocious beasts, chattering incessantly. Not to mention the people on the battlefield, even the people outside the battlefield turned pale. It was hard to imagine how Xianxia was going to deal with such a terrifying sound wave. On the battlefield, 8th Guardian displayed her most powerful sound wave attack. Layers of sound waves turned into flowing water, carrying a sorrowful emotion. This move was called the flowing water of sorrow, which was also the opponent's sorrow. It was very easy to be affected by that kind of artistic conception. That's right. At this moment, the range of the sound waves displayed by 8th Guardian was like a new artistic conception, a new illusion, which made it impossible for anyone to defend against it. 8th sister has displayed the flowing water of sorrow. That brat will definitely not be able to resist it. No one can remain unaffected by this move. That's right. This is 8th sister's most terrifying trump card. No matter how talented Xianxia is, he will not be able to escape the fate of dying in 8th sister's hands. Let's see. This overconfident guy will definitely die a miserable death. He has angered 8th sister. In this world, anyone who angers 8th sister will have a miserable ending. After seeing 8th Guardian display the flowing water of sorrow, the 12 guardians were greatly excited. It was as if they could already see the miserable appearance of Xianxia dying under the sound waves. However, what happened next would be unforgettable for them for the rest of their lives. On the battlefield, the flowing water of sorrow had already been formed. It impacted every direction of the battlefield, leaving no place for Xianxia to hide. As a matter of fact, Xianxia had no intention of dodging it. True Dragon Palm, tear it apart. Xianxia bellowed. Immediately he struck out a powerful True Dragon Palm. The giant blood-red dragon claw tore the sound wave into two halves. As for the stimulation of the sound wave on his mind and soul, it had no effect on Xianxia at all. The Great Soul Derivation technique was just too powerful. It wasn't something that 8th Guardian could imagine. Well, the powerful attack was broken by Xianxia in such a simple and violent manner. Coupled with the impact of the sound wave on one's mind, 8th Guardian immediately suffered a huge backlash. She spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Her face turned incomparably pale. How is this possible? How could he not be affected at all? This is impossible. The 8th Guardian could not believe her eyes. Ever since she had mastered the art of music, she had never suffered such a serious blow. The blow was too heavy for her. Due to the impact of the backlash, 8th Guardian's combat strength had begun to decline sharply. Coupled with the fact that her trump card did not have the slightest effect on the enemy, her mind was in turmoil and she had lost her composure. The time has come. On the opposite side, Xianxia's eyes flickered with two rays of cold light. It was too easy to deal with an opponent like 8th Guardian. Geniuses like her had never suffered any setbacks before. Once they encountered a big blow, it would be very difficult for them to get over it. Just like now, 8th Guardian's mind was in chaos. She couldn't accept the fact in front of her. The powerful rhythm was originally used to disturb the opponent's mind, but now, it had affected her. Swoosh. Xianxia's speed was extremely fast. With the combination of the flaming wings and the spatial shift, he was simply the fastest in the world. He had lost the concept of time when he moved. In a flash, he arrived in front of 8th Guardian. The 5 elemental spheres spread out and enshrouded 8th Guardian completely. The powerful confinement force made 8th Guardian feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. But before she could recover from the shock, Xianxia's long sword slashed down once again. Puchi. With a slash, one of 8th Guardian's arms was cut off. Then Xianxia struck out the True Dragon Palm again, capturing 8th Guardian and sending her to the Zulong Tower. Jiang Qin didn't kill 8th Guardian. Given the current situation, the more people of Desolate Palace he captured, the better it would be. These people were all important figures. The more they captured, the more chips they could use. Moreover, due to the special nature of Jiang Chen's cultivation technique, these people might play a greater role in the critical moment. Therefore, imprisoning them in the Zulong Tower could be considered as a plan for the future. Voila! The battlefield collapsed. In a flash, Jiang Qin returned to the camp of Gu Palace. The whole battle was too fast, especially the last scene where Jiang Qin captured 8th Guardian. Many of them only reacted now. Desolate Palace's side immediately burst into an uproar. The 12 guardians were agitated. Their faces were filled with anger. Bastard! Let 8th sister out. Damn it! How can this little bastard be so powerful? Even 8th sister is no match for him. It's our biggest mistake to let 8th sister fight. I don't know what kind of cultivation technique this brat has cultivated. 8th sister's musical rhythm has no effect on him at all. That's why she lost to him. The 12 guardians couldn't keep their calm anymore. No one had thought that such an ending would happen. In their point of view, it would be an incomparably easy task for 8th Guardian to kill Jiang Qin. They had never thought that she would be captured by Jiang Qin instead. 2nd Guardian and the Supreme Elder of Desolate Palace's face darkened. Not only had they lost 8th Guardian, they had also put Desolate Palace in a dilemma. On the other side, Gu Palace was cheering. In many people's eyes, Jiang Qin had become a godlike existence. He was simply omnipotent, like an invincible and peerless war god. He's too powerful. He's only a 6th grade great saint, but he has killed 8th Guardian so quickly. This is unbelievable. A peerless monstrous genius. He's a peerless monstrous genius. It's the wisest choice for us to befriend him. No wonder the old ancestor of Gu Palace predicted that he would be the variable this time. It seems like he's right. The fate of our 3 palaces is now in his hands. Jiang Qin is courageous and resourceful. First he captured Desolate Emperor. Now he didn't kill 8th Guardian, giving us another bargaining chip. The experts of the 3 palaces admired Jiang Qin from the bottom of their hearts. Before they met Jiang Qin, they would never believe that there was such a terrifying genius in the heavens and earth. In front of Jiang Qin, all the halos of geniuses would be overshadowed. 2nd Guardian, according to our previous bet, your Desolate Palace has to withdraw immediately. Jiang Qin returned to his human form and spoke plainly to 2nd Guardian. He knew very well that the one who had the final say in Desolate Palace wasn't those half-step human Immortal Supreme Elder, but this young 2nd Guardian. The side of Desolate Palace fell into silence. They were already on the verge of conquering the entire Saint Origin Palace, but Jiang Qin suddenly appeared at the last moment, putting them in a dilemma. However, the bet had already been made. If they were to go back on their words now, it would greatly affect the prestige of Desolate Palace. Jiang Qin, let go of 8th Guardian and we will retreat now. 2nd Guardian said. No. It's a life and death battle. I'm already being merciful by not killing her. I won't release 8th Guardian and Desolate Emperor. They are my bargaining chips. There's no such rule in the bet. Chapter 1029. 2nd Guardian wasn't surprised by Jiang Qin's answer. If Jiang Qin really released 8th Guardian and Desolate Emperor, he would be surprised instead. He had agreed to the bet without knowing much about Jiang Qin. It could be said that he had fallen into Jiang Qin's trap. Now that the bet was in front of him, he was in a dilemma. 2nd brother, what should we do now? 8th sister and palace master are in Jiang Qin's hands. We can't do anything. A guardian came to 2nd Guardian's side and said. At this time, the few half-step human Immortal Supreme Elders of Desolate Palace had also come to 2nd Guardian's side. 2nd Guardian, I think we should retreat first before discussing how to deal with the 3 palaces. Even if we let them live for a few more days, they won't be able to cause any big waves. The outcome will not change. Desolate Palace is going to rule the entire Saint Origin Palace. There's no way we can stop it. One of the Supreme Elders said. Alright, we'll let them live for 2 more days. Tear up the contract of submission between the 3 halls. They no longer have the chance to sign the contract. Not long after, what awaits them will be destruction, complete and utter destruction. Second Guardian said viciously. This was his first battle after he had reached the Grand Completion realm, but he had encountered such a huge setback. This made his heart feel as if it was pricked by a thorn. This was the biggest shame in his life. Xianxia, I'll give you one last chance. If you release Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian now, and the 3 palaces submit to Desolate Palace, I assure you that we won't make things difficult for you. If you don't agree, you should be able to imagine the consequences. Desolate Palace is unstoppable. You won't have the chance to sign the submission contract anymore. What awaits you in the future will be utter destruction. Second Guardian said to Xianxia in a stern voice. If worst comes to worst, we'll all perish together. Xianxia will be waiting for you. Xianxia's words turned sharp. This was the first real confrontation between him and Desolate Palace. He would never back down. That ridiculous submission contract was just bullshit in Xianxia's eyes. As the dignified greatest saint, he had stood at the peak of this world in his previous life. In this life he was going to stand at the peak and step on all the powerful enemies. Desolate Palace was his last and strongest enemy. Very well. The 3 palaces will pay a heavy price for today's decision. Second Guardian tore the 3 submission contracts apart, clearly telling the people of the 3 palaces that they had lost the chance to live. Desolate Palace would use the cruelest means to deal with them, consigning them to eternal damnation. Retreat. Second Guardian waved his hand and disappeared along with the experts of Desolate Palace and the other 4 palaces. Upon seeing this, the experts of the 3 palaces became excited. Their despairing mood disappeared in an instant. They had already lost all hope in the previous situation. They had never thought that the appearance of Xianxia would reverse the situation. This made Xianxia's position in the hearts of the 3 palaces soar to an unreachable level. Everyone, including Bing Changshao, looked at Xianxia with eyes full of respect. Xianxia, the resentment between you and Bin Palace is written off. Today you have saved the fate of Bin Palace. Bin Palace owes you a great favor. Bing Changshao came to Xianxia's side and said in an incomparably sincere tone. It's a wise decision for Bin Palace Master to choose to ally with us. Xianxia also like to deal with wise people. Xianxia smiled. Bin Palace had never gained any advantage from him. Instead, many of their experts had fallen in his hands. Now that Bin Palace wanted to ally with him at this critical moment, Xianxia naturally wouldn't refuse. Moreover, he trusted Bing Changxiao's sincerity very much. Xianxia, now that Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian are in our hands, I believe Desolate Palace won't dare to act rashly. Gu Firmament said with a smile. His mood was like a completely different person compared to before. Everyone, don't be happy too early. The crisis of the 3 palaces hasn't been resolved yet. We have only bought a few days of time. Now everyone follow me to the conference hall. Xianxia's tone suddenly turned solemn. Then he took the lead and walked towards the conference hall of Gu Palace. Upon seeing this, the others who had already relaxed their nerves tensed up again. It was impossible for them to ignore Xianxia's words. In the conference hall of Gu Palace, Xianxia sat on the main seat. Even those half-step human immortal old ancestors were willing to sit on either side of him. Everyone knew very well that this white-clothed young man was the backbone of the 3 palaces. Everyone had to listen to Xianxia's arrangement. Only in this way could the fate of the 3 palaces be preserved. Xianxia, Desolate Emperor, is the palace master of Desolate Palace. He has a high position and is the number 1 existence. Even if Desolate Palace wants to rule the entire Saint Origin world, it's impossible for them to ignore the life and death of Desolate Emperor, right? Gu Firmament asked. You have underestimated the foundation of Desolate Palace and overestimated Desolate Emperor's position in Desolate Palace. Now I will tell you the secret of Desolate Palace. Don't you have any doubts about how those powerful Grand Guardians were cultivated? No matter how powerful Desolate Palace is, their strength isn't much different from yours. How could they cultivate such terrifying geniuses? Xianxia said solemnly. We have been thinking about this, but we have no idea how Desolate Palace did it. Xianxia, do you know the secret? One of the old ancestors asked. They were all half-step human immortal experts. Even if they spent their whole life cultivating a peerless genius, they wouldn't be able to cultivate the 12 Grand Guardians. That's because none of the human immortal old ancestors of Desolate Palace have ascended in the last 100 years. All of them have been hiding in Desolate Palace. Jiang Chen's words caused a huge uproar in the main hall. Everyone's facial expression changed dramatically after hearing what Jiang Chen said. What? None of the human immortals have ascended? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Take us for example. If we advance to the human immortal realm, we will have completely broken away from the realm of mortals and become true immortals. A world like Saint Origin World will no longer be able to accommodate us. At that time the immortal world will attract us, forcing us to ascend. How could the human immortals of Desolate Palace not leave? Old Ancestor Gu Palace shook his head. That's right. This is the law. No one can break it. Old Ancestor Demon and Old Ancestor Bin Palace agreed with Old Ancestor Gu Palace. It was impossible for a human immortal not to ascend to the immortal realm. You are all right, but I have to mention another person, Old Ancestor Green Lotus. Jiang Chen said. When Old Ancestor Green Lotus ascended to the immortal realm, he died tragically under the heavenly tribulation. What does this have to do with him? Someone asked. What a joke. Given Old Ancestor Green Lotus's ability, how could he die under the heavenly tribulation if he wanted to ascend to the immortal realm? None of the ancestors of the 8 palaces could be compared to Green Lotus. Old Ancestor Green Lotus didn't die at all. He once obtained a treasure in the Immortal Cove Mountain. That treasure can deceive the heaven's secret and prevent the descent of the immortal world's laws. Desolate Palace knew about this treasure, so they secretly framed Green Lotus and imprisoned him when he was undergoing the heavenly tribulation. All these years, Old Ancestor Green Lotus has been imprisoned in Desolate Palace. The human immortals of Desolate Palace used the treasure to deceive the heaven's secret, preventing all the human immortals from ascending to the immortal realm. Jiang Chen said. At this point there was no need to hide this secret anymore. What? There's such a thing? That's right. Old Ancestor Green Lotus is an eminent monk of Buddhist sect. His cultivation base is profound. Even our old ancestor succeeded in his heavenly tribulation. There's no reason for him to fail. Turns out that Desolate Palace has such a big secret. Motherfucker. Desolate Palace is really scheming something big. It seems like those tycoons were secretly trained by these human immortals for the sake of the rise of Desolate Palace. Human immortal experts can't unleash powerful attacks from down there. The power of human immortals is too powerful for this world to withstand. Moreover, the immortal world might attract the attention of human immortals. Basically, human immortals can't attack. Therefore, they have been secretly cultivating geniuses in order to dominate the entire Saint Origin world and strengthen the foundation of Desolate Palace. None of them were fools. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, they could roughly guess what was going on, but it was also because of this that they were shocked. Desolate Palace actually had a mighty human immortal. This was something that none of them had ever thought of and dared not to think about. In their point of view, this was simply impossible, but since it came out from Jiang Chen's mouth, they had reason to believe that it was true. No one asked Jiang Chen how he knew about this secret. In many people's hearts, Jiang Chen was already an omnipotent expert. Therefore it was very normal for Jiang Chen to know such a big secret. That's right. The purpose of Desolate Palace is very clear. Therefore if you think that Desolate Emperor and 8th Tycoon alone can stop Desolate Palace, you are too naive. Those human immortal ancestors of Desolate Palace have been plotting for hundreds of years. How can they give up their plan just because of Desolate Emperor? Desolate Emperor's influence isn't that great. Therefore I estimate that Desolate Palace will make a comeback in at most 3 days. At that time, even Desolate Emperor won't be able to stop them. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, the atmosphere in the conference hall tensed up. Everyone's face darkened because they knew that what Jiang Chen said was right. If this was the internal secret of Desolate Palace, Desolate Emperor alone wouldn't be able to stop them. Chapter 1030. After knowing the true strength of Desolate Palace, the confidence they had completely vanished. Initially they thought that by controlling Desolate Emperor, they would be able to stop Desolate Palace's next move. But now it seemed impossible. Desolate Palace still had a powerful human immortal ancestor behind them. They had been working hard for 100 years just for this day. It was impossible for them to stop just because of Desolate Emperor. But don't worry. Although there are powerful human immortal ancestors in Desolate Palace, those human immortals can't attack us. So we haven't reached the point of no return yet. The situation will open up bit by bit. What I'm worried about now is the Great Guardian who hasn't appeared yet. Zhou Xian said. Everyone's attention was shifted to the Great Tycoon when the name, Great Tycoon, was mentioned. They had truly neglected this point. The strongest young man who had participated in the previous battle was just second Tycoon. It was imaginable that the hidden Great Tycoon must be even more tyrannical. Thinking of this, the experts of the three palaces once again felt a sense of helplessness. The foundation of Desolate Palace was too strong, so strong that they could only look at it in awe. Zhou Xian, what's your plan? Gu Firmament asked. Everyone looked at Zhou Xian. At this point, they really had no other way but to rely on Zhou Xian, hoping that Zhou Xian could continue to bring them miracles and hope for survival. There's no good plan. In the face of such a huge gap in strength, all plans are useless. So what we need to do is to improve our strength. Zhou Xian said. AI. It's so difficult to improve our strength in just a few days. It's like a fantasy. Bing sighed. Everyone's face darkened, but they knew very well that although what Zhou Xian said was cruel, it was the truth. In the face of an absolute gap in strength, all means were futile. They could only fight against it with greater strength. You all might not be able to do it, but I have a way. As long as I break through to the 7th grade Great Saint, that second guardian will no longer be a match for me. At that time he will be killed by me. As for the Great Guardian, let's not think about it before he appears. We will do it step by step. It won't be easy for Desolate Palace to devour us. I, Zhou Xian, want to grow stronger, and Desolate Palace will be my stepping stone. Zhou Qian's aura suddenly fluctuated. He stood up from his seat and emitted a strong aura of a superior that could make people submit to him. There are only 3 days left. I'm afraid that it won't be easy even for you to advance to the 7th grade Great Saint from the 6th grade Great Saint. An old ancestor of Bin Palace said. They had no doubt about Zhou Qian's strength. They didn't even doubt that a 7th grade Great Saint like Zhou Xian could kill Second Guardian in his half-dragon form. However, the most difficult thing now was to advance to the 7th grade Great Saint from the 6th grade Great Saint in 3 days. It didn't seem to be an easy or impossible task. I have my own way. I'm going to leave St. Origin Palace for a while. I will be back in 3 days. If there are no accidents, advancing to the 7th grade Great Saint won't be a problem. But before that, I have one more thing to do. Zhou Xian said, then turned to De Huang, Dog and Tyrant. De Huang, Tyrant, the time has come when I need you too. Do you still remember how Nebula Sect fought against the northern and southern dynasties? You mean the 5 elemental Tajura formation? Tyrant's eyes sparkled. That's right. The 3 of us will set up the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation around Gu Palace. All the 9th grade Great Saints will be guarding it. I have the 5 elemental spirits, Tyrant has the blood-red stone tablet, and De Huang has the heavenly book of formation source. With the help of countless experts, even if Desolate Palace suddenly attacks, we will be able to hold them off for some time. Zhou Xian said. All right. Let's not delay any further. Let's get started, said Tyrant. Tyrant said. Everyone could feel how tense the current situation was. All measures had to be implemented without delay. Very quickly, the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation was completed with the 5 elemental spirits as the foundation. A towering blood-red stone tablet hovered at the center of the Grand Formation, radiating dazzling light. This stone tablet was very powerful. Until now, Tyrant hadn't found out what secrets it contained, but its function was undeniable. The supreme experts of the 3 palaces widened their eyes in shock when they saw the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation. Every one of them was a famous expert with profound cultivation. They were existences that stood at the top of the pyramid of the heavens and earth. They were extremely proficient in the Tao of formation, but even the most powerful formation master couldn't help but praise the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation. What a powerful formation! It's a miracle that Zhou Xian possesses the 5 elemental spirits at the same time. The existence of such a monstrous genius is a miracle in itself. Without this miracle, I'm afraid that our 3 palaces would have followed in the footsteps of Narang Palace. With this formation we can indeed resist Desolate Palace effectively. Now we just have to see if Zhou Xian can advance to the 7th grade Great Saint as soon as possible. I'm very confident in Zhou Xian now. This man has created countless miracles. His speed of progress has always been amazing. The fate of our 3 palaces is now tied to him." Everyone was amazed. An existence like Xianxia was rarely seen in the heavens and earth. Ever since they knew Xianxia, everything that Xianxia did was significant. De Huang, the 5 elemental Tijura Grand Formation, is guarded by these half-step human immortals. It's absolutely safe. Follow me and leave this place. Xianxia left with De Huang Dog, returning to the Pure Land through the spatial passageway of Gu Palace. "Little Qinzi, where are we going now?" De Huang Dog asked curiously. "To the St. Cliff." Xianxia said. "The place where you died in your previous life? We have been to that place once, but there was nothing there. We won't get anything if we go there again. The interior of the St. Cliff is blocked by a heavenly barrier. We can't enter it." De Huang Dog asked doubtfully. "That's right. We couldn't enter it in the past, but I'm afraid that we can now. The Zulong Tower might be useful," Xianxia said with a smile. He didn't think of it in the beginning, but under the guidance of the Zulong Tower, he was able to pass through the deep layer of the spatial barrier of Desolate Palace and meet up with Ancestor Green Lotus. Perhaps they would be able to pass through the heavenly barrier and enter the interior of the St. Cliff. "I have left a shocking treasure in the interior of the St. Cliff. Many of these treasures will be very useful to you. I have a hunch that the last piece of the Heavenly Saint Sword is probably behind the heavenly barrier at the center of the St. Cliff. If we can enter it smoothly, not only will my cultivation base advance to the 7th grade Great Saint, your cultivation base will also increase tremendously. At that time, once the power of the Totem Divine Seal is activated, your cultivation base will reach a terrifying level." Chapter 1031. De Huang Dog's eyes sparkled when he heard the word, treasure. To De Huang Dog there was nothing more attractive than treasure. "Ohaka, you are a good kid. Master Dog is very interested in the treasure left behind by the greatest saint. I would like to see what's inside." Big Yellow laughed excitedly. He knew about Xianxia's identity as the greatest saint beneath the heavens. The treasures left behind by the greatest saint were very valuable. Very soon, Xianxia and De Huang Dog arrived at the ancient people's palace through the spatial passageway. They didn't disturb any of the ancient people and headed straight to the St. Cliff. Saint Origin World had regained its peace after the Devil Race's war in Western Domain. However, the people of Pure Land still didn't know that the real chaos of Saint Origin World was still going on in Saint Origin Palace. Narang Palace had signed a slave contract with Desolate Palace. Due to the short period of time, the restriction of the contract hadn't manifested yet. However, it wouldn't take long for the people of the 4 major families to sense it and be bound by the contract. It was like a curse that they couldn't get rid of for the rest of their lives. This was a tragedy for the 4 major families, but it couldn't change anything. Only when Desolate Palace was destroyed would the 4 major families regain their freedom. St. Cliff. A chilly wind was blowing. The St. Cliff was now completely barren. Very few people would come to this place. Basically, it was desolate. This was the second time Xianxia came to the St. Cliff after his rebirth. Even though he had lived 2 lives, he still couldn't calm down. This place had a great significance to him. He had left his glory and countless legends here. It was also the biggest pain and unwillingness in his heart. Xianxia and De Huang Dog came to the front of the invisible barrier. Although they couldn't see it clearly, they could still feel the terror of the barrier. It was a natural barrier that blocked everything. Even a mighty half-step human immortal couldn't go through it. "Can we really enter the Zulong Tower?" De Huang Dog was skeptical. "I once used the Zulong Tower to infiltrate into the inner space of Desolate Palace and met Ancestor Green Lotus. The space that imprisoned Ancestor Green Lotus was built by the Immortals. Since the Zulong Tower could easily pass through it, I think it should be possible to enter this space as well. No matter what, I have to give it a try," Xianxia said. He was very confident about the Zulong Tower. Moreover, this was his last chance. The last piece of the Heavenly Saint Sword was very likely to be inside the St. Cliff. In fact, to Xianxia with his current cultivation, he didn't care about the treasures left behind in his previous life. However, the Heavenly Saint Sword was different. If he couldn't find the last piece of the Heavenly Saint Sword, the Heavenly Saint Sword in his hand would only be a broken sword. Even if he arrived in the immortal world, it would still be a broken sword. As a natal weapon, Jiang Qin certainly hoped that his combat weapon was perfect and not a broken sword. If that was the case, it would have a great impact on his future cultivation. This wasn't what Jiang Qin wanted to see. I'll open the Zulong Tower now. You go in first. Jiang Qin tore a hole in the Zulong Tower and let De Huang Dog enter first. Then he himself entered the Zulong Tower. Under his control, the Zulong Tower silently approached the invisible barrier. As the Zulong Tower approached, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog couldn't help but feel nervous. This was their last chance. If they failed, Desolate Palace wouldn't be able to resist. Pop. When the Zulong Tower collided with the sky barrier, a slight tremor was heard. Jiang Qin became even more nervous, almost holding his breath. But to his surprise, the Zulong Tower didn't bounce back from the sky barrier. It seems to work. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Let's give it a try. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth. He controlled the Zulong Tower and slammed it into the inner part of the sky barrier. With a pop sound, the ancient dragon patterns on the surface of the Zulong Tower seemed to be stimulated and began to flow. A surprising scene appeared. The mystical Zulong Tower didn't encounter the slightest hindrance from the sky barrier and directly rushed into the inner part of the Saint Cliff. Zoosh. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog instantly walked out from the Zulong Tower. Both of their faces were filled with surprise. They finally made it in. The Zulong Tower is indeed mystical and has endless uses. As the number of floors of the Zulong Tower increases, its uses will definitely increase as well. Right now, Jiang Qin was paying more and more attention to the Zulong Tower. This inherited ancestral dragon's supreme treasure was full of mysteries. Indeed, it had brought a lot of uses to Jiang Qin. It could be imagined that as his cultivation continued to increase, and as the Zulong Tower continued to grow, its uses would definitely increase as well. The surroundings were still filled with a gloomy aura. The cold wind kept blowing, sending chills down everyone's spines. Rocks and broken hills could be seen everywhere. It was a desolate place and it didn't look like a treasure at all. However, Jiang Qin didn't show any signs of nervousness on his face. He still had the same confident look as if everything was under his control. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Where's your broken treasure hoard? There's not even a hair here. De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Qin speechlessly. With my means, do you think I would casually place my treasure hoard around? Watch carefully. Jiang Qin said and walked a few steps towards the southwest. After confirming the direction, he tore the void with his bare hands. In an instant, countless golden lights rushed out from the void and fell on Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Jiang Qin was still fine, but De Huang Dog immediately became excited. This is the aura of Saint Elixir, the aura of various precious spiritual herbs, the aura of various powerful demonic spirits and devil spirits, as well as the aura of various weapons and treasures. So you've created a new space specifically to store treasures. Amazing. De Huang Dog's nose was very sensitive. He didn't even need to look at the treasures. He only needed to sniff it to know what it was. The treasure left behind by Jiang Qin was definitely a peerless treasure in Saint Origin World. If someone could excavate it, it would be able to revitalize countless major powers. Big Yellow was impressed by Jiang Qin's method of leaving behind the treasure. He thought to himself that the greatest saint was indeed the greatest saint. The spatial zone created by Jiang Qin was completely connected to the world barrier. Even a 9th grade Great Saint treasure hunter would find it extremely difficult to locate the treasure. Big Yellow was impressed by Jiang Qin's method of leaving the treasure. The means of the greatest saint had reached the peak of Saint Origin World in every aspect. Others might not be able to find the treasure, but Jiang Qin could easily find it. After all, this space was created by him. There was a strong connection between them. Let's go. Jiang Qin took the lead and walked in, followed by De Huang Dog. Since this treasure hoard was created by Jiang Qin, De Huang Dog was defenseless. Jiang Qin wouldn't harm him. Even so, Big Yellow's jaw dropped when he came in. The spatial zone wasn't big, it only had a circumference of 1 mile, which wasn't even as big as a palace. But in this narrow spatial zone, there were formations, trap formations, killing formations and confusion formations everywhere. All kinds of formations were intertwined with each other. If an ordinary person were to enter this place, he or she would feel dizzy. Motherfucker. The title of the greatest saint is indeed well deserved. De Huang Dog sighed. He admired Jiang Qin from the bottom of his heart. He was afraid that only he, Jiang Qin, could leave such treasures behind. Unfortunately, that's all in the past. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. With a wave of his hand, the formations vanished instantly as if they had sensed something, revealing the situation inside the treasure vault. In this spatial zone, there were all kinds of spatial rings, all kinds of storage magic treasures, all kinds of precious spiritual herbs, countless of them. There were also at least a few hundred combat weapons floating in the air. Big Yellow also saw some 5th-grade Great Saint Demon souls that were thrown on the ground as if they were rubbish. There were also plenty of strange pills. Each of them was an absolute treasure in the outside world, but they were casually placed here as if they weren't worth any money at all. Wakaka. Brat, I didn't expect you to have such a strong foundation. I'm going to be rich this time. Master Dog will be able to have a good meal. Big Yellow was so excited that he jumped up from the ground. Without any hesitation, he took a deep breath and sucked in a huge amount of herbs and pills. It seemed like there was nothing this guy couldn't digest. He could eat anything. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but smile. The reason he brought De Huang Dog here was to let him eat. De Huang Dog knew very well how many treasures he had left behind, but he didn't put these things in his eyes. What he wanted the most now was the Heavenly Saint Sword. However, when he left these treasures, the Heavenly Saint Sword hadn't been broken yet, so it wasn't in the treasure hoard. All these years, Jiang Qin had never heard any news about the last fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword. That was why he guessed that the last fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword might have fallen into this treasure hoard. Although it was just a guess, it wasn't unfounded. After all, he had fallen in this Saint Cliff. When sure enough, as Jiang Qin inspected the area, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound coming from one of the hundreds of combat weapons floating in the air. Jiang Qin immediately looked over, and he saw an inconspicuous broken sword hovering in the middle of all the combat weapons. The buzzing sound came from the broken sword. Haha, it's really here. Chapter 1032. Jiang Qin casually waved his hand, summoning the last piece of the Heavenly Saint Sword. It automatically flew into Jiang Qin's hand and started jumping around happily. De Huang, there are countless of spiritual herbs and demon souls here. There are plenty of 9th-grade Great Saint Demon souls and Devil souls. You can eat and refine them as much as you want. You have a powerful divine beast bloodline and the blessing of the totem divine seal. You won't miss such a great opportunity. Now I'm going to refine the last fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword to perfection. I'm afraid that this process will take at least a day. Jiang Qin said to De Huang Dog. Don't worry. I won't be courteous with you. There are too many good things here, especially those demon souls and devil souls. The totem divine seal and my bloodline can absorb them directly. It won't be a problem for me to advance to the 8th-grade Great Saint this time. De Huang Dog was very excited. He was afraid that he would only encounter such a great opportunity once in his life. De Huang Dog wasn't a fool at all. A man and a dog began to refine the Heavenly Saint Sword without any delay. There wasn't much time left. A great crisis could erupt in Saint Origin Palace at any time. The only person who could solve this crisis was Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin sat cross-legged, took out the Heavenly Saint Sword and began the fusion process. As this was the last fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword, Jiang Qin had to refine it to perfection. After the fusion, Jiang Qin would have to absorb the great benefits that it would bring to him. Therefore, it wouldn't be a short time, it would take at least a day. As for the defense, it was too safe here. There was no need for it. There was a heavenly barrier outside that prevented anyone from entering. Even the human immortals of Desolate Palace wouldn't be able to deduce that he was at the center of the Saint Cliff. Meanwhile, in Desolate Palace, the human immortal old ancestor was infuriated. The 12 guardians and the higher-ups of Desolate Palace were trembling in fear, not daring to say a word. A bunch of trash. How could you allow a brat to disrupt the plan of Desolate Palace? Now even the palace master has been captured by him. This is really shameful. The human immortal old ancestor's cold gaze swept through everyone present. Immediately, everyone felt an intense pressure. Under this pressure, even their souls were trembling. That was the pressure of a powerful human immortal. Even a powerful half-step human immortal would not be able to withstand it. Old ancestor, what should we do now? Second guardian plucked up his courage and asked. Humph. A mere Xianxia wants to stop our plan of ruling the entire Saint Origin Palace? That's ridiculous. How can we give up on the 100-year plan of Desolate Palace? Old Ancestor harumphed coldly. But Old Ancestor Heavenly King is still in their hands. If we take action forcefully, I'm afraid that Heavenly King will be in danger. Heavenly King has a noble status in Desolate Palace. His importance is self-evident. A half-step human immortal supreme elder said worriedly. Immediately go to Gu Palace and spread the word. I will give them 1 day's time. If they release Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian, the 3 palaces will have the chance to sign the contract of submission. If they don't release them after 1 day, Desolate Palace will launch a massive attack and kill every single one of them, making them suffer the true pain of extermination. The old ancestor said coldly without any emotion in his words. But a half-step human immortal elder knitted his eyebrows. They had been with Desolate Emperor for a long time and had a deep relationship with him. If anything happened to Desolate Emperor, it would be the last thing they wanted to see. Moreover, they had also seen Xianxia's character clearly. He could be described as cruel and merciless. It was simply impossible for them to ask Xianxia to release Desolate Emperor. No buts. We can't allow anyone to obstruct the great plan of Desolate Palace. Desolate Emperor is the leader of Desolate Palace, but he was the first to be captured by the enemy. This is a great humiliation to our Desolate Palace. If he dies, there will be another palace master. Go now. The old ancestor waved his sleeve. No one dared to disobey his order. His words were the absolute authority. Xianxia's guess was right. The human immortal experts of Desolate Palace had stayed for 100 years just for this day. The plan of conquering Saint Origin World was about to be completed. Nothing could stop Desolate Palace. Desolate Emperor alone wasn't enough to stop them. In the eyes of the old ancestor, the life of Desolate Emperor was nothing compared to the future of the entire Desolate Palace. Yes, old ancestor. Second Guardian clasped his fists at the old ancestor, then turned and left. Outside Gu Palace, Second Guardian shouted as soon as he arrived, Xianxia and the people of the 3 palaces, listen up. Desolate Palace will give you 1 day to release Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian. In that case, the 3 palaces will still have the chance to surrender to us. If you don't release them after 1 day, Desolate Palace will launch a full-scale attack on all 3 palaces. Not even the fowls and dogs will be spared. The word clan extermination reverberated in the air above the ancient palace, drifting into everyone's ears. This caused the members of the 3 palaces, who had originally seen a glimmer of hope, to instantly fall into the abyss. 1 day. It seemed like this was the final deadline. What? 1 day? It seems like Xianxia's guess is right. Compared to the determination of Desolate Palace to conquer Saint Origin World, Desolate Emperor alone is obviously not enough. We initially thought that we would have 3 days, but Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian are only worth 1 day. AI. What will come, but 1 day is too short. No matter how much of a genius Xianxia is, I'm afraid that he won't be able to break through to the 7th grade Great Saint in 1 day. The crisis of the 3 palaces has finally arrived. I hope that Xianxia can bring us another miracle. Otherwise, the 3 palaces will be doomed eternally and will face the real calamity of extermination. The higher-ups of the 3 palaces sighed once more. Given their current situation, it was naturally impossible for them to release Desolate Emperor. Even if Second Guardian said that they could surrender to Desolate Emperor certainly wouldn't agree to it. As the master of Desolate Palace, the supreme ruler, if he was captured by the enemy and suffered endless humiliation, the first thing he would do when he had the chance would be to seek revenge. At that time he would annihilate the 3 palaces. The 3 palaces had no other way out now. They could only hold on. To them all of their hopes were placed on Xianxia. They prayed that Xianxia could break through to a higher realm in a day's time. At that time he would be able to turn the tide, even though they knew that it was an impossible task. In the Saint Cliff, Xianxia had completed the final fusion of the Heavenly Saint Sword at his fastest speed. This process had taken him nearly half a day. Howl. Chapter 1033. Along with the great perfection of the Heavenly Saint's sword, Zhou Xian began to receive continuous benefits. The potential energy was stimulated, causing the number of dragon marks in his qi to increase. Very quickly 500 dragon marks were formed. The total number of dragon marks in Zhou Qian's body had reached 92,000. He was about to break through to the 7th grade Great Saint. An incomparably powerful wave of qi burst out from Zhou Qian's body. The 7th grade Great Saint was also a threshold. If the 9 grades of Great Saint were divided into 3 stages, then the 7th grade Great Saint would be the late Great Saint. Even though he had just stepped into the late Great Saint realm, he was still many times stronger than a 6th grade Great Saint. However, advancing to the 7th grade Great Saint wasn't Zhou Qian's limit. The enhancement brought to him by the great perfection of the Heavenly Saint sword was definitely more than this. New dragon marks were still being condensed. It seemed like it wouldn't be a problem for him to push his cultivation to the peak of the 7th grade Great Saint. Zhou Qian, who was a 7th grade Great Saint, could easily kill the 12 guardians and even the 2nd guardian. If Zhou Qian's cultivation reached the peak of the 7th grade Great Saint, 2nd guardian would be no match for Zhou Qian and would be killed on the spot. On the other side, De Huangdog's body was going through a tremendous change. His body was wrapped by a golden cocoon. The cocoon was formed by abundant energy. No one knew how many spiritual herbs, demon souls and devil souls De Huangdog had consumed. His cultivation base was rising rapidly. A day passed quickly. As expected, Zhou Qian's cultivation base had reached the peak of the 7th grade Great Saint. The number of dragon marks in his body had reached 93,500. He only needed another 500 more dragon marks to advance to the 8th grade Great Saint. At this moment, Zhou Qian's cultivation base was much stronger than before. It was completely incomparable. The energy and aura receded back into Zhou Qian's body like a receding tide. Zhou Qian opened his eyes, and the Heavenly Saint's sword automatically fell into his hand. His pair of golden eyes flickered with brilliance and he couldn't help but smile. With my current strength coupled with the Great Circle Heavenly Saint sword, killing the 2nd tycoon will be a piece of cake. However, I'm afraid that the hidden big tycoon will be difficult to deal with, but I, Zhou Qian, don't care. I'll take it one step at a time and come up with a countermeasure later. The current Zhou Qian didn't put 2nd guardian in his eyes anymore. What he cared about now was Big Guardian, who had never appeared before. Obviously, Big Guardian was much stronger than 2nd guardian. Unless he advanced to the 8th grade Great Saint, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. Zhou Qian stood up and looked at the sleeping De Huangdog. Without disturbing him, he walked out of the spatial zone and walked towards the exit of the Saint Cliff. He easily passed through the heaven barrier and found out that it didn't hinder anyone from going out. It only stopped the people from coming in. I have no idea what's going on in Saint Origin Palace. I'll go back first and let De Huang break through to a higher realm. He will return after he succeeds. Zhou Qian didn't dare to be negligent. The situation in Saint Origin Palace was too urgent. Although he said that he had 3 days at most, there were too many variables. Currently, the situation in Saint Origin Palace had exceeded Zhou Qian's expectation. The deadline was up. Desolate Palace had launched a large-scale attack. Their momentum and murderous intent soared to the sky. Countless experts were spread outside the ancient palace. The pressure and qi they emitted almost shrouded the entire sky above the ancient palace, making people feel suffocated. 2nd guardian stood at the front. His white robe fluttered in the wind. The folding fan in his hand shot out rays of light like sharp swords. His whole body was filled with murderous intent, completely different from the temperament of a scholar. People of the 3 palaces, listen up. You all have one last chance. Hand over Heavenly King and 8th Guardian and submit to us. 2nd Guardian's voice was stern. However, even after 2nd Guardian's voice faded, Gu Palace was still as calm as before. In the face of such a situation, 2nd Guardian's anger finally flared up. His patience had reached its limit. Good. Very good. Since you 3 palaces are courting death, don't blame us for not giving you a chance. Everyone listen up. Attack Gu Palace immediately. Kill everyone here. Don't spare even the fowls and dogs. 2nd Guardian gave his order. All of a sudden, the experts of Desolate Palace, the remaining 10 guardians, Narang Palace, Shi Palace, Dan Palace and Hua Palace rushed towards Gu Palace. Violent attacks began to bombard Gu Palace. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that such a huge force and terrifying combat energy was unique. It was imaginable that if these energies were to bombard Gu Palace, the entire palace would be turned into powder in an instant and disappear from this world. The experts of the three palaces' facial expression changed dramatically. This was a super war. No one had the confidence to stay alive in such a war. It was impossible to start a war directly. Even with the help of the devil race, the gap between both sides was still huge. The only thing they could rely on now was the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation. However, most of them weren't very confident about the Grand Formation left behind by Zhou Xian. In fact, it wasn't because they didn't have confidence in the Grand Formation, but because the opponent was too strong. It was enough to make them despair. Everyone, do your best to defend the Grand Formation. Gu Firmament roared. The 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation was their last hope. Once this Grand Formation was torn apart, the 3 palaces would be completely finished. There was no hope left. Now that the experts of the 3 palaces and the devil race were here, it was enough to support the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation. At this critical moment, no one dared to be negligent. Everyone exerted 120% of their strength to support the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation. Honglong. The violent energy bombarded the Grand Formation, causing it to shake violently. Its light dimmed a lot, but what made the experts of the 3 palaces happy was that the Grand Formation had really withstood the attack. What a powerful 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation. How can it have such a powerful defensive ability? Don't be happy too early. The enemy has just started their attack. They won't stop. The stronger the attack, the more energy it consumes. We don't know how long it can last. Everyone, don't be negligent. Hold on until Zhou Xian returns. I have made some calculations yesterday. The end of our 3 palaces hasn't come yet. Zhou Xian is still the biggest variable. The experts of the 3 palaces were excited. The words of Ancestor Gu Palace had given them a boost of confidence, giving them hope in Zhou Xian once again. What kind of grand formation is that? How can it withstand such a powerful attack? I have never seen such a grand formation. It seems like the 3 palaces are well prepared. Cut the crap. The stronger the formation, the more energy it consumes. I would like to see how long they can last. Destroy this grand formation. The emergence of the 5 elemental Tajura formation had surprised many of them, however, they were still the strongest. Under the absolute suppression of strength, no matter how powerful the formation was, it was impossible for it to withstand the attack. Second Guardian was furious. He personally launched an attack. The huge fan in his hand was 100 meters long. Every time it was fanned, an earth-shattering chi would burst out. All the Guardians and half-step human immortals concentrated their energy to attack the 5 formation cores of the Grand Formation. Soon, cracks appeared on the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation. This situation made the experts of the 3 palaces nervous again. It's too depressing to fight like this. Han Yen held the Supreme Devil Wand in his hand. His white hair fluttered in the wind like a mad devil. He rushed out of the Grand Formation with extreme speed and came to a 9th grade Great Saint of Desolate Palace. Without saying a word, he released thousands of devil waves from the Supreme Devil Wand and smashed it at the 9th grade Great Saint. What? The 9th grade Great Saint exclaimed. An extreme sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. He had never thought that someone would dare to rush out of the Grand Formation. In Desolate Palace's point of view, the experts of the 3 palaces should be holing up in the Grand Formation to protect themselves. Coming out of the Grand Formation was no different from courting death. Unfortunately, it was hard to say who was the one courting death. Just like now, he had suffered a sneak attack from Han Yen. Honglong. The speed of the Supreme Devil Wand was too fast. It smashed the 9th grade Great Saint's head. The Great Saint let out a wail and was smashed into powder on the spot. Han Yan's current cultivation base was at the peak of the 8th grade Great Saint. Adding the Supreme Devil Wand in his hand, he could easily kill any ordinary 9th grade Great Saint. He could even fight those Guardians to a draw. To put it bluntly, the current Han Yen had the combat strength of a half-step human immortal. Gu Tianma had the complete bloodline, the Great Devil Curse and the Supreme Devil Wand. Even those Guardians would be killed by Han Yen if they weren't careful. Once the great devil curse was unleashed, one would be affected by it if they were not careful. This could be seen from how Sang Ba killed the geniuses of St. Origin Palace. There is a mad devil rushing out. Kill him now. Someone came to his senses and immediately roared. Oh. For a moment, a dozen ninth-grade great saints besieged Xianxia, including the palace master of Dan Palace and Hua Palace. As palace masters, their combat strength was stronger than ordinary ninth-grade great saints, but Han Yen didn't care about it at all. It was an incomparably easy task for him to kill them. It could be said that he just needed to do it casually. A mad devil dares to be so arrogant here? You are Jiang Chen's friend. Go to hell. The palace master of Hua Palace said while gritting his teeth. They had already submitted to Desolate Palace and couldn't resist. Their hearts were filled with grievance. Plus they had a grudge against Jiang Chen. Naturally they would vent their anger on Jiang Chen. Coincidentally, Han Yen was Jiang Chen's friend, so there was nothing else to say. They killed him without hesitation. Chapter 1034. Dozens of ninth-grade great saints surrounded Han Yen. Facing such a powerful group, no one wouldn't feel fear. After all, Han Yen was merely an 8th-grade great saint. Even if he was at the peak of 8th-grade great saint, there was still an unimaginable gap between him and a 9th-grade great saint. Unfortunately, this gap was only for ordinary people. Obviously, Han Yen wasn't one of them. The combination of Gu Tianma's bloodline, Great Devil Curse and Supreme Devil Wand was enough to create a peerless genius. Kill! The palace master of Shi Palace bellowed and took the lead to lunge at Han Yen. At the same time, the other 9th-grade great saints launched their attacks from different directions. It seemed like they were going to kill Han Yen with a single strike. Humph! Han Yen sneered. He didn't care about the joint attack of so many 9th-grade great saints. A monstrous devil wave burst out from his body and turned into a domain. He chanted an indescribable devil incantation, casting out the Great Devil Curse. Many of them were caught off guard and were slightly affected by it. Great Devil Curse, Han Yen said coldly. In such a fierce battle of life and death, even the slightest impact would be fatal. Han Yan's Great Devil Curse was cast using Gu Tianma's bloodline. It was much more powerful than Sang Ba's. This kind of Great Devil Curse was usually targeted at a single target. A wide area attack wouldn't be able to achieve a good effect. However, Han Yan's Gu Tianma bloodline was extraordinarily terrifying. Coupled with the help of the Supreme Devil Wand, one should know that the Great Devil Curse was derived from the Supreme Devil Wand. It was imaginable how powerful the Great Devil Curse was. At least 5 of the dozen 9th-grade great saints were affected by the Great Devil Curse. Han Yen waved the Devil Wand madly, leaving phantoms everywhere. The powerful Devil Wand was resisting the joint attack of the other experts while bombarding the heads of the 5 who were affected by the Great Devil Curse. Arg! The 5 super great saints were instantly killed by Han Yen, turning into a mist of blood that drifted in the void. The whole scene was extremely bloody. Anyone who saw it would tremble in fear. Those were 9th-grade great saints, supreme existences. They were like gods in the eyes of countless people. But now they were killed by Han Yen as if they were ants. This was just too ridiculous. Be careful, everyone. This brat can cast the Great Devil Curse. Damn it. Hall Master Shi could not help but exclaim. He had seen Sang Ba use the Great Demon Curse before, so he recognized it. However, Sang Ba's Great Demon Curse paled in comparison to the white-haired young man before him. There was no way they could be mentioned in the same breath. No matter how powerful Sang Ba was, it was impossible for him to use the Great Devil Curse to affect them. However, Han Yan's Great Devil Curse could affect 5 people in an instant. This was too terrifying. No matter how powerful Sang Ba was, he wouldn't be able to use the Great Devil King to them of great saints. This is too shocking. All the monstrous geniuses have gathered together. Everyone around Jiangchen is a capable person with extraordinary means. I wouldn't believe that he could kill 5 9th-grade great saints with a single strike if I didn't see it with my own eyes. That's right. That's right. Feels so good. This is so good. Many people on the side of the 3 palaces were shocked when they saw Han Yen killing a 9th-grade great saint effortlessly. But at the same time they felt incomparably delighted. In such a huge battle, The emergence of such a ferocious figure who could kill a 9th grade great saint on the enemy's side was a very good thing to boost the morale of their forces. Han Yen waved the supreme devil wand in his hand again. Layers of devil waves rolled out. This time he locked on the palace master of Sure Palace. Since he was going to kill someone, he might as well kill a big guy. No. The leader of Sure Palace cried out in alarm. Han Yan's actions were too fast. He felt a strong sense of death. Even though he had helpers by his side, he still felt isolated and helpless. It was as if no matter how many helpers he had, they wouldn't be able to save his life. It was a feeling that made him feel incomparably aggrieved. For a figure like the palace master of Sure Palace, he had never experienced such a thing in his life. It was the taste of death, a very strong taste. Bang! The boundless devil power of the supreme devil wand had completely locked the palace master of Sure Palace. The supreme devil wand of the devil race was so powerful that the palace master of Sure Palace couldn't resist it at all. Like the other 9th grade great saints, he died tragically under the attack of the supreme devil wand, turning into a mist of blood. Han Yen had killed a few 9th grade great saints. Perhaps these 9th grade great saints were nothing to the current camp of Desolate Palace, but it was a great blow to the morale of Desolate Palace. Another arrogant guy has emerged. Old 9, go and get rid of him. Second guardian who was attacking the 5 elemental Tajura formation said. Alright, I will go and kill him now. 9th guardian said and appeared in front of Han Yen with a sway. Without saying a word, he struck out with the heavens-splitting divine claw. This was the unique combat technique of Desolate Palace. Its power was many times stronger in the hands of these guardians. Han Yan's face turned solemn. Sure enough, the guardians of Desolate Palace weren't comparable to ordinary experts. Although they were both 9th grade great saints, the gap between the palace master of Sure Palace and 9th guardian was too huge. However, Han Yen wasn't afraid. His current strength was very strong. No matter how strong the enemy was, he wouldn't retreat. Devil as deep as the sea. Han Yen waved the supreme devil wand once more, striking out a powerful innate ability. Gu Tianma's bloodline was stimulated to the extreme. Under the impact of the violent energy, the void began to distort. Layers of devil chi evolved into a devil sea. Each of the devil wind was the most powerful attack, like an indestructible sharp sword. This powerful divine ability was enhanced by Gu Tianmo using the supreme devil wand. It was imaginable how powerful it was. The boundless energy collided with the heaven-splitting divine claw head-on. The huge claw was instantly shrouded by the devil sea. Honglong. Immediately the entire devil sea exploded. It was the result of the collision of boundless energy. Large amounts of sparks evolved into flames, intertwining the battlefield into chaos. Good heavens! An 8th grade great saint is actually able to fight me. There are so many extraordinary geniuses in the 3 palaces. 9th guardian was shocked. He wasn't afraid of Han Yen, but Han Yan's power had surprised him. He had never doubted his own talent and never put ordinary people in his eyes, but this white-haired youth in front of him, who seemed to be a lot younger than him, was able to withstand his attack with just an 8th grade great saint. If this youth was at the same level as him, he was afraid that he would be killed instantly like the palace master of Sure Palace. 6th brother, you go and kill him immediately. Don't disgrace the dignity of Desolate Palace. Second guardian issued another order. They had come to attack the 3 palaces in an imposing manner, but before they could even break the defensive formation of the 3 palaces, a few of their 9th grade great saints had been killed by a devil brat. A few 9th grade great saints wasn't a big deal, but it had affected the morale of Desolate Palace and the dignity of Desolate Palace. Dong. 6th guardian's chi fluctuated as he flew towards Han Yen, but his action was already noticed by Han Yen. I'm done playing with you guys. Han Yen returned to the 5 elemental Tajura Grand formation in an instant, leaving 6th guardian in the air. Han Yen was a very smart man. He knew that it wouldn't be a problem to deal with one of the 12 guardians, but if 2 of them joined forces, he wouldn't be a match for them. Unless he advanced to the 9th grade great saint, he wouldn't be able to put them in his eyes. However, he had already achieved his goal. He had greatly raised the morale of the 3 palaces, allowing them to slowly walk out from the shadows. As for turning the tide with his own strength, he knew his own limits. He would leave this matter to Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was the only one who could do it. "Brat, come out and fight me if you have the guts." Sixth Guardian yelled while gritting his teeth. "Haha. 2 against 1? Don't you have any shame?" Han Yen laughed heartily and ignored him. "Humph. I'll tear you apart with my own hands once I've broken your damn formation." Sixth Guardian harumphed coldly and said ferociously. He had already locked on Han Yan's chi. As long as Han Yen dared to come out again, he would kill him immediately. Furthermore, once the grand formation was broken, Sixth Guardian would kill Han Yen immediately. Long. The violent attacks were still going on. There were too many experts of Desolate Palace and the energy they unleashed was too massive. The 5 elemental Tajura grand formation was on the verge of collapsing after such a long time. Every collision would shake the grand formation violently. By now, tiny cracks had appeared on the grand formation and these cracks were still expanding. The blood and chi of the experts who were supporting the 5 elemental Tajura grand formation were starting to run out of energy. Once they couldn't hold on any longer, the grand formation would be destroyed immediately. At that time the doomsday of the 3 palaces would come. "We are doomed." Zhou Xian said 3 days. "If he estimates it to be 3 days, we won't be able to hold on until he comes back." "That's right. Seems like we can only hold on for another 10 minutes at most. The grand formation is starting to crack. It will be broken very soon." "Motherfucker. Let's fight them to the death. Even if I die, I will drag one of them down with me." Now that things had come to this point, many people of the 3 palaces were in despair once again. They had placed all their hopes on Zhou Xian, but it seemed like it would be difficult for Zhou Xian to rush back within 10 minutes. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Some of them were already prepared to die. They wanted to fight to the death with Desolate Palace. "Zhou Xian, have you become a coward? Don't you dare to show yourself?" Second Guardian shouted towards the interior of Gu Palace in an imposing manner because he couldn't sense Zhou Qian's chi. "Who said I don't dare to show myself? I'm here and it will be your doomsday." Almost as soon as Second Guardian's voice faded, an extremely vigorous voice sounded from the interior of Gu Palace. Chapter 1035. Although the speaker hadn't appeared yet, the experts of the 3 palaces began to get excited because they were all too familiar with this voice. It was none other than Zhou Xian, the true creator of miracles. He would always appear at the most critical moment and turn the tide. A white-clothed silhouette appeared like a ghost and came to the sky above Gu Palace. He was none other than Zhou Xian. He didn't stand inside the 5 elemental Tajura formation, but just stood outside, facing the experts of Desolate Palace without a hint of fear on his face. What an imposing manner. This is what a true peerless figure should be like. Just the chi that he exudes is enough to subdue people. Have you all noticed that Zhou Qian's chi has become much stronger than before after he left for a day? He has already advanced to the peak of the 7th grade Great Saint. This is simply a miracle. I'm afraid that Zhou Xian is the only one in the entire heavens and earth with such a terrifying speed of advancement. Amazing. Zhou Xian has advanced once again. He was able to kill Tycoon before his advancement, but now that he has advanced, I'm afraid that even second Tycoon is no match for him. There is hope for our 3 palaces. One man turned the tide. This is the domineering aura that no one can compare with. The experts of the 3 palaces were looking at Zhou Xian with respectful eyes. In their eyes, Zhou Qian's skinny figure had become incomparably tall, taller than the sky and unreachable. It was a symbol of status. Today Zhou Qian's status was irreplaceable by the 3 palaces. Everyone had placed their hopes on him as he was a godlike existence. The emergence of Zhou Qian stopped the attacks of the experts of Desolate Palace. The 5 elemental Tajura formation also recovered temporarily. Second Guardian looked at Zhou Qian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. With his perception he could clearly sense that Zhou Qian was much stronger than yesterday. Even someone as proud as Second Guardian could not compare to Zhou Qian's heaven-defying growth rate. Of course, even if Zhou Qian had advanced to the peak of 7th grade Great Saint, Second Guardian still wouldn't be afraid of him. After all, he was too confident in himself. Zhou Qian's growth was only worth a second glance. In his heart, Zhou Qian was still not on the same level as him. "Zhou Qian, I'll say it for the last time. Let Desolate Emperor and Eighth Guardian go and the three palaces might still have a chance of survival. Otherwise, the only thing that awaits you is extermination. Second Guardian's eyes flickered as he said to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin didn't say anything. He dragged Desolate Emperor and Eighth Guardian out of the Zulong Tower. Desolate Emperor was originally imprisoned in Gu Palace, but Jiang Qin had just captured him. Jiang Qin, you are sensible. Desolate Emperor said fiercely. What are you so proud of? I didn't say that I will let you go. Jiang Qin glared at Desolate Emperor. Jiang Qin, let them go. Don't let yourself fall into an irrecoverable situation. Second Guardian said. Is that so? I'm afraid that it won't be the three palaces that will fall into an irrecoverable situation, but your Desolate Palace. I won't let Desolate Emperor and Eighth Guardian go. The reason why I asked them to come out is to kill them in front of your Desolate Palace. Jiang Qin said coldly. He had already achieved his goal of capturing Desolate Emperor and Eighth Guardian. The reason why he captured Desolate Emperor was to buy more time. He thought that with Desolate Emperor's identity he would be able to delay them for 3 days, but he didn't expect that Desolate Palace would launch another attack in just 1 day. It was obvious that Desolate Emperor's influence wasn't that great. Fortunately, Jiang Qin found the last fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword in time. Everything was still in time. Presumptuous. How dare you? Second Guardian was infuriated. The Supreme Elder of Desolate Palace was also enraged. Jiang Qin wanted to kill Desolate Emperor and Eighth Guardian in front of them. This was simply a provocation and humiliation to Desolate Palace. Jiang Qin didn't say anything, but he used his actions to show them his courage. Ignoring the terrified faces of Desolate Emperor and Eighth Guardian, Jiang Qin stretched out 2 fingers and pointed at the glabella of Desolate Emperor and Eighth Guardian with lightning speed. Puchi. Both of them let out a final wail. An arrow of blood spurted out from their glabella. Both of them died on the spot. Jiang Qin didn't even spare their corpses. He sealed them with a formation and threw them into the Zulong Tower. The reason why he sealed them was because the characteristics of the Zulong Tower was too terrifying. A slight carelessness would cause the corpses to be devoured by the Zulong Tower. Naturally, Jiang Qin had other uses for these corpses. Hua. Seeing that Jiang Qin had killed Desolate Emperor and Eighth Guardian in front of Desolate Palace, not only Desolate Palace but even Gu Palace was shocked. Such an action was too heaven-defying. This was no longer as simple as slapping Desolate Palace's face. Jiang Qin's action would definitely infuriate the people of Desolate Palace. This time there was no room for negotiation between the two sides. It was either you die or I live. As a matter of fact, everyone knew that the relationship between the two sides had already reached such a stage. Even if Jiang Qin didn't kill Desolate Emperor, it wouldn't change anything. Bastard. How dare he do this? Damn it. He killed our palace master. Kill him. We must tear him into 1,000 pieces and annihilate the 3 palaces. Everyone here must die today. Not even their corpses will be preserved. We must kill them all. Not even the fowls and dogs will be spared. This is too hateful. They killed our palace master and completely disrespected us. What's the difference between this and slapping our face? This is too abominable. We have suffered a great loss. The people of Desolate Palace were completely infuriated. From the half-step human immortal Supreme Elder to the 8th grade Great Saint, all of them were infuriated. Their eyes turned red. It seemed like they were determined to annihilate the 3 palaces. They wanted to capture Jiang Qin, make him suffer 1,000 tribulations and then kill him. Jiang Qin, I never thought that you would be so ruthless. You are the one who has cut off the path of retreat of the 3 palaces. Today will be the biggest massacre in the history of Saint Origin World, a one-sided massacre. Second Guardian's face turned ferocious. Hong. Jiang Qin was indifferent to their anger. With a wave of his qi he transformed into his dragon form. Powerful dragon qi spread out, filling the air with the smell of slaughter. Second Guardian, you are right. Today is destined to be the biggest massacre in the history of Saint Origin World, a one-sided massacre. However, it won't be you who will kill the 3 palaces, it will be me who will kill all of you. Jiang Qin said loudly. Arrogance. Arrogance filled the entire sky. In the history of the Saint Origin realm, no one had ever seen such an arrogant man. In many people's minds, Jiang Chen's arrogance had reached a point where there was no cure for it. I'm going to kill him to avenge eighth sister. A man stood out first. He was holding a golden saber in his hand. Without saying a word, he slashed at Jiang Chen. The one who attacked was none other than fifth guardian. The fact that he was ranked fifth among the 13 of them was enough to show his strength. He was strong enough to fight any ordinary half-step human immortal expert. Now he had been blinded by anger. The 13 of them had been cultivating together for many years, so they had a good relationship with each other. Naturally, he was infuriated when he saw 8th Guardian being killed. Be careful, 5th Guardian. 2nd Guardian warned, but it was already too late. Humph. You bunch of Guardians think too highly of yourselves. Die. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. The Heavenly Saint Sword rippled in his hand. The power of the perfect Heavenly Saint Sword was incomparable to any ordinary combat weapon. Howl. Jiang Chen slashed out with lightning speed. The sharp sword light was like a violent storm. It was so fast that 5th Guardian didn't even have the chance to react. Arg. Along with a wail, 5th Guardian was slashed into half by Jiang Chen's sword without any resistance. Blood gushed out from his body. Jiang Chen grabbed 5th Guardian's body, sealed it and threw it into the Zulong Tower. 5th Guardian was killed with a single slash. Who else is there? Jiang Chen stood with his sword. His overbearing qi filled the air. Good. Jiang Chen is even more powerful now. The Guardians of Desolate Palace are no match for him. Amazing. 5th Guardian was killed with a single slash. 2 of the 13 Guardians are dead. I'm afraid that even the mighty 2nd Guardian is no match for Jiang Chen. This slash was too inspiring. The experts of the 3 palaces were completely excited. They couldn't help but think of what Jiang Chen said just now. Today was destined to be the biggest massacre in the history of Saint Origin World, and it was a one-sided massacre. However, it was hard to say who would be the one to kill who. 5th brother. Bastard. I'm going to kill him. The remaining guardians were even more infuriated. 6th Guardian lunged at Jiang Chen once more, but was stopped by 2nd Guardian. Let me do it. You're no match for him. 2nd Guardian's tone was very dignified. His gaze towards Jiang Chen turned solemn. He had never thought that Jiang Chen would grow to such an extent in just one day. Now it seemed like he was the only one who could fight Jiang Chen in the entire Desolate Palace. You are no match for me either. Let your 1st Guardian come out. Jiang Chen pointed his sword at 2nd Guardian. His eyes and tone were full of contempt. I'm more than enough to deal with you. I don't need Big Brother's help. 2nd Guardian opened the folding fan in his hand and slapped at Jiang Chen fiercely. A rainstorm-like energy rustled. It was a huge golden barrier that was powerful enough to destroy everything. It reached Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. In the face of such a powerful attack, Jiang Chen's facial expression remained the same. Given his current strength, he no longer put 2nd Guardian in his eyes. Swoosh. The Heavenly Saint Sword was thrown out by Jiang Chen once again. Everyone saw the sharp impact of the Heavenly Saint Sword. The golden barrier was torn into 2 halves. The powerful sword qi continued to rush towards 2nd Guardian. What? Chapter 1036. 2nd Guardian was completely shocked. He had expected that Jiang Chen would be stronger than yesterday, but he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be this powerful. Even with his tyrannical strength, his powerful attack was torn apart by Jiang Chen in just a single move. What was even more terrifying was that Jiang Chen's attack was so powerful that it put him under tremendous pressure. I'd like to see how strong you can be. 2nd Guardian was determined. He pushed his strength to the limit. That's right, he pushed his strength to the limit. Boundless energy gushed out like a torrential storm and poured into the big fan in his hand. Once again he rushed towards Jiang Chen's sword light. Your momentum is great, but it's a pity that you're no longer my opponent. How could Jiang Chen give 2nd Guardian any chance? Before the aftershock of the first sword attack ended, the second sword attack was already unleashed by him. The Heavenly Saint Sword that had reached the perfection realm was now able to exude an irresistible power. Countless terrifying sword lights interweaved and formed a sword net, covering an area of dozens of miles. Fortunately, a battle between experts of this level could open up a new battlefield at any time. Otherwise, it was unknown how many people would be affected by this attack. Bumble. The sword net and the big fan collided once again. The boundless void was instantly shattered and a big hole was created in the sky. It seemed like Second Guardian couldn't withstand such a powerful impact and was sent flying away. His complexion turned extremely pale. The Heavenly Saint's sword vibrated and chased after Second Guardian at an extremely fast speed. In just a blink of an eye, it had caught up with Second Guardian. In desperation, Second Guardian could only continue to raise his big fan to block the attack. Tila. Jiang Chen's Heavenly Saint sword was in its true form. All of his energy was instilled into the sword. With a sound of Qi-La, Second Guardian's fan was torn into two halves from the middle. Second Guardian was affected once more, but this time his condition was even worse. Immediately he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Second Guardian looked at the folded fan in his hand with a horrified face. His face was filled with extreme shock. He simply couldn't imagine that he would be defeated by a 7th grade great saint with his current strength. More importantly, the folding fan in his hand was made of the highest grade material. It was his natal weapon that had always been invincible. Today it was destroyed by Jiang Chen, which made his heart bleed. That's right, Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen. Good. The people of the 3 palaces were cheering, especially the people of Gu Palace. Many of them were jumping with excitement. Such a scene was too inspiring. Now even the mighty Second Guardian was no match for Jiang Chen. This gave them hope. All along, the pressure from Desolate Palace had been too great, making them breathless. Today Jiang Chen had turned the tide. It seemed like he was going to turn the situation around by himself. This was something that they didn't even dare to think about before. How could this happen? What kind of monstrous genius is this Jiang Chen? He is just too abnormal. He is merely a 7th grade great saint and not even Second Guardian is a match for him. Doesn't this mean that no one on our side can suppress Jiang Chen anymore? This man is too scary. We didn't kill him in the beginning. Today our Desolate Palace has suffered such a huge blow. Damn it. Second Guardian is defeated. How are we going to fight the next battle? Could it be that Jiang Chen is going to repel all of us? That will be too shameful. Compared to the excitement of the 3 palaces, the atmosphere on the side of Desolate Palace began to become depressing. They had a lot of experts and could be considered as one of the super major powers in Saint Origin World. Any major power that went against them would only end up being annihilated. But now, the morale of this super major had fallen to its lowest point. They could have attacked the experts of the 3 palaces crazily to make Jiang Chen hesitate. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen was well prepared. The 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation was enough to stop everything. Facing Jiang Chen alone, they didn't have the slightest confidence that they could win. This was a kind of mockery. Second Guardian, now tell us who is going to kill who today? Jiang Chen said in a slow manner. Jiang Chen, I admit that you are very powerful and I'm no match for you, but don't be too complacent. The foundation of Desolate Palace isn't something you can imagine. Now that the 3 palaces are hiding in the Grand Formation, no matter how powerful you are, how can you withstand the joint attack of so many half-step human immortals? Second Guardian's voice was stern. He had never suffered such a serious blow before. That kind of humiliation made him unable to lift his head for the rest of his life. Therefore he had to kill Jiang Chen today. No matter what method he had to use, only by killing Jiang Chen would he be able to save his face. Not only that, Second Guardian felt a great threat from Jiang Chen. That was a threat to the entire Desolate Palace. This man had grown too fast. If he continued to grow, he was afraid that not even Great Guardian would be able to suppress him. Is that so? If I want to kill you, you will die immediately. You won't even have the chance to join forces with me. But now I'm giving you all the chance to join forces. I would like to see if you are a match for me. Jiang Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest. His face was full of confidence. He couldn't wait for all the half-step human immortals and even 9th grade great saints to join forces with him. In that case he would be able to eliminate all of them in one fell swoop, leaving no chance for anyone to escape. It would be a real bloody massacre. History had proven that it was impossible to defeat Jiang Chen with numbers. The reason why Jiang Chen gave them the chance to join forces was to eliminate all of them in one fell swoop. If he could defeat them one by one, many of them would be able to escape. Presumptuous. Xianxia, you are too presumptuous. Since you are so presumptuous, you will regret it later. All guardians, half-step human immortals and ninth-grade great saints, listen up. Immediately join forces to seal this void and besiege Xianxia. Second guardian put away the worn-out folding fan in his hand and gave the order. As soon as second guardian's voice faded, the forces of Desolate Palace became restless. There were 4 half-step human immortals in Desolate Palace and 12 half-step human immortals from the other 4 palaces, a total of 16 half-step human immortals and 10 guardians. Their combat strength was equivalent to 26 half-step human immortals. In addition to that, there were dozens of 9th-grade great saints in the 5 major palaces and a large number of 8th-grade great saint geniuses cultivated by Desolate Palace. Each of them was equivalent to an ordinary 9th-grade great saint. In total, there were more than 100 half-step human immortals. With such a huge army and such frightening combat strength, perhaps no one in the entire Saint Origin realm would be able to see something like this. But this was the first time in the history of the Saint Origin realm that so many people had joined hands to deal with a single man. No matter what the outcome of today's battle was, Xianxia's name would be recorded in the history books. The aura of over 100 warriors merged together, creating a huge battlefield. Over 100 warriors surrounded Xianxia tightly, making it impossible for him to escape. Everyone on the side of the 3 palaces sucked in a cold breath. Such a scene was too shocking. It was something that they had never seen before. Apart from that, everyone began to worry about Xianxia. More than 100 half-step human immortals and 9th-grade great saints had joined forces to deal with a 7th-grade great saint. How could he survive? Even if Xianxia was in his previous life, he wouldn't be able to fight so many enemies with just 2 fists. Such a huge force would surely exhaust Xianxia to death. Xianxia is too careless. He actually gave them the chance to join forces. This is going to be difficult to deal with. That's right. No matter how heaven-defying Xianxia is, I'm afraid that he won't be a match for such a huge force. The experts on the side of the 3 palaces began to worry. Many of the half-step human immortals were ready to help Xianxia. Although the number of experts on their side was relatively small, they could still be of some help. They couldn't let Xianxia fight so many experts alone. Everyone, don't panic. Little Xianxia alone is enough to deal with them. He had encountered such a situation before, and the ones who ended up in a miserable state were the enemies. If you all enter the battlefield, I'm afraid that not only will you not be of much help, you will also be a hindrance and affect little Xianxia's attack. Tyrant hastily reminded everyone. He knew all too well about Xianxia's means. The current situation was exactly the same as the time when the northern and southern dynasties attacked Nebula Sect. Tyrant was present at that time. He knew that Xianxia had a group attack technique called Eternal Immortal Wind. Once this immortal wind blew, it would be like doomsday to the enemies. It was a terrifying storm from the immortal world. If the experts of the 3 palaces were to help, Xianxia would have more scruples when using the Eternal Immortal Wind. After listening to Tyrant's words, those restless half-step human immortals stopped what they were doing. Although they didn't know what kind of means Xianxia was going to use to deal with those powerful experts, they knew that Tyrant's words wouldn't be false. As Xianxia's brother, Tyrant would never harm Xianxia. In the battlefield, the sky was filled with pressure. The void was crushed by the pressure. The battle hadn't started yet, but the aura that erupted from the battlefield was enough to destroy the heaven and earth. The scene in front of them was similar to the battle in Nebula Sect, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Good, very good. Seems like all of you are ready to die. In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. None of you on this battlefield will live. All of you will die. Xianxia's cold eyes swept across the battlefield. It was a kind of spirit that didn't put anyone in his eyes. Those were the eyes of the Grim Reaper. Xianxia, put away your arrogance. Let's see how you are going to resist this situation. Don't waste time, everyone. Second Guardian bellowed. 5 Elemental Sphere. Chapter 1037. Once the 5 Elemental Sphere was released, it would be equivalent to the arrival of Doomsday for the experts of Desolate Palace. A bloody massacre was about to unfold. All the experts on the scene were destined to become Jiang Chen's prey and become the ghosts of Jiang Chen's hands. The invisible sphere spread out like a tide, spreading to a radius of a few hundred miles and merging perfectly with the battlefield. Now the battlefield was the sphere and the sphere was the battlefield. Feeling the binding force of the sphere, many people's facial expression changed completely. As powerful half-step human immortals and ninth-grade great saints, each of them had their own sphere. They had experienced the collision between spheres frequently, so they had a very good understanding of the sphere. That was why they didn't put Jiang Chen's sphere in their eyes. In their point of view, if Jiang Chen used his sphere to collide with them, Jiang Chen's sphere would immediately shatter into pieces. However, the reality wasn't what they thought. The 5-elemental sphere had really shocked them. None of them had thought that Jiang Chen's sphere would be this abnormal. This is the power of a sphere. My God. It's the superimposition of 5 different spheres, and it's the 5-elemental sphere. How is this possible? No, this is absolutely impossible. There shouldn't be such a powerful sphere in the heavens and earth. How can a man have 5 different elemental spheres? I have seen a man with 2 different elemental spheres before, and that was already very abnormal. What kind of monstrous genius is this Jiang Chen? Could he be an immortal that has descended to the mortal world? This is too scary. The superimposition of 5 different spheres has made me feel a trace of pressure. That invisible binding force is indescribable. Everyone in the 5-elemental sphere couldn't keep their calm anymore. For the first time, the group of more than 100 people panicked. They had never seen such a terrifying sphere before. Don't panic, everyone. Let's join forces to kill him. Tear apart his sphere and let him die a graveless death. I don't believe that he can withstand the joint attack of so many experts. Second Guardian's voice was stern. The stronger Jiang Chen was, the more uncomfortable he felt. When a genius met a genius that was more outstanding than him, his heart couldn't calm down. Moreover, Second Guardian hated Jiang Chen to the bone. Shua. A pair of resplendent flame wings appeared on Jiang Chen's back. With a casual flap of the blazing flame wings, Jiang Chen's body began to float up, becoming somewhat illusory. It seemed as though he would disappear at any moment. Without waiting for the 100 experts to unleash their powerful attacks, Jiang Chen took the initiative to attack. Eternal Immortal Wind. Jiang Chen unleashed the Eternal Immortal Wind right from the start. This powerful windstorm was a true area of effect skill. When the Immortal Wind blew, no one would be able to escape. Within the entire domain, no one would be able to evade the attack of the Immortal Wind unless they used tyrannical methods to defend against it. However, how could the Eternal Immortal Wind be so easy to defend against? Desolate Palace, Narang Palace, Shi Palace, Hua Palace, Dan Palace, each and every one of them was his enemy. Jiang Chen would not show any mercy when he attacked. Huff huff. Strong winds howled, and for a moment, a powerful storm swept through the entire battlefield. Dragon-shaped storms were everywhere, and each storm was wild to the extreme, carrying a fatal attack power. Arg, arg, arg. Almost as soon as the Eternal Immortal Wind blew, wails began. Some of the 9th-grade great saint elders of the 5 major palaces were the first to enter the center of the storm. Given their cultivation grade, they couldn't withstand the power of Jiang Chen's immortal wind. They were blown into ashes on the spot and died tragically in the domain. 1, 2, 3, 5. In just a blink of an eye, a total of 20 to 39th-grade great saints had fallen. Such a scene was simply appalling. Not to mention the experts in the battlefield, even those who were watching the battle from the outside were frightened. Those were mighty 9th-grade great saints, but now they were being crushed like ants. The scene was just too terrifying. That's right. That's right. What a terrifying storm. Carries a trace of immortal chi. This is the wind of destruction. Everyone be careful. Everyone join forces to resist the storm. This can't do. This storm is too strong. It will be difficult for us to resist it. 9th-grade great saints won't be able to resist it. All the 8th-grade great saints and 9th-grade great saints retreat. Everyone was panicking. Some half-step human immortals roared at the 9th-grade and 8th-grade great saints to retreat from the battlefield. This battlefield was too terrifying. Even 9th-grade great saints weren't qualified to enter this place. In just a moment, 20 to 39th-grade great saints had died. If this continued, they were afraid that all the ninth-grade great saints would die tragically. That would be a great loss, especially for those 8th-grade great saint geniuses who were cultivated by Desolate Palace. The growth of each of them had consumed a lot of resources of Desolate Palace. It's too late to retreat now. I have already said that everyone who entered the battlefield today will die. In your words, no one will be spared. Jiang Qin laughed wildly. Waves of violent eternal immortal wind continued to gush out of his body, blowing crazily at the battlefield. This was an attack that had no blind spots. No one was spared. By God, what am I seeing? Am I hallucinating or am I dreaming? What kind of technique is that? It's too heaven-defying. A mighty 9th-grade great saint has fallen just like that. Not even his ashes were left. It's too ferocious. Our Bin Palace has made the wisest choice. On the side of Gu Palace, everyone gaped. Even those half-step human immortals were shocked. They had never seen such a terrifying technique. Killing a 9th-grade great saint was as easy as killing a chicken. Since when did a 9th-grade great saint become so vulnerable? Of course, Bin Palace was the luckiest. If it wasn't for Bing Changxiao's prompt decision to bury the hatchet with Jiang Qin and ally with Gu Palace, Bin Palace would have been subdued by Desolate Palace like the other 4 palaces. Now that there were more experts of Bin Palace on the battlefield, there was only one outcome for them to face: Jiang Qin, death. On the battlefield, the storm was raging crazily. Screams were still echoing. 9th-grade great saints were losing their lives constantly. After hearing the words of the half-step human immortals, many 9th-grade great saints were ready to retreat from the battlefield, but to their horror, they found that the 5-elemental sphere had turned into a cage. They were completely trapped. Not good. The domain is too strong. We are trapped. Someone exclaimed. Send a few half-step human immortals to tear an opening in the domain. The rest of them will join forces to kill Jiang Qin. Second Guardian understood the situation and immediately made the best countermeasure. For a moment, 4 half-step human immortals joined forces, preparing to tear an opening in Jiang Qin's domain. The other half-step human immortals summoned their combat weapons and launched a barrage of attacks at Jiang Qin. Swoosh! The flaming wings on Jiang Qin's back flapped. Combined with the spatial shift, he vanished in an instant. He slipped out of the barrage of attacks like a slippery fish. With so many half-step human immortals attacking him at the same time, Jiang Qin wouldn't be stupid enough to face them head-on. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, the combination of the flaming wings and spatial shift with the 5-elemental sphere was enough for him to evade most of the attacks for a short period of time. In addition, these half-step human immortals had to divert some of their attention to resist the eternal immortal wind, so they weren't able to concentrate all their combat power. Going through the barrage of attacks, Jiang Qin arrived in front of the 4 half-step human immortals who were about to tear the domain. The Heavenly Saint's sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at one of them. Arg! The half-step human immortal didn't even have the chance to resist. He was killed by Jiang Qin with a single slash and his body was thrown into the Zulong Tower. The other 3 half-step human immortals reacted, but how could their reaction be compared to Jiang Qin's attack? 3 consecutive slashes killed another 3 half-step human immortals on the spot. This was simply a one-sided massacre. With a peak 7th grade Great Saint cultivation base and 10 times the strength of a half-step human immortal, these half-step human immortals were no match for Jiang Qin. After killing the 4 half-step human immortals, Jiang Qin kept all their corpses into the Zulong Tower. Then he locked onto the nearest half-step human immortal. His long sword rippled and he lunged at him. As for those 9th and 8th grade Great Saint geniuses, Jiang Qin didn't even cast a glance at them. Their fate was to die. Even if Jiang Qin didn't attack them, they would still die under the eternal immortal wind. What Jiang Qin needed to do now was to kill those half-step human immortals one by one, to prevent them from tearing his domain apart. The 5-elemental sphere was constantly circulating. It wasn't easy to tear it apart. Adding the restriction of the eternal immortal wind, Jiang Qin was like a fish in the water. With the help of the Great Soul Derivation technique, he could sense the slightest movement. Arg! Arg! Blood-curdling screams were heard one after another. The formation of more than 100 people was being drastically reduced. Experts were falling one after another. Putting aside the ninth-grade great saints as the half-step human immortals were dying in Jiang Chen's hands, they couldn't do anything to Jiang Chen even if they joined forces. The outcome of this war was already determined. Just like what Second Tycoon said at the beginning, today was destined to be the bloodiest one-sided massacre in the history of Saint Origin World. However, he had messed up his target. Now it wasn't them who were going to slaughter the three major palaces, it was Jiang Chen who was going to slaughter them. Impossible. How could this be? Chapter 1038. Horrifying. This was way too horrifying. The whole scene was bloody and shocking to the extreme. Thousands of people in St. Origin Palace had a horrified look on their faces. The massacre and death could only be described as earth-shattering. It wasn't the number of people who died but the importance of those who died. Those were all half-step human immortals, supreme experts at the pinnacle of the pyramid. In the hearts of countless people they were like gods. But now they were falling one after another. Such a shocking scene was something that they wouldn't even dare to dream about. Arg, arg, arg. Miserable cries kept ringing. The number of experts on the side of Desolate Palace was getting lesser and lesser. Their combined combat power was getting weaker and weaker. It wasn't just the weakening of their combat power, but also their confidence. Now even the arrogant and powerful Second Guardian was filled with fear of Jiang Chen. He had lost all of his fighting spirit. Everyone could see clearly that if the battle continued, there would only be one outcome: death. Everyone would die. How could this be? How could this be? Second Guardian's eyes were bloodshot. The current situation was completely different from what he had imagined. So many supreme experts couldn't even defeat a single Jiang Chen. The flaming wings on Jiang Chen's back was just too powerful. Plus, they had fallen into Jiang Chen's domain, which restricted their attacks. Their combined attacks couldn't even reach Jiang Chen's body. On the other hand, Jiang Chen was like a phantom, killing them one by one. As for those ninth-grade great saints, the eternal immortal wind alone was enough to make them suffer. They couldn't do anything else to help. Second brother, we can't hold on any longer. This man is too strong. Quickly inform the old ancestor. If he doesn't act now, we are all going to die. A Grand Guardian shouted at the second Grand Guardian. The human immortal ancestors of Desolate Palace were all in the deep layer of the spatial zone. They didn't care about what was happening outside. Even though Desolate Palace was facing such a crucial battle, they didn't pay any attention to it because they were too confident. In their point of view, if such a huge force like Desolate Palace couldn't defeat Gu Palace and the others, it would be too weak and impossible. The old ancestors of Desolate Palace had already predicted the outcome of the battle. They were so confident that they didn't even bother to watch the battle. As a matter of fact, the battle didn't go according to the will of the old ancestor. The result was the opposite. If the old ancestor was here and saw this scene, he was afraid that he would fly into a rage and kill Jiang Chen at all costs. Desolate Palace had never suffered such a heavy blow and loss after rising for so long. Alright, I will send out the message talisman and ask the old ancestor to act. Otherwise, Big Brother will be the one to act. Second Guardian said. As a proud man, his confidence had never been weakened, but today all his confidence was shattered by Jiang Chen. Now he had no choice but to ask the old ancestor to act. Although this was an extremely shameful thing for him and this shame would follow him for the rest of his life, his honor was nothing compared to the future of Desolate Palace. He couldn't just watch all the experts that Desolate Palace had painstakingly cultivated die here. That would be an immeasurable loss. Second Guardian turned his palm and a golden talisman appeared. Before he could send out the message, it was snatched away by a big hand. It was none other than Jiang Chen. Bastard! Give me back the talisman. Second Guardian roared and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Chen was like a fish in water in the five elemental sphere. He could appear anywhere at any time. The moment Second Guardian took out the talisman, Jiang Chen was fighting a half-step human immortal old ancestor of Hua Palace. But the moment he took out the talisman, it was snatched away by Jiang Chen mercilessly. Humph! Second Guardian, all of you will die today. Even if your old ancestor is here, he won't be able to save your lives from me. In this domain, I, Jiang Chen, am the absolute ruler. You are all destined to be under my control. Jiang Chen's momentum was powerful. He didn't put second guardian in his eyes at all. Just like what he said, he was the absolute ruler of this 5-elemental sphere that was enveloped by the eternal immortal wind. It was no doubt a fool's dream for second guardian to release a message talisman in his domain. Jiang Chen would never allow the news here to reach the old ancestor of Desolate Palace. Given Jiang Chen's intelligence, the fact that the old ancestor of Desolate Palace hadn't taken any action after such a long time showed that the old ancestor was very confident in second guardian and the others. So confident that he didn't even pay attention to the battlefield. In that case, Jiang Chen would let Desolate Palace pay the heaviest price. If it was an ordinary message talisman, Jiang Chen wouldn't care at all. This place had been sealed off by the domain and the message couldn't be sent out, but the talisman in second guardian's hand was made by an immortal. Its effect was completely different. Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest confidence in it. One should know that Jiang Chen was merely a peak 9th grade great saint in his previous life. At that time, due to the restriction of the world's law, there wasn't even a half-step human immortal in Saint Origin world. Therefore Jiang Chen knew nothing about the human immortal realm. Naturally he wouldn't dare to take the risk. Bastard! I'm going to kill you! Third guardian roared. A trace of despair could be sensed from his roar. Now that the message couldn't be sent out, they could only let Jiang Chen kill them. Although third guardian had a strong cultivation base and was ranked third among the guardians, he was the most irritable and impatient one. Immediately he drew out his combat weapon and attacked Jiang Chen crazily. Humph! Who do you think you are? You don't deserve to fight me. Die! Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. With a casual slash of the heavenly saint sword, the might of the dragon sword overflowed in all directions like a vast ocean. With a deafening rumble, it collided with Third Guardian's combat weapon. Third Guardian's combat weapon was sent flying away on the spot. The terrifying force even shattered Third Guardian's hand, turning it into a mist of blood. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's movement was too fast. In a flash, the long sword struck out again. With a poochie sound, Third Guardian's head was cut off. The mighty Third Guardian died on the spot. He didn't even have the strength to fight back under Jiang Chen's attack. Arg! Third brother! 11th Guardian roared. The 13 Guardians had a good relationship with each other. Now that they saw more and more people dying in Jiang Chen's hands, they were naturally infuriated. Stop screaming. You will die together with me. Jiang Chen's eyes had turned red. From the moment he released the 5-elemental sphere, he didn't plan to let anyone escape, especially the 12 Guardians. All of them must die. Swoosh! With a flap of the flaming wings, Jiang Chen appeared in front of 11th Guardian in a blink of an eye with the heavenly saint sword in his hand. A terrifying sword light slashed down. It was a terrifying sword net, enshrouding 11th Guardian on the spot. His 11th Guardian shuddered. An extremely dangerous aura rose from the bottom of his heart. Only when he fought with Jiang Chen personally did he realize how terrifying Jiang Chen was. He wanted to resist, but it was too late. It was an irresistible force. Stop Jiang Chen! Second Guardian roared in a heart-wrenching manner. The other Guardians followed suit, but unfortunately they couldn't save 11th Guardian's life. Jiang Chen ignored the wrath of these Guardians. He killed 11th Guardian with a single slash, sealed his body and threw it into the Zulong Tower. Stop. Jiang Chen, do you know what you are doing? You are playing with fire. Second Guardian shouted loudly. Playing with fire? It's your desolate palace who is playing with fire. Your fire has gone too far and burned yourself. Jiang Chen's cold eyes stared at Second Guardian. His murderous intent didn't diminish at all. Jiang Chen, let me tell you. The foundation of Desolate Palace isn't something you can imagine. What you are doing now is cutting off your own path of retreat. You will regret it. I advise you to stop now. I promise you that I will give you a chance of survival. Second Guardian said. I know your strength very well. I will kill all of you today and your human immortal ancestors in the future. I will destroy your desolate palace completely. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, the heavenly saint sword slashed horizontally at the other Guardians. As for Second Guardian, he wanted to kill him last. He wanted to let Second Guardian witness how he was going to destroy them, and how laughable Desolate Palace's plan was in front of him. What? You know about human immortals of Desolate Palace? Second Guardian was shocked. No one knew that Desolate Palace had human immortals. Desolate Palace had never revealed this to the outside world. Xianxia wasn't supposed to know such a big secret, but now that he had revealed it himself, how could Second Guardian not be shocked? Arg. Arg. Xianxia ignored Second Guardian's doubts. The frenzied slaughter continued. One by one the 12 guardians fell under Xianxia's sword. In just a few minutes all the guardians were dead except for Second Guardian. Such a scene drove Second Guardian crazy. No one knew how much effort Desolate Palace had put into cultivating the 13 guardians. Today it was destroyed in Xianxia's hands. The 13 guardians were just about to show their prowess when they were killed. This was too great a loss to Desolate Palace that they couldn't afford to bear. Arg. Arg. Most of the 9th grade Great Saints couldn't withstand the attack of the eternal immortal wind. They died tragically and turned into a mist of blood. Up until now there were only 20 to 30 of them left. More than half of the half-step human immortals had died. The remaining ones were struggling at death's door. They were filled with fear and had completely lost their will to fight. In their eyes Xianxia was a terrifying devil. It's over. It's over. We are completely finished. No one can save us anymore. Xianxia is too scary. I never thought that I would die in the hands of a 7th grade Great Saint. Sad, sad. Everything seemed to be doomed. Chapter 1039. Everyone was looking at the chaotic battlefield in the sky with fascination. It was like an illusory scene. No one was willing to believe it, or rather they couldn't believe it. Even the 3 palaces who were supposed to be excited couldn't believe what was happening in front of them, as if they were in a dream. The outcome that was already destined was reversed by Xianxia. Xianxia alone had reversed the situation. His means were too shocking. So many experts had fallen. Any one of those experts who were on the battlefield wouldn't be a match for them. However, these peerless experts who stood at the top of the pyramid couldn't put up any resistance in front of Xianxia. The whole scene was as easy as slaughtering dogs. He's a heavenly prodigy. Xianxia is indeed a variable. It's a wise choice for us 3 palaces to befriend him. Otherwise we might be the ones fighting against him in the battlefield. That's right. There are many things in this heaven and earth that are incomprehensible. Some people can't be judged by common sense. Xianxia's existence is destined to be a miracle. Narang Palace has suffered such a huge loss. Even Desolate Palace has suffered a great loss. But we shouldn't be happy too early. After all, Xianxia is only a 7th grade Great Saint. There are still powerful human immortals behind Desolate Palace. Their level is far beyond our imagination. It's hard to imagine how powerful they will be once they attack. The people of the 3 palaces were sighing, especially those of Bin Palace. Their eyes fell on Bing Changxiao with gratitude. If it wasn't for Bing Changxiao's decisive decision to ally with Gu Palace, Bin Palace's ending would be the same as Narang Palace. The consequences would be unimaginable if they stood on the opposite side of Xianxia. At this time, a golden figure rushed out from the interior of Gu Palace. It was De Huang Dog. When Xianxia left, De Huang Dog was still in seclusion refining the energy. Now that he had finished refining, he rushed over immediately. He became incomparably excited when he saw the situation on the battlefield. This guy is really abnormal. It seems like Desolate Palace is finished. Those tycoons should have been eliminated by Little Qinzi. De Huang Dog burst out laughing. Many of their eyes fell upon De Huang Dog. When they saw De Huang Dog's cultivation grade, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. There were too many abnormal geniuses in this world. Needless to say about Xianxia, De Huang Dog was even sharper. He had only been out for a day, but his cultivation grade had already reached the peak of 8th grade Great Saint. Motherfucker, did you take some medicine? How did you advance so quickly? Tyrant said gloomily. You're right. I, Lord Dog, have indeed taken medicine. In fact, I've taken quite a lot. Are you jealous? Do you want Grandpa Dog to poop some out for you? I haven't digested all of it yet. De Huang Dog said shamelessly to Tyrant. Go fuck yourself. Without saying a word, Tyrant slapped the dog's head. De Huang Dog's words were asking for a beating. No matter how good one's self-restraint was, they would still be enraged, let alone Tyrant's self-restraint. Arg. Screams were heard from the battlefield once more. After a brief pause, Zhou Xian resumed his frenzied killing mode. He specifically targeted those half-step human immortals. The last few half-step human immortals began to fall one after another. They couldn't open the 5-elemental sphere and couldn't get out of it. They could only confront Zhou Xian head-on. Unfortunately, confronting Zhou Xian head-on would only result in death. Very quickly, the last few half-step human immortals died in Zhou Xian's hands. On the battlefield, there were only a few 9th-grade Great Saints and 8th-grade Great Saints who were struggling to resist the eternal immortal wind. Second Guardian stood in front of Zhou Xian with an ashen face, unable to accept what had happened in front of him. It was over. Everything was over. Everyone was dead. All the half-step human immortals of the 5 major palaces, including the 11 guardians, none of them survived. All of them died in the hands of Zhou Xian. The top of the pyramid seemed to have been forcefully exploited. Zhou Xian was destined to make a name for himself after this battle. This battle would be recorded in the history of Saint Origin World forever. Ruthless. Too ruthless. Too many people had died. Almost all the higher-ups of the 5 major palaces were slaughtered. This was an unimaginably heavy blow to the 5 major palaces. Second Guardian, what else do you have to say? Zhou Xian looked at Second Guardian and asked. Zhou Xian, you will surely die miserably. None of the 3 palaces will be able to live. Your calamity will come soon. You have done such a crazy thing. Your fate will not have any leeway anymore. Zhou Xian said coldly. Second Guardian said while gritting his teeth. He knew that he was going to die today and there wouldn't be any accidents. His heart had sunk to the bottom. He had never seen such a ferocious person like Zhou Xian in his life. You can't decide my fate, but your fate is in my hands. If I want you to die now, you will die immediately. Zhou Qian's tone was incomparably cold. Hong Long. As soon as Zhou Qian's voice faded, a tyrannical chi suddenly exploded from the direction of Desolate Palace. It was like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens, tearing the void apart and creating a big hole. Then a black-robed young man came to the battlefield with boundless chi waves. In just a blink of an eye, he had reached the sky above the battlefield. That was an incomparably majestic man. He looked to be in his 30s. He couldn't be considered handsome, but he definitely wasn't bad either. His body was very sturdy, comparable to Heavenly Ping King, but his cultivation wasn't something that Heavenly Ping King could compare to. His eyes were emitting a strange radiance, his entire body was filled with powerful chi. He looked so young, but his cultivation had already reached the terrifying level of half-step human immortal, which ordinary people couldn't compare to. This was a true genius, a true expert. The moment the black-robed man appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. Immediately, 3 words appeared in everyone's mind. Great Guardian. Big brother, save me. Second Guardian yelled as soon as he saw the black-robed man, as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw, especially when he saw that Great Guardian had successfully advanced to the half-step human immortal realm. That's right. The black-robed man was Great Guardian, the scariest figure of Desolate Palace. In fact, he was indeed excessively powerful. Zhou Qian's eyes turned solemn when he saw Great Guardian. It seemed like his final plan was about to come true. This man is incomparably strong. Unless I advance to the 8th grade Great Saint, I won't be a match for him. His combat strength is far stronger than half of the half-step human immortals, second only to the true human immortals, but there's still a gap between him and a true human immortal. Even so, I can't deal with him. Zhou Xian thought in his heart. Great Guardian was indeed very strong, so strong that he could almost fight a human immortal, but a human immortal was still a human immortal after all. He had transcended the mortal world and was a true immortal. Although Great Guardian's cultivation base had been forcibly increased by a large amount of resources, there was still a gap between him and a true human immortal. Even so, Zhou Xian couldn't deal with Great Guardian. If he couldn't advance to the 8th grade Great Saint or even the peak of the 8th grade Great Saint, he wouldn't be a match for Great Guardian. When Great Guardian saw the battlefield, he sensed the bloody chi on the battlefield and the chi of the souls that had just fallen. His anger soared instantly. What's going on? Great Guardian bellowed. Big brother, everyone is dead. Only you and I are left of the 13 guardians. There are only a few higher-ups of Desolate Palace left. They have all been killed by Xianxia. Second Guardian yelled hysterically. He shuddered at the thought of the battle just now. As soon as these words were spoken, a strong wave of qi surged out of Big Guardian's body. His eyes were locked on Xianxia like a poisonous snake. Apart from anger, there was also deep shock in his eyes, because Xianxia was only a 7th grade great saint. He couldn't imagine that a 7th grade great saint could do all these, but what he saw was the reality. He had never seen Xianxia before, and he had never thought that there would be such a monstrous genius in Saint Origin World. Xianxia was so monstrous that he couldn't compare with him. What should we do now? This man is very powerful. I'm afraid that Xianxia is no match for him. AI. The foundation of Desolate Palace is just too strong. It's impossible for us to topple Desolate Palace. Unfortunately, we can't provide any help in the face of Big Tycoon. We have to rely on Xianxia alone. That's right. I wonder if Xianxia can continue to create miracles. The experts of the 3 palaces were worried once again. The experts of Desolate Palace were getting stronger and more terrifying. They couldn't rely on anyone except Xianxia. They could only rely on Xianxia alone to turn the tide. However, everyone had an inexplicable confidence in Xianxia. It was as if no matter how powerful the opponents of Desolate Palace were, Xianxia would be able to deal with them and create miracles. Damned beast! How dare you kill so many people of Desolate Palace? I will definitely capture you and let you suffer endless pain before dying tragically. Great Guardian was infuriated. Without saying a word, he stretched out a big hand and grabbed at Xianxia's 5 elemental sphere. Suddenly, a mountain-like pressure came to Xianxia, making it hard for him to breathe. His 5 elemental sphere made cracking sounds and cracks appeared on it. Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. Immediately he retracted his 5 elemental sphere. If it was broken, it would affect him greatly. Wah. Chapter 1040. It was impossible for Xianxia to let go of Second Guardian. He wouldn't let any half-step human immortal expert go, especially Second Guardian. Not to mention Big Guardian, even a powerful human immortal old ancestor wouldn't be able to rescue Second Guardian unscathed from Xianxia's hands. Before Second Guardian could escape, he was captured by Xianxia. Xianxia's giant dragon claw had him firmly trapped. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Xianxia, let me go. Second Guardian yelled. Do you think that's possible? A cruel smile was revealed at the corner of Xianxia's mouth. Releasing the enemy had never been his style. You're Xianxia, right? You're going to die today. Not only you but all the people from the 3 palaces will also die tragically. None of them will have a chance to live. If you let Second Guardian go now, I'll let you die a quick death. You won't have to suffer too much. Otherwise, you should be able to imagine the consequences. Great Guardian spoke with a domineering tone. Although Second Guardian was captured by Xianxia, there wasn't a trace of nervousness on his face. There was only the calmness that an expert should have. Desolate Palace has always spoken like this. It's the same in the past. Unfortunately, they didn't have a good ending, and so did you. There's only one ending for going against me: death. Xianxia was indifferent. As soon as his voice faded, he crushed Second Guardian's head with his dragon claw, killing him right in front of Great Guardian. A monstrous fury gushed out from Big Guardian's body. He was completely enraged. Xianxia had killed so many people before because he wasn't present, but now Xianxia had killed Second Guardian in front of him. This was undoubtedly the biggest provocation to him. It was a provocation from a 7th grade great saint. How could a puny 7th grade great saint disrespect him so blatantly? This was a humiliation to him. Great Guardian Xianxia is a 7th grade great saint. No matter what, he had to kill this Xianxia today. Not only to defend the dignity of Desolate Palace and himself, but also to avenge those who had died. Good, very good. Xianxia, you are the most insane person I have ever seen. What you have done has completely crossed the bottom line of Desolate Palace. Even if you have 100 lives, you still won't be able to compensate for the loss of Desolate Palace. Today not only will you die, but everyone from Gu Palace, Demon Palace, Bin Palace will also die. Big Tycoon went berserk. He had never seen such a deranged person. Today he had just advanced to the half-step human immortal realm. Although he had arrived just in time, he was still a step too late. This had caused immeasurable damage to Desolate Palace. He must make Xianxia and the other 3 palaces pay for this loss. Haha, you people of Desolate Palace always talk a lot of nonsense. Let's see what kind of powerful means the legendary Great Guardian has. Xianxia laughed loudly. His body was filled with monstrous combat intent. The true dragon fire and true thunder fire spread to his surroundings, forming a sea of fire. Xianxia had never known the word fear. Even in the face of the powerful Great Guardian, he still didn't care. The faces of the people of the 3 palaces turned unsightly. They had no idea where Xianxia got his confidence from to confront Big Tycoon. This Great Guardian is very powerful. I'm afraid that little Xianxia is no match for him. Tyrant was a little worried. Believe in him. I think little Xianxia still has some tricks up his sleeves. Although Han Yen said so, the worry on his face couldn't be concealed. Alright, I'll send you to heaven now. Big Guardian moved. He made a clawing motion at Xianxia. His terrifying palm pressed down like a huge palm leaf fan, crushing the void within 100 miles in an instant. Even though they weren't on the battlefield, many of them could still feel the terrifying pressure. Just the pressure from Big Guardian alone was enough to send shivers down their spine. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Xianxia's facial expression finally changed. He couldn't help but look solemn. Given his 7th grade Great Saint cultivation base, there was indeed a huge gap between him and Big Tycoon. I'd like to see how powerful a half-step human immortal Great Guardian is. 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. Xianxia exerted all his strength and turned into a frenzied dragon. The roar of a dragon shook the heaven and earth. Xianxia struck out the powerful 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. Dozens of powerful dragons with different attributes were launched at the same time, rushing at Great Guardian's attack. Long. The shockwaves of the battle were earth-shattering. Colorful lights covered the sky. Under the attack of Great Guardian, all the dragons that Xianxia struck out were torn apart in an instant. The strength of a half-step human immortal Great Guardian wasn't something that Xianxia could resist. After the combat dragon was destroyed, the power of the powerful palm didn't diminish at all. It continued to press down on Xianxia. Xianxia had no choice but to use the Azure Dragon's 5 steps once again, colliding heavily with the palm. This time Xianxia was sent flying a dozen miles away. Xianxia suffered a serious injury. He spurted out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Even the dragon scales on his body were torn. Blood kept gushing out. His qi and blood began to flow unsmoothly. His facial expression turned incomparably ugly. Xianxia furrowed his brows. This was probably the most serious injury he had ever suffered, and it had directly affected his combat strength. Luckily, he had the wood element, and with the recovery ability of the dragon transformation skill, his injuries were healing at a rapid pace. Not good. Xianxia is no match for him. He's injured. It's over. It seems like we can't help him at all. Damn it. How can this Great Guardian be so powerful? I hope Xianxia can reverse the situation once again. Seeing that Xianxia was injured, the faces of the 3 palaces darkened. The Great Guardian's past life was like a heavy hammer pounding on their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. In the sky above the battlefield, Great Guardian's blade-like eyes fell on Xianxia. His eyes were filled with astonishment. I really didn't expect that a puny little 7th grade Great Saint, an ant that I can easily pinch to death, could be so powerful. You are able to withstand my strike without dying. I have to say, Xianxia, you are a miracle. If you continue to grow, I'm afraid that even I won't be a match for you. Unfortunately, you no longer have the chance to do so. Today is the day you die. After killing you, I will personally eliminate all the 3 palaces. Xianxia's voice was filled with killing intent as he spoke. Great Guardian spoke. His domineering aura was unparalleled, like a war god that dominated everything. In this place he was the absolute king, high and mighty. It seems like I have to use my last move. Xianxia gritted his teeth. His eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. Then he moved the Zulong Tower and looked at the sealed corpses of the half-step human immortals in the Zulong Tower. Then he raised his hand to wipe the blood stain at the corner of his mouth. Madness. Sometimes a man would go crazy. Dong. At this time Great Guardian struck again. This time his attack was even more powerful than before. The entire void was filled with destructive qi. Many people exclaimed. If this attack hit Jiang Chen's body, they were afraid that Jiang Chen would be torn into pieces. The horrifying palm gradually turned blood red. With boundless killing intent, it appeared above Jiang Chen's head. At this time, Jiang Chen seemed to have turned into a completely different person. He didn't care about the palm above him at all. At this time, a roar was heard from the direction of Gu Palace. Everyone saw an incomparably majestic De Huang dog rushing out. There was a pair of golden wings on his back. His speed was extremely fast. There was a golden dragon horn on his glabella that was flickering with lightning. Master Dog will fight you. De Huang dog made his move. He couldn't just watch Jiang Chen die in the hands of Great Guardian. A magnificent totem seal appeared above De Huang dog's head. Under the envelopment of the totem seal, De Huang dog's body began to change. In an instant he became 100 meters tall. Scales appeared on the surface of his body. His head turned into a dragon's head. This was too mystical. At this time, De Huang dog no longer looked like a dog but a real ancient dragon horse. De Huang, leave this place. Jiang Chen roared when he saw De Huang dog making his move. This idiot. I didn't ask him to make a move. Naturally he has his own means to deal with Great Guardian. But it was already too late. Jiang Chen was preparing for his next move. De Huang dog had already reached Great Guardian's palm. De Huang dog let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. An incomparably bright beam of light shot out from his dragon horn, colliding with Great Guardian's palm. Honglong. The sky and earth were collapsing. At the last moment, De Huang dog ignited his bloodline, activated his ultimate talent and circulated the totem divine seal to block Great Guardian's powerful attack. Although he was only a peak 8th grade Great Saint, this attack of De Huang dog was enough to destroy Great Guardian's attack on the spot. However, despite blocking Great Guardian's attack, De Huang dog didn't have a good ending. The moment he launched the attack he closed his eyes. His huge body reverted to its original size and fell from the sky. De Huang. Jiang Chen roared and hastily caught De Huang dog's body. He saw that De Huang dog had already closed his eyes and his qi had become incomparably weak. Fuck you. Who the fuck asked you to do this? Who the fuck asked you to do this? I can deal with this myself. What am I going to do if something bad happens to you? Jiang Chen cursed. Tears flowed down from his eyes. He could feel the weakness of De Huang dog and he knew what kind of price De Huang dog had to pay for that attack. Jiang Chen regretted that he didn't tell De Huang dog his plan in advance. Chapter 1041. Jiang Chen cursed at the top of his lungs, but unfortunately, De Huang dog couldn't hear him at all. He didn't react at all. His huge body lay motionless in Jiang Chen's arms as if he was dead. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt as if his heart was about to be torn apart. This was the second time De Huang dog had stood in front of him without any hesitation and used his own life to defend him. He knew that De Huang dog didn't hesitate to attack him and he didn't even think about it. Under normal circumstances with De Huang dog's intelligence, he wouldn't have thought that Jiang Chen still had a backup plan. However, at that moment, De Huang dog couldn't care less because he had sensed the danger Jiang Chen was in. Therefore he stepped forward bravely and released his most dazzling side, showing his hot-blooded brotherhood. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures flew out and they were none other than Han Yen and Tyrant. They walked out of the 5 elements Tajura Grand formation without any hesitation. Even though they were facing the terrifying Big Tycoon, they didn't have the slightest bit of fear in their hearts. They stood up straight and when they saw Big Yellow's condition their eyes turned red. Bastards, what the hell are you two doing? Why didn't you stop him? When have I ever done anything that I wasn't confident in? That damned Big Guardian, can he kill me? You two idiots. Jiang Chen scolded Han Yen and Tyrant once again. At the same time he kept injecting wood element energy into Big Yellow's body. At the same time he cut open his palm and dripped his blood into Big Yellow's mouth. Both of them lowered their heads and didn't say anything. If De Huang wanted to attack they couldn't stop him even if they wanted to. Moreover, they also wanted to attack at that moment. What a brotherly love. So touching. Xianxia, being brothers with an animal is really lowering your status. What a good brotherly love. Big Guardian looked at the three people and a dog and said in a strange tone. He didn't continue his attack. Seeing Xianxia in such pain, he felt very happy in his heart. He liked this feeling. Boom, fury erupted from Xianxia, Han Yan and Tyrant's bodies at the same time. Big Guardian's words had crossed their bottom line. Xianxia's eyes had already turned blood red. The aura on his body began to become incomparably violent. That was the prelude to his madness. De Huang won't die. You two take him back and look after him. Leave the rest to me. Xianxia's tone suddenly turned calm. He handed over De Huang Dog's body to Tyrant. Both of them glanced at Xianxia, who was at the edge of the storm. Without saying a word, they turned around and returned to Gu Palace's camp. Xianxia, I have to say that dog is very powerful. He was actually able to block my attack. Unfortunately, this will not change your fate. You will still die. Big Guardian looked at Xianxia and said. After hearing such words, if it was before, Xianxia would certainly refute it, but now he didn't say a word because saying another word would be useless. What Xianxia wanted to do now was to crush this bastard in front of him and kill him at all costs. The 7-story Zulong Tower emitted a buzzing sound, hovering around Xianxia's body. The dragon transformation skill began to circulate rapidly. The raging fire had already filled Xianxia's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Under the influence of this raging qi, the corpses of those half-step human immortals began to be absorbed by the Zulong Tower. This was Xianxia's plan. Previously he collected these corpses just in case. This was a very dangerous and crazy move, but a man would always go crazy a few times in his life. If he had no other choice, he would do anything dangerous. Xianxia didn't resist Big Guardian's attack just now, not because he had given up, but because he wanted to use the Zulong Tower to resist Big Guardian's attack. A 7-story Zulong Tower shouldn't be a problem to resist Big Guardian's attack. It could also be considered as buying some time for him to devour those corpses. Unexpectedly, De Huang Dog rushed out at this time, which made Xianxia extremely regretful. Now Xianxia was going to attack recklessly. He wanted to avenge De Huang. There was only one ending for hurting his brother. Death. Xianxia's body began to produce crackling sounds like the sound of lightning. His qi began to become incomparably tyrannical. The Zulong Tower began to circulate crazily. The 8th floor began to condense gradually. A large amount of blood qi was absorbed. Xianxia had also benefited greatly from it, pushing his cultivation to the 8th grade Great Saint. As Xianxia's energy continued to rise, his qi and blood became more and more violent. His eyes became redder and redder like a sea of blood. The violent qi began to corrode his mind, causing him to enter a state of madness. Haha. What is this brat doing? Humph. I would like to see what kind of means he has. Big Guardian frowned. He had sensed Xianxia's action, but he didn't do anything to stop it. In his eyes, Xianxia was just like an ant. No matter how strong an ant was, it wouldn't be able to cause any big waves. Not good. There's something wrong with little Xianxia. His mind seems to have been eroded by his anger. He is in a state of extreme madness. Could it be that he has lost his mind because of what happened to De Huang? Tyrant's facial expression changed. He could clearly feel that Xianxia's qi was getting more and more tyrannical. It was an uncontrollable qi of slaughter. The current Xianxia was like a killing machine that only knew how to kill. This situation is too dangerous. If we don't stop it, little Xianxia will probably lose his mind completely and become a killing maniac. Han Yan's facial expression changed. Han Yan became worried as well. They had no idea what had happened to Xianxia, but they knew that Xianxia was in a very dangerous situation. The experts of the 3 palaces turned to look at Xianxia. The change of Xianxia was too scary and made them shudder. Finally, Xianxia let out a dragon roar towards the sky. His cultivation had broken through the 8th grade Great Saint, advancing to a more terrifying level, but the tyrannical qi didn't stop. The half-step human immortal was still being devoured by him in Zulong Tower. Xianxia's blood and qi began to turn violent. His mind began to only know how to kill. If it wasn't for the edifying light, Xianxia was afraid that he would have completely fallen into the tyrannical qi. Wang Wing the instant Jiang Chen advanced to the 8th grade Great Saint, the Zulong Tower began to produce a buzzing sound. The 8th floor was fully condensed and the 9th floor appeared. Jiang Chen was using the devouring ability of the Zulong Tower to forcibly increase his cultivation. At his current level, only devouring the half-step human immortals could speed up his cultivation. So as a precaution, Jiang Chen kept all the corpses at the very beginning. However, this would make Jiang Chen more tyrannical, a wild beast and a bloodthirsty madman. Chapter 1042. No one knew what had happened to Jiang Chen. In this world, only De Huang Dog knew that Jiang Chen owned the Zulong Tower. Presently, De Huang was in a deep coma, so he couldn't pay attention to the situation on the battlefield. Jiang Chen's blood and qi were getting more and more violent. The dragon marks in his body continued to condense. Very quickly, the number of dragon marks in his body had reached 95,000, which was only 1,000 away from the 9th grade Great Saint. His combat strength continued to rise. The blood qi above his head turned into a beam of light. It was the shadow of a blood-red dragon. It was a tyrannical dragon, a dragon of slaughter. Its eyes were devoid of any emotion. Brr, brr, brr. Violent and bloodthirsty roars came out of Jiang Chen's mouth, shaking the heavens and earth. The entire battlefield was filled with a bloodthirsty emotion. Big Guardian was shocked. He had a feeling that the person standing in front of him was no longer a human, but an ancient barbaric beast, a monster that had no emotions at all. That's right. That's right. Not good. We can't let him continue to grow. Big Guardian finally felt the seriousness of the matter. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen could break through to the 8th grade Great Saint in an instant. Judging from his cultivation base, he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. If he was allowed to continue to grow, the consequences would be unimaginable. Go to hell, Jiang Chen. Big Guardian attacked decisively. His terrifying palm struck heavily on Jiang Chen's body, but in fact, it landed on the Zulong Tower. Ponglong. The Zulong Tower emitted a strong wave. Jiang Chen was sent flying a few dozen meters away. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. Traces of cracks appeared on the surface of the Zulong Tower, but these cracks quickly healed. Brr, brr. Jiang Chen was still roaring like a barbaric dragon. His roar was heart-wrenching and terrifying. He didn't even try to resist Big Guardian's attack. He just let the attack land on his body and endured the terrifying energy pressure. Damn it. Why is he still fine? Big Guardian's countenance changed. He cursed and launched another attack. Rumble. Big Guardian's continuous attacks had sent Jiang Chen flying 7 or 8 times in a short period of time. Jiang Chen was beaten to the point of vomiting blood each time, but his momentum kept rising without any pause. His injuries also recovered in an instant. After advancing to the 8th grade Great Saint, Jiang Chen was no longer the same as before. Whether it was the recovery ability of his body or the sturdiness of the Zulong Tower, both of them had multiplied. It would be extremely difficult for Big Guardian to kill Jiang Chen now. The current state of Jiang Chen was really scary. It wasn't because he was continuously attacked by Big Guardian, but because he was like a bloodthirsty beast. Compared to before, he had become a completely different person. Such a situation had filled the experts of the 3 palaces with worry. Everyone on the scene was an expert. They could see the current state of Jiang Chen and knew what kind of serious consequences it would bring to Jiang Chen. Currently, Big Guardian was really depressed. He had attacked Jiang Chen so many times, but he didn't cause any damage to Jiang Chen. Or perhaps the damage wasn't serious at all. This made Big Guardian unable to remain calm. Damn it. What happened to this bastard? How did he become like this all of a sudden? His chi is still rising. Could it be that he is going to advance to the 9th grade Great Saint? I can't let him advance any further. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even I won't be a match for him. Big Guardian cursed. His worry wasn't without reason. Immediately, he dared not show any neglect. A large black blade appeared in his hand and he lunged at Jiang Chen. He didn't want to play with fire anymore as it might put him in an irrecoverable situation. At this moment, the qi in Jiang Chen's body exploded all of a sudden. It was as if a long-suppressed qi wave had suddenly burst out. The energy that erupted was unimaginable. At this time, Xianxia had finally refined all the half-step human immortal corpses. The 9th level of the Zulong Tower had been fully condensed. His cultivation base had also reached the peak of the 8th grade Great Saint, only one step away from advancing to the 9th grade Great Saint. However, the price that such an impact had brought to Xianxia was too great. Putting aside his emotions, he was now in a completely brutal and bloodthirsty state. If it wasn't for the suppression of the edifying light, he would have completely lost his mind. Dong. The momentum of the explosion bounced Big Guardian away. Xianxia's chest heaved up and down. The anger and killing intent that he had been suppressing had reached a critical point. Dong. Xianxia's feet trembled, creating a huge hole in the void. At this moment he had completely entered into a frenzied state. Have you had enough? It's my turn now. Xianxia said to Big Guardian. His voice was hoarse. It was obvious that he was fighting with the bloodthirsty qi in his body, trying to control his mind. Xianxia roared madly. The true dragon palm tore the void apart and grabbed at Big Guardian crazily. Under such a frenzied state, Xianxia's combat strength had become stronger than before. Big Guardian was trembling with fear. He could actually feel an enormous pressure from Xianxia. This was an incomparably ridiculous thing. One should know that he was a mighty half-step human immortal, the scariest genius in Saint Origin world. It was unimaginable that he could feel an enormous pressure from an 8th grade Great Saint. In the face of the mountain-like blood-red dragon claw, Big Guardian slashed out his saber at lightning speed. It seemed like he was going to tear Xianxia's dragon claw into 2 halves from the middle. Clang. A shocking scene took place. The invincible blade stopped when it collided with the blood-red dragon claw. The scene of the dragon claw being torn apart didn't happen as Big Guardian expected. Instead, his combat weapon was gripped tightly by Xianxia, immobilizing him. The whole scene seemed to have frozen. Many of them were dumbfounded, especially Big Guardian. This move had made him feel the gap between him and Xianxia. He knew better than anyone else how powerful his attack was. No matter how powerful Xianxia was, the most he could do was to bounce him away from the intense collision. It was absolutely impossible for Xianxia to catch his combat weapon, but now it was caught by Xianxia. You can't do it anymore. Xianxia exerted his strength and snatched the saber back from Big Guardian's hand. He didn't care about the combat weapon, so he immediately threw it to the sky. Before Big Guardian could react, Xianxia's sharp claws gripped Big Guardian's shoulder. His sharp fingers pierced into Big Guardian's body, causing blood to gush out crazily. His Big Guardian shuddered. It was a heart-wrenching pain that reached deep into his soul. At this moment he finally felt a trace of fear from Xianxia. He saw Xianxia's bloodthirsty and brutal eyes. Those weren't the eyes of a human, but a merciless creature that could annihilate the world with just a glance. Chapter 1043. The scene froze. The incomparably powerful Big Guardian was firmly restrained by Xianxia's dragon claw. He couldn't move at all and was about to be torn into 2 halves by Xianxia's bare hands. The experts of Desolate Palace exclaimed. They couldn't believe that what happened today was real. Was this Xianxia still a human? From Second Guardian to Big Guardian he had continuously created miracles. Step by step he counterattacked and succeeded. Finally, he reversed the situation of certain death. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. Even when they saw it with their own eyes, it still felt like a dream. Xianxia's reversal made the 3 palaces heave a sigh of relief. They admired Xianxia from the bottom of their hearts. He was an omnipotent man, a man who was good at creating miracles. Ever since the war with Desolate Palace began, Xianxia had created countless miracles. Just as the old ancestor of Gu Palace had predicted, he was a huge variable that saved the fate of the 3 palaces. However, none of the higher-ups of the 3 palaces were happy at the moment because all of them were worried about Xianxia. Those with a little bit of eyesight could see the current state of Xianxia. The bloodthirsty and violent aura was constantly eroding Xianxia's consciousness like a scourge. Once his consciousness was completely devoured, Xianxia would truly lose himself and turn into a murderous devil. The final outcome would be extremely tragic. Putting aside their relationship with Zhou Xian, the fact that Zhou Xian had stepped forward to help them so much was enough to make him their savior. In their hearts, Zhou Xian occupied a supreme position. They didn't want to see their benefactor sink into such a state. One should know that given Zhou Xian's ability, he didn't need to participate in this war. He could totally stay out of it. Given his potential, it wasn't impossible for him to annihilate Desolate Palace once he reached the major stage of his cultivation. However, Zhou Xian didn't choose to run away. Instead, he stood in front of the three palaces and blocked the iron hooves of Desolate Palace, causing them to suffer the biggest loss in their history. It was an irreparable loss. To put it bluntly, the 100-year plan of Desolate Palace had been completely destroyed by Zhou Xian. On the battlefield, Big Guardian was completely enveloped by Zhou Xian's qi. He could feel the sharp claws of Zhou Xian penetrating deep into his shoulder, breaking his bones. It was a heart-wrenching pain that almost tore his soul apart. No, Big Guardian will never be defeated by an 8th-grade great saint. Arg. Big Guardian wasn't willing to give up. He let out a loud roar, and at the last moment he unleashed all the power in his body. Layers upon layers of energy waves were like ferocious beasts, wreaking havoc on the battlefield in a radius of a few hundred miles. The void cracked inch by inch. This kind of energy was enough to destroy everything. It was an absolutely destructive attack. However, all of this was useless under the strong suppression of Zhou Xian. Currently, Zhou Xian was in a state of deep madness. Plus, his combat strength was no longer comparable to Big Guardian's. The violent qi gave him the aura of a devil king. Under this almost solidified pressure, all of Big Guardian's counterattacks were useless. He couldn't shake Zhou Xian at all. Listen carefully. In this world, there are some people that you can't touch, and there are some words that you can't say. From the moment you attacked Big Yellow and called him an animal, your fate has been decided. Zhou Qian's reverse scale isn't something that anyone can touch. Zhou Qian said with a cold voice. Zhou Qian's merciless dragon eyes stared unblinkingly at Big Guardian. His voice was devoid of any emotion. It was so cold that it could make one fall into an ice cave. His voice was incomparably hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken for 10,000 years. His emotions had always been affected by the bloodthirsty and brutal qi. The edifying light was the only thing that kept him awake. Tila. Arg. A mournful scream resounded in the sky. Zhou Qian's terrifying dragon claws grabbed Big Guardian's shoulders and tore them apart. The sound of bones breaking and flesh separating could be heard clearly. It made people's hair stand on end. Under Zhou Qian's terrifying strength, Big Guardian was torn apart by Zhou Qian. It wasn't a sudden tearing but a slow tearing. Zhou Qian was tearing the Big Guardian apart bit by bit. It was an incomparably horrifying and bloody scene. Blood splattered all over Zhou Qian's body and face, but Zhou Qian couldn't feel anything. Arg. Big Guardian's scream was heart-wrenching. From his scream, one could hear the pain he was enduring at the moment. The pain of being torn apart by the violent energy was 100 times more painful than death by 1,000 cuts. This was probably the torture that Big Guardian wanted to use on Zhou Qian at the beginning. But now Zhou Qian used it on him. All the onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air, especially those from Desolate Palace's camp. Each and every one of them had a pale face. Some of them were already trembling in fear when they arrived at the stronghold. They looked at Zhou Qian and kept quiet out of fear. They had never seen such a cruel man before. In their hearts, Zhou Qian was no longer a human, but a bloodthirsty wild beast. He had lost all human emotions. Zhou Qian's face was covered with blood. Zhou Qian's face was covered with blood. Ha! Zhou Qian laughed wildly. Big Guardian's blood spurted on his face, turning him into a bloody devil. He had become the incarnation of slaughter and cruelty. He had gone completely insane. His whole being was immersed in the pleasure of slaughtering and killing. Only killing and blood could make him feel better. Zhou Qian, you crazy devil. You are not a human. Big Guardian roared, but it was useless. His fate had already been decided. He was destined to die in the hands of Zhou Qian, and he would die in the most miserable way. Hong Long. At this moment, a huge commotion was heard from the side of Desolate Palace once again. This time the commotion was much bigger than the previous one. A huge hole appeared in the sky above the battlefield. Cold wind blew, 5 silhouettes appeared simultaneously in the sky above the battlefield. They were 5 old men with fluttering sleeves. The pressure they exuded was enough to make people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. No one didn't kneel down and worship them. They were just standing there, but they gave people a feeling of nothingness, like the realm of immortals. That's right. All of them were human immortals, powerful human immortals. Although they were only early human immortals, they were supreme and irresistible to the mortals in Saint Origin world. They were the true superiors who could kill people with just a glance. By God! All of them are human immortals. Damn it. Zhou Xian was right. All the human immortals of Desolate Palace have yet to ascend to the immortal realm, and there are 5 of them. How are we going to fight them? It's over. All of them are finished. Zhou Xian is finished too. 5 human immortals. Even if Zhou Xian has heaven-defying means, he won't be a match for them. Damn it. Desolate Palace has such a big plan. None of their human immortals have ascended to the immortal world in the past 100 years. Human immortals are not supposed to fight in the mortal world because once they do, they will be drawn by the immortal world and ascend to the immortal world. However, Desolate Palace has imprisoned Ancestor Green Lotus and has the immortal mark that can block the laws of the immortal world. The 3 palaces were in a complete panic. The scene that they were most worried about had finally happened. Zhou Xian was right. All the human immortal experts of Desolate Palace were still here. This was an irresistible pressure. As soon as the 5 human immortal ancestors of Desolate Palace arrived, they saw the bloody scene of Zhou Xian tearing Big Tycoon apart. Their facial expression changed instantly. Not only that, as human immortals, they could tell what had happened just now through the aura of the scene. All the experts of Desolate Palace had been slaughtered by that mad dragon man. Now even Big Tycoon was no match for him and was about to die a tragic death. The 100-year plan of Desolate Palace had been completely destroyed. The painstaking efforts of the 5 ancestors had gone up in smoke. How could they bear this? Even with the self-restraint of human immortals, they couldn't help but go mad on the spot. Damn it! One of the human immortal patriarchs was furious. Little bastard, I want you to release him immediately. Bah! I'll release your grandfather. Zhou Xian didn't care who the motherfucker was. He wanted to kill Big Tycoon. Not even the heavens could save Big Tycoon from his hands. The terrifying force instantly tore Big Tycoon into pieces. At the same time, the Zulong Tower sucked in Big Tycoon's body and devoured him. Don't! Tyrant yelled from afar. As a Buddhist, he knew very well about Zhou Xian's current state. Zhou Xian had gone completely mad. If he could still maintain his sanity with the help of the edifying light, he was afraid that the last of his sanity would vanish after devouring Big Tycoon. However, Zhou Xian didn't hear Tyrant's words. Just like what Tyrant said, Zhou Xian's madness had reached its peak after devouring Big Tycoon. Even the edifying light couldn't suppress it anymore. His eyes had completely turned blood red. That was the color of cruelty. At this moment, Zhou Xian had completely lost his sanity and turned into a killing machine. The devouring of Big Tycoon had once again increased his violent energy, but because he had lost his sanity, the dragon transformation skill couldn't circulate normally. Therefore, Zhou Xian couldn't break through to the 9th grade Great Saint. His cultivation base was still at the peak of the 8th grade Great Saint. If he really advanced to the 9th grade Great Saint, he might even be able to kill a human immortal. Arg. Beast. Beast. The 100 years plan of Desolate Palace has been destroyed. This is too great a loss. I only regret that I didn't kill this brat earlier, which led to today's disaster. The human immortal patriarch yelled at the sky. During the war in Western Domain, he had deduced that Zhou Xian had gone to the devil world. Unfortunately, he didn't put Zhou Xian in his eyes at that time, which led to today's disaster. Chapter 1044. The old ancestors of Desolate Palace had gone mad, but their madness wasn't the same as Zhou Xian's madness. They were driven mad by anger. It had been 100 years of great plan. They had painstakingly nurtured geniuses for 100 years just for this day. Now their great plan was about to be completed. When Desolate Palace conquered the entire Saint Origin world, they would have nothing to yearn for anymore and would ascend to the immortal world to cultivate at a higher level. As a human immortal expert, which one of them didn't want to go to the immortal world? They wanted to cultivate in a better place and see the bigger picture. So the old ancestors of Desolate Palace didn't leave. They had been hiding for 100 years, all for this day. Their great plan was about to be completed, but someone suddenly appeared out of nowhere. All their plans were ruined by the hand of one man, Zhou Xian. The foundation of Desolate Palace and the geniuses that they had painstakingly nurtured were all dead. Not even their ashes were left. This was a heavy blow that Desolate Palace couldn't bear. Even if the old ancestors were to kill Zhou Xian and the other 3 palaces, it would take at least 100 years for Desolate Palace to regain its former glory. What was even more unacceptable was that he had already known about the existence of Zhou Xian. Desolate Emperor had specifically told him about how terrifying Zhou Xian was. Zhou Xian was the most monstrous genius in the heaven and earth who had created countless miracles. Unfortunately, he didn't care about it at all. He didn't put an unknown figure in his eyes, giving Zhou Xian the time and opportunity to grow. If he had acted decisively and sneaked into the devil world to kill Zhou Xian, there wouldn't be today's calamity and loss, and the unification of Desolate Palace would have been completed. As a matter of fact, if this was what made them regret, their confidence in the previous battle had made them feel even more regretful. The 5 of them were too confident. They didn't even bother to look at the battle in St. Origin Palace, let alone asking about it. By the time they felt that something was wrong, it was already too late. Zhou Xian had already killed all of their experts. Roar. The entire sky was filled with Zhou Qian's tyrannical dragon roar. Zhou Xian, who had completely lost his mind, had completely turned into a peerless barbaric dragon. His whole body was filled with blood-red murderous aura, extremely tyrannical. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment there was only one word left in Zhou Qian's mind: kill. Only by killing could he release the blood qi in his heart. Boundless blood qi gushed out from his body, wreaking havoc in the void. What should we do? Little Qinzi has lost herself. Han Yen clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. He had never seen Zhou Qian like this before. It was strange and terrifying. The situation was just too dangerous. He wanted to help Zhou Qian, but he found out that there was nothing he could do. He has been blinded by killing. I can't help him either. Only the great compassion mantra of Buddha sect can suppress the tyrannical aura in his body. Unfortunately, this mantra has disappeared for a long time. I'm afraid that only the ancestral master has it. Now the ancestral master has been imprisoned by the old ancestor of Desolate Palace. No one can help little Qinzi now. Tyrant's tone was full of worry and solemnity. The current Zhou Qian was no longer someone they could control and save. Even though they knew the current situation Zhou Qian was in, they couldn't help him. All they could do was to stand here and watch. It was as if their hearts were being pierced by a knife. Kill! Zhou Qian roared again. He subconsciously cast out the 5 elemental combat dragon seal and launched an attack at the human immortal old ancestor of Desolate Palace. What an arrogant kid. You don't know what's good for you. In that case, this old man will kill you. The human immortal old ancestor was also in a state of rage. Now that he saw Zhou Qian taking the initiative to attack him, he felt that it was a provocation. The human immortal old ancestor made a grabbing motion with his big hand. A wave of qi rippled out. The power of a human immortal's attack was unimaginable. However, before the attack he had to first create an extraterritorial battlefield. The toughness of this extraterritorial battlefield was even stronger than the world barrier. Otherwise, the attack of a human immortal was likely to destroy the laws of St. Origin World. Even if there was an extraterritorial battlefield, a human immortal expert couldn't attack recklessly. However, this was already very terrifying. Under the wave of the human immortal old ancestor, Zhou Qian's battle dragon was destroyed in an instant. Then the human immortal old ancestor made a grabbing motion and created an indestructible cage trapping Zhou Qian inside. Roar, roar, roar! Zhou Qian roared furiously and kept attacking, but he couldn't shake the cage at all. Wanting to get out of it was just a fantasy. However, Zhou Qian was in a state of rage right now. He only knew how to attack without caring about anything else. Killing was the only thought in his mind, and it had taken over his mind. Not good. It's over. A human immortal expert is too strong. We are not on the same level. We can't fight him at all. Zhou Qian is dead. We are all going to die. Xianxia died for us. We owe him too much even if we die. The people of the three palaces exclaimed. They could see that Xianxia was completely unable to fight back this time. This old man is going to kill you now. No, I can't let you die too easily. I want you to die without a burial place. I will extract your soul and let you suffer all kinds of torture in the world. I will let you suffer the greatest torture in the world until you die. The old ancestor's eyes were red. His hatred towards Xianxia was as vast as the ocean. Ka. As he exerted his strength, Xianxia's body began to produce cracking sounds. Dragon scales flew and blood splashed. In an instant, Xianxia had turned into a bloody man. The scene was so bloody that no one dared to look at it. As for Xianxia, he didn't seem to be aware of his own injuries. He was completely unmoved. He only knew how to attack and kill. Hold on. At this time, another human immortal old ancestor spoke. He was the true old ancestor of Desolate Palace. He was the first ancestor, and the one who was punishing and killing Xianxia was the fifth ancestor. First ancestor came to the fifth ancestor's side. His eyes were fixed on the tyrannical Xianxia and said, "Old ancestor, this brat was able to kill Great Tycoon with his 8th grade Great Saint cultivation base. Plus, he has such a terrifying transformation technique. There must be a lot of secrets in his body. Let's not kill him for the time being. We must find a way to dig out his secrets. A monstrous genius like him only appears once every 10,000 years. If we can get his secrets, it will be very beneficial to Desolate Palace." That's right. The geniuses of Desolate Palace have withered. It will take at least 100 years for them to return to their peak. This loss is irreparable. However, this brat has a lot of secrets. I have never seen a monstrous genius who could kill a half-step human immortal when he was only an 8th grade Great Saint. If we know his cultivation technique, it will be very useful to Desolate Palace. Anyway, this little bastard is going to die. Second ancestor nodded and said. Only then did fifth ancestor recover from his anger. He couldn't wait to kill Xianxia right away. However, what first and second ancestor said wasn't unreasonable. An existence like Xianxia could be considered as a miracle in Saint Origin World. In the countless years of history of Saint Origin World, there had never been such a monstrous genius. It was absolutely impossible for such an existence to have no secrets. If they could obtain Xianxia's secret, it would be absolutely beneficial to Desolate Palace. If it was before, they might not care about Xianxia's secret, but now Desolate Palace had suffered a great loss. Almost all of their geniuses and experts were killed. Under such circumstances, Xianxia's secret was particularly important to Desolate Palace. If Desolate Palace could cultivate a monstrous genius like Xianxia in the future, it would be a great fortune to them. Alright, I will now imprison this little bastard and bring him back for research. Fifth ancestor said and kept Xianxia. Then his eyes shifted to the direction of the three palaces. Everyone's face was ashen. Xianxia's fate had already been decided. They were afraid that their fates wouldn't be any better. They had resisted from the beginning and created one miracle after another, but in the end, they still couldn't avoid their tragic ending. What should we do with the people of the three palaces? Fourth ancestor said. It's too easy to kill them. Bring all of them back and make them our slaves for generations to come. Fifth ancestor's way of doing things was incomparably cruel. He raised his hand and struck out a ray of light that landed on the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation. The indestructible Grand Formation shattered in an instant. All the experts of the three palaces who were supporting the Grand Formation suffered a great shock and spurted out blood on the spot. Voila! The fifth ancestor struck once again, unleashing a storm. This storm was like a huge net, instantly covering the entire ancient palace. Every single living being within the ancient palace was caught in the storm. No one was spared. With a wave of fifth ancestor's hand, all the people in the ancient palace disappeared without a trace. They were taken away so easily. This was the terror of a human immortal expert. At this level, they had completely transcended the realm of mortals. A casual strike could destroy the heavens and earth. In front of a human immortal, everything was like an ant. No matter how powerful a half-step human immortal was, he or she would be captured on the spot. The experts of the three palaces were imprisoned. Everyone was in complete despair. They could imagine their fate. It would be 100 times worse than death. They would become the slaves of Desolate Palace. Given the hatred that Desolate Palace had for them, it was certain that they would be tortured. The earth-shattering grand formation had ended. The three palaces couldn't escape the calamity in the end. Their ending was even more miserable than Narang Palace. Zhou Xian, who had always been good at creating miracles, was also captured. If he was to be used as a research subject by the ancestors of Desolate Palace, he would only have one ending: death. Chapter 1045. Saint Origin Palace became quiet all of a sudden. The air was filled with the stench of blood. This was the first time since the establishment of Saint Origin Palace that there had been such a tragic war. None of the 8 major palaces were spared. Now 7 palaces had become empty grounds. Everyone had been subdued by Desolate Palace. On the surface, it seemed that Desolate Palace had indeed unified the entire Saint Origin world. But in order to do so, Desolate Palace had to pay a heavy price. Desolate Palace had also paid a rather heavy price. A price that Desolate Palace couldn't afford. It was completely out of their expectation. And all of this was because of one person, the monster named Zhou Xian. At this moment, there was a huge cage in the space of Desolate Palace. The experts of the 3 palaces were imprisoned here like slaves. Many of their experts had their cultivation sealed. They were beaten, scolded, and tortured by the people of Desolate Palace. Even half-step human immortals couldn't escape. Some of them couldn't stand the torture and were ready to commit suicide on the spot. Unfortunately, under the watchful eyes of the experts of Desolate Palace, they didn't even have the ability to commit suicide. Desolation and grievance were spreading among the 3 palaces. This was the sorrow of a big family. Being a slave for generations was a punishment more painful than death. Hey, the heavens want us to die. Zhou Xian is going to die. No one will be able to save our 3 palaces anymore. The end of the 3 palaces has arrived. There will be no future for us anymore. I wonder how Zhou Xian is doing now. I'm afraid that he will end up 100 times more miserable than us if he falls into the hands of those human immortals. No, Zhou Xian isn't dead yet. He may create another miracle. He will definitely be able to do it. He is a variable. There is nothing he can't do. The experts of the 3 palaces were disheartened. But there were still some who had great confidence in Zhou Xian. After all, Zhou Xian wasn't dead yet. As long as he was still alive, there was still a chance. Although they couldn't believe it, many of them had an inexplicable confidence in Zhou Xian. He won't die. He won't die even if everyone else dies, said Han Yan coldly. Han Yan said coldly. He didn't have much confidence in others, but he had more confidence in Zhou Xian than himself. At this point, only Han Yan and Tyrant still had unwavering confidence in Zhou Xian. At the same time, in the deep spatial zone of Desolate Palace, Zhou Xian was trapped in a cage made entirely of immortal qi. He had returned to his true form, but his condition had yet to fully recover. The bloodthirsty and brutal aura had completely filled him, forming a layer of blood-red cocoon around him. Roar, rumble, roars and violent attacks continued to ring out from the cage. Zhou Xian was attacking all the time. The only thing left in his mind was the concept of killing. Whoever he saw he would kill. First he would break the cage. However, this was a cage made by a human immortal expert. No matter how powerful Zhou Xian was, he wouldn't be able to break it unless he advanced to the 9th grade Great Saint. The gap between an 8th grade Great Saint and a 9th grade Great Saint was like the difference between heaven and earth. Unfortunately, Zhou Xian had lost his mind. Even his dragon transformation skill had stopped circulating. It was simply impossible for him to advance to the 9th grade Great Saint. Outside the cage, the 5 old ancestors of Desolate Palace were exerting pressure on Zhou Xian at the same time. They had fully released their divine sense and tried all kinds of means to break through the defense of Zhou Xian and explore Zhou Qian's secret. But unfortunately, they found nothing. This brat is too strange. Even with our abilities, we still can't find out his secret. Fifth ancestor said gloomily. I have the soul-seizing technique. I can go deep into his soul and explore his memory. By then I will know everything. Third ancestor said, then used the soul-seizing technique to attack Zhou Xian. A moment later he couldn't help but shake his head. Obviously he didn't find anything. How is it? The other four asked. This kid is currently in a state of insanity and has completely lost his mind. He is in a situation where he doesn't have the slightest memory, so the soul manipulation technique is useless against him unless he can immediately regain his consciousness and suppress his tyrannical aura. In that case I will be able to use the soul manipulation technique to make him submit. Third ancestor said. Impossible. I have already tried it. I don't know what kind of cultivation technique this little bastard has cultivated. The tyrannical qi in his body is too strong. I can't get rid of it. Second ancestor shook his head. This was the first time the 5 human immortals felt helpless. Zhou Qian's condition was just too strange. It was the first time they had seen something like this in their lives. If it doesn't work, just kill him. Fourth ancestor waved his hand impatiently, thinking that it was unnecessary to waste time on a madman. No, this man must have a lot of secrets. We can't just kill him. By the way, don't forget about someone. Fifth ancestor suddenly thought of a person. You mean Ancestor Green Lotus? The others also thought of the same thing. That's right. Ancestor Green Lotus is an eminent monk of Buddha sect. Rumor has it that the supreme scripture of Buddha sect is in his hands. I think he can suppress the tyrannical qi in this brat's body. Once the qi is suppressed, Zhou Xian will return to his normal state. At that time he will be at our mercy. Fifth ancestor's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. But will Ancestor Green Lotus help us? First ancestor frowned. Don't worry. Ancestor Green Lotus is a merciful man. In his heart we are his enemies. Now Zhou Xian is also our enemy. He won't just watch Zhou Xian suffer. He will definitely help him. Fifth ancestor's face was full of confidence. He knew Ancestor Green Lotus pretty well. Even if Ancestor Green Lotus wasn't willing to help Desolate Palace, he would definitely help Zhou Xian. Unfortunately, no matter how smart Fifth ancestor was, he couldn't imagine how deep the relationship between Zhou Xian and Ancestor Green Lotus was. If he knew that Zhou Xian was the greatest saint in the past and that Zhou Xian had infiltrated Desolate Palace and met Ancestor Green Lotus, he was afraid that he would slap himself on the face for having such an idea. Desolate Palace was digging their own grave by asking Ancestor Green Lotus to help Zhou Xian. However, in order to obtain the secret of Zhou Xian, they had no other choice. In the entire Saint Origin world, only Ancestor Green Lotus could remove the tyrannical qi in Zhou Xian's body. Therefore Desolate Palace had to do this. However, they would never have thought that this would bring them serious consequences. By that time it would be too late for regrets. Alright, since that's the case, we'll bring this little bastard to see Ancestor Green Lotus and have him eliminate the tyrannical aura in his body. Once he recovers, we'll begin to investigate his secrets. Chapter 1046. The sealed chamber was suddenly torn apart. Ancestor Green Lotus, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, was awakened immediately. He raised his head and saw the 5 ancestors of Desolate Palace appearing at the same time. Ancestor Green Lotus was incomparably shocked. Although he had been imprisoned for 100 years, it had always been the 5 ancestors who came to look for him. The other ancestors rarely showed up. This was the first time he saw all 5 ancestors appearing at the same time. 5 of you appearing at the same time. Seems like something big has happened. Ancestor Green Lotus took the initiative to speak, but his face was calm. He didn't show the slightest bit of fear in the face of 5 mighty human immortals. As an eminent monk, Ancestor Green Lotus's temperament was incomparable to ordinary people. Moreover, he had been imprisoned for 100 years and had long disregarded life and death. So there was no fear in this world. As a man who wasn't afraid of death, there was nothing in this world that could frighten him. Green Lotus, this man has lost his mind. His whole body is filled with tyrannical qi. He has become a mad devil who only knows how to kill. I know you must have a way to help him recover. The 5th ancestor waved his hand and released an illusory cage. Ancestor Green Lotus saw a white-robed young man roaring in the cage as he attacked frantically without stopping. Upon seeing this, Ancestor Green Lotus's facial expression changed slightly, but it wasn't obvious. He recovered in an instant. A true eminent monk should have the most basic quality of being calm in the face of danger. Although Ancestor Green Lotus looked calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. He knew the identity of Zhou Xian and the relationship between Zhou Xian and Desolate Palace. If he didn't know Zhou Xian, he would probably think that Zhou Xian was a genius disciple of Desolate Palace. The ancestor of Desolate Palace came here to seek his help, but he had seen Zhou Xian before. As enemies, the ancestor of Desolate Palace should be eager for Zhou Xian's death. But now he wanted to save Zhou Xian. There must be something fishy going on. Then Ancestor Green Lotus fixed his gaze on Zhou Xian. After sensing Zhou Xian's aura, he couldn't help but frown. How can there be such a strong chi of brutality? His whole body seems to be in a state of bloodlust. What exactly happened in Saint Origin Palace? Zhou Xian is a smart man. He would never do something that he wasn't confident about, let alone get himself into such a state. I have to ask him what exactly happened. Ancestor Green Lotus thought to himself. Now that Zhou Xian had fallen into the hands of Desolate Palace, the few old ancestors of Desolate Palace had asked him to rescue Zhou Xian. He didn't know what they were planning. If he didn't figure it out, he wouldn't act so easily. I don't know him. Moreover, he has already gone completely mad. Even if I were to intervene, I wouldn't be able to save him. Ancestor Green Lotus said calmly. Qinglian, I know that you definitely have a way to save him. You're an eminent monk of the Buddhist sect. Could it be that you're willing to watch this person sink into oblivion? The fifth ancestor said. You want me to take action? Sure, but I need to know what happened to this person. Ancestor Green Lotus asked. There's no harm in telling you. This person's name is Zhou Xian. This little bastard has ruined the 100 years plan of Desolate Palace. He has killed all the half-step human immortals and 9th-grade great saints of Desolate Palace. All the geniuses that we have cultivated for 100 years have died tragically. I have no idea what kind of terrifying cultivation technique he has cultivated. He has devoured the essence of so many experts. I'm sure that he has become like this because of the influence of the essence. The fourth ancestor said bluntly. There was no need to hide such a matter. His anger towards Zhou Xian couldn't be erased. He couldn't wait to tear Zhou Xian into pieces. They had witnessed how Zhou Xian tore Big Tycoon apart and how he was devoured by Zhou Xian. What? Ancestor Green Lotus exclaimed. The news was too shocking. His eyes couldn't help but fall upon Zhou Xian again. He saw that Zhou Xian was only a peak 8th grade great saint, but he was able to kill all the experts of Desolate Palace. He was afraid that only Zhou Xian could achieve such a feat in the entire Saint Origin world. Although he didn't see the scene with his own eyes, he could imagine the madness that must have happened. The 100 years plan of Desolate Palace was destroyed in the hands of a young man. It would be strange if these 5 old men didn't go crazy. Haha. Great. Desolate Palace has a great plan, but I have never thought that it would be destroyed in the hands of a young man. This is your retribution. Ha. Ancestor Green Lotus laughed heartily. He was genuinely happy. It was impossible for him to have no hatred towards Desolate Palace after being imprisoned for 100 years. The 5 old ancestors weren't surprised by Ancestor Green Lotus's reaction. If they were in Ancestor Green Lotus's position, they would be even happier. Green Lotus, cut the crap. Hurry up and do it. Fifth ancestor said impatiently. This man has killed so many people of Desolate Palace, but all of you are here to save him. This clearly shows that you are up to no good. I'm afraid that he will only end up more miserable in your hands. In that case, why should I save him? Ancestor Green Lotus said. He wasn't a fool. He had already guessed the purpose of the 5 old ancestors. Desolate Palace had lost so many geniuses. It would take at least 100 years for them to recover. As for Zhou Xian's monstrous talent, the secrets of his body had become the object of their research. However, due to Zhou Xian's current condition, it wasn't possible for them to study his secrets. That was why they came to him. This was the most reasonable explanation given Ancestor Green Lotus's wisdom. Green Lotus, you have been imprisoned by us for 100 years. Don't you yearn for freedom? We promise you that as long as you save this brat, we will grant you freedom. Fifth ancestor said. Are you serious? Ancestor Green Lotus pretended to be surprised. As a matter of fact, he knew better than anyone that Desolate Palace wouldn't let him go, even if they obtained the immortal mark. However, he had to find an excuse to cure Xianxia so that the 5 ancestors wouldn't be able to find anything wrong with it. Ancestor Green Lotus pretended to be surprised. That's right. Do it. First ancestor said. In that case I will help him. This man is suffering great pain all the time in his current condition. Buddha is merciful. Let me help him. Chapter 1047. Ancestor Green Lotus was a shrewd man. The situation in front of him was obvious. If he wanted to change his fate, Xianxia's fate, and even the fate of the entire Saint Origin world, the only person he could rely on was Xianxia. It had been 100 years since he accidentally obtained the Immortal mark. Unfortunately, he couldn't obtain the recognition of the Immortal mark, so he couldn't refine it. As for whether Xianxia could refine the Immortal mark or not, Ancestor Green Lotus didn't know. However, it was obvious that Xianxia's fortune and luck were much better than his. Therefore, there was still a chance for Xianxia to refine the Immortal mark. Given the current situation, Xianxia had to refine the Immortal mark to improve his cultivation base so that he could fight against the 5 old ancestors of Desolate Palace. If he succeeded, everything would be fine, but if he failed, everything would be over. This was a huge gamble. From this aspect, Ancestor Green Lotus was a ruthless man. There were some things that couldn't be hesitated. Even if he didn't know the outcome, he shouldn't be afraid of the slightest thing. Otherwise, he might lose everything. Inside the cell, Xianxia was still attacking crazily. The killing intent and bloodthirsty qi on his body was getting stronger and stronger. Ancestor Green Lotus began to worry when he saw this. Xianxia's condition was getting worse. If he didn't lend a hand in time, everything would be over once the bloodthirsty qi penetrated deep into his soul. At that time, even the great compassion mantra of Buddha sect wouldn't be able to save him. Green Lotus, don't waste time. Hurry up and help him. 5th ancestor urged. He wasn't nervous at all about letting Ancestor Green Lotus save Xianxia. After all, their cultivation base was too strong. They didn't put Ancestor Green Lotus and Xianxia in their eyes at all. Even if Ancestor Green Lotus wanted to do something, it would be impossible. It's been a long time since I made a move. Ancestor Green Lotus slowly stood up from the ground. In the blink of an eye, his body was filled with golden light. It was the purest Buddhist light in the world, without any impurities. Ancestor Green Lotus was old and swaying as he walked. He looked extremely weak, but his eyes were bright and full of vigor. In the eyes of the 5 old ancestors of Desolate Palace, Ancestor Green Lotus had lost his immortal soul and was now a half-crippled man. He had lost the brilliance he once had, turning from a young man to an old man. Put me in. Ancestor Green Lotus said. No, he will kill you. 5th ancestor denied it immediately. Although Xianxia was in a brutal state and had lost his mind, his combat strength and offensive power hadn't weakened at all. Xianxia, who was a peak 8th grade great saint, was already an invincible existence below the human immortal realm. Given Ancestor Green Lotus's current condition, he was afraid that he would be torn to pieces if he were to fight with Xianxia. It doesn't matter. I have my ways. Otherwise, I won't be able to cure him. Ancestor Green Lotus said. Just put me in. This is a secret technique of Buddha sect. You are not allowed to use your divine sense to check it. If I find out that you are using your divine sense to check, I will stop saving him immediately. Right, let him in. 1st ancestor said. Since Ancestor Green Lotus said so, he must have some means. One should know that no one in this world would joke around with their own life. As a matter of fact, Ancestor Green Lotus's purpose was to insert the immortal mark into Xianxia's body without alerting the 5 of them. The 5 old ancestors had been studying the immortal mark for 100 years. Once he released it, they would immediately notice it. At that time, he was afraid that the immortal mark would be snatched away by the 5 human immortals before it could be inserted into Xianxia's body. As for the great compassion mantra of Buddha sect, it was an extremely profound secret technique that not everyone could cultivate. It was extremely profound and difficult to understand. Even if the mantra was told to the 5 old ancestors, they wouldn't be able to cultivate it. Tila. 5th ancestor waved his hand and tore a hole in the cage. After putting Ancestor Green Lotus in, he closed the cage. They retracted their divine sense and watched the situation inside without blinking. The moment Ancestor Green Lotus entered the cage, Xianxia attacked Ancestor Green Lotus like a madman. Ancestor Green Lotus reacted very quickly. At this moment he was no longer an old man. His body glowed with endless vitality. He immediately shouted at Xianxia, "Bang!" A huge golden character rushed out and branded itself on Xianxia's glabella. It looked like a dazzling golden talisman. It was a talisman of Buddha sect that contained the most profound knowledge of Buddha sect. When this technique was used by Ancestor Green Lotus, the effect was completely different. That's right. Xianxia, who'd been on a rampage, froze on the spot as if he'd received a heavy blow. Ancestor Green Lotus exclaimed in surprise. He couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Although his shout just now could temporarily help Xianxia, it definitely wouldn't have such a good effect. However, Ancestor Green Lotus immediately understood what was going on. Ah, what a coincidence. I didn't expect him to have learned the edifying light. The edifying light of Buddha sect was originally extracted from the Great Compassion Mantra. In Xianxia's body, the edifying light will have a certain resonance with my Great Compassion Mantra. That's why it has such a good effect. It's really great. Ancestor Green Lotus was overjoyed. Since there was the edifying light in Xianxia's body, everything would be easy. Pelujie di Shuo Luo Yi. Ancestor Green Lotus put his palms together and kept spitting out lines of mystical Sanskrit. An extremely abstruse incantation filled the entire cage. The Sanskrit fluttered in the sky like divine birds, then drilled into Xianxia's body, making him look extremely mystical. Ancestor Green Lotus suddenly stretched out his palm and patted on the top of Xianxia's head. The powerful Buddha nature began to drill into Xianxia's body. In just half a minute, Xianxia had regained some of his consciousness. He had recovered a little from the bloodthirsty and brutal state he had been in just now. Xianxia's eyes regained a trace of clarity and he immediately noticed the scene in front of him. Green Lotus. Xianxia sent out a divine thought. Don't talk. I'm now operating the Great Compassion Mantra to help you clear the violent aura in your body. The 5 old guys outside are watching. Listen, I'm going to insert the Immortal mark into your body now. Try to refine it. This is our last chance. As long as you can refine the Immortal mark, your cultivation will skyrocket immediately. By then, I'm afraid even Immortals won't be a match for you. Moreover, if you refine the Immortal mark, you'll be able to truly control it. By then you can make these 5 guys lose the protection of the Immortal mark and let them ascend immediately. Ancestor Green Lotus's divine thought was transmitted to Xianxia's mind. Come on, all of this is within my plan. If it wasn't because of your existence, I wouldn't have been so reckless to devour those corpses. An obscure smile appeared on the corner of Xianxia's mouth. Xianxia was too shrewd. The scene in front of him was within his expectations. Although it might not be realized, he did it in the past. A man always had to gamble a few times in his life, and it seemed that he had made the right bet. Okay, I'm going to insert the Immortal mark into your body now. Try to refine it. While refining the Immortal mark, I'll help you clear the violent aura in your body. The 5 guys outside have agreed to my conditions and won't use their divine thoughts to check. We'll do all of this in front of them. Once we succeed, they'll regret it. Ancestor Green Lotus continued to transmit his voice. At this time, everything was ready. The next step was to see if Xianxia could really refine the Immortal mark. Humph. If I can refine the Immortal mark, I definitely won't give them the chance to ascend. Xianxia snorted coldly. How could there be such a good thing as collecting the Immortal mark and letting the 5 guys ascend? If Xianxia succeeded, he would definitely not give them the chance to ascend. At that time he would help the 5 old guys deceive the heaven's secret and kill them all. Buzz. Ancestor Green Lotus continued to activate the Great Compassion Mantra. The Buddha's light shone and Xianxia's state was constantly changing. The violent aura in his body was obviously reducing. Seeing this, the 5 ancestors outside also revealed a look of surprise. It seemed that they had found the right person to ask Ancestor Green Lotus for help this time. A white light shot out from Ancestor Green Lotus's palm. However, because Ancestor Green Lotus's palm was placed between Xianxia's eyebrows, the 5 ancestors outside did not notice it at all. That transparent light was the Immortal mark. After entering Xianxia's body, Jiang Chen's body could not help but tremble. After the immortal mark entered his body, the dragon transformation skill also started to operate crazily. Jiang Chen's whole body seemed to be beginning to sublimate. Jiang Chen used the dragon transformation skill to wrap the immortal mark, wanting to refine it completely. However, the immortal mark was an object of the immortal world. It represented the law of the immortal world and was incomparably firm. It was too difficult to refine it. However, Jiang Chen did not give up. He was not a person who would give up easily. Moreover, this was their last chance. They must not fail. Once they failed, what awaited them would be eternal damnation. The immortal mark is a high-level existence. Only an existence of a higher level can suppress it. My dragon transformation skill is definitely of a higher level than the immortal mark. Suppress it for me. Jiang Chen made up his mind. He was incomparably confident in the dragon transformation skill. Brr. Suddenly, a dull dragon roar resounded from the depths of Jiang Chen's soul. It was the roar of an ancient dragon, the ancestral dragon. Only Jiang Chen could hear it. Jiang Chen saw an ancient ancestral dragon rushing out from the depths of his soul. It was an illusory dragon, but in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was incomparably real. This was the second time that Jiang Chen saw the ancestral dragon. It was filled with a sacred aura, inviolable and the only one in the world. The ancestral dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the immortal mark in one gulp. Then the ancestral dragon disappeared. The immortal mark was completely subdued and fused with the breath of Jiang Chen's soul, achieving a kind of resonance. Endless immortal qi overflowed from the immortal mark and spread to every part of Jiang Chen's body. Chapter 1048. The feeling of being flushed by the immortal mark made Jiang Chen feel very comfortable. Immediately he let out a long roar. It was a great stimulation. Jiang Chen began to refine the immortal mark. The immortal mark was the supreme existence in the immortal world. It represented the supreme law of the immortal world. The law of the immortal world and the law of the lower world were two completely different concepts. If Jiang Chen could completely refine the immortal mark and integrate it into his body, the benefits he would get would be unimaginable. However, in the eyes of the five ancestors, it was just a resistance from Ancestor Green Lotus who was suppressing the tyrannical qi in Jiang Chen's body. They didn't have any other thoughts about it. In the five ancestors' point of view, this was a necessary process to suppress or eliminate the tyrannical qi in Jiang Chen's body. They felt that Ancestor Green Lotus was very capable. As the most powerful eminent monk of Buddha sect, he certainly deserved his reputation. As the immortal mark continued to be refined, new dragon marks began to form in his body. Jiang Chen's qi skyrocketed instantly. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of 8th grade Great Saint. Although it was extremely difficult to advance from 8th grade Great Saint to 9th grade Great Saint, Jiang Chen had a strong foundation. Now that he had the help of the immortal mark, plus the fact that he was already a peak 9th grade Great Saint in his previous life, he didn't have any bottlenecks. Therefore, it was very normal for him to advance to 9th grade Great Saint. Jiang Chen, don't panic. Suppress the energy in your body and don't break through to 9th grade Great Saint for the time being. Ancestor Green Lotus hastily transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. I understand. Jiang Chen replied. He knew all too well how dangerous the current situation was. The 5 old men outside were all true human immortal experts. They were exceptionally powerful, especially the first ancestor who had already reached the peak of early human immortal realm. As long as such a figure entered the immortal world and obtained the resources there, he would immediately advance to the intermediate human immortal realm. To deal with the 5 ancestors of Desolate Palace, Jiang Chen's advancement to 9th grade Great Saint was certainly not enough, but the immortal mark was incomparably terrifying. It could push Jiang Chen's cultivation base to the peak of 9th grade Great Saint. At that time, killing an early human immortal expert would be a piece of cake. However, if Jiang Chen broke through to the 9th grade Great Saint now, the 5 human immortal ancestors would sense it and stop him immediately. So he had to temporarily suppress the energy in his body and delay the process of breaking through to the 9th grade Great Saint. After refining the immortal mark, he would break through to the peak of the 9th grade Great Saint in one fell swoop. At that time, Zhou Xian would be able to launch the ultimate counterattack, not giving the 5 human immortals any chance. The history of the Saint Origin world would be completely rewritten. Buzz buzz buzz, Zhou Qian's body buzzed. He was undergoing the greatest transformation. The immortal mark had brought him endless benefits. At the same time, he had used the edifying light and the great compassion mantra of Ancestor Green Lotus to eliminate most of the violent qi in his body. It would take him at most a minute to completely remove it. Very soon, the violent qi in Zhou Qian's body was completely eliminated. Zhou Qian had completely recovered, but he still appeared to be in a half-mad state, giving the 5 human immortals an illusion that he was still in the process of refining the immortal mark. According to the current speed of refining the immortal mark, it would take another half an hour, but to the 5 human immortals half an hour was nothing. They could even wait for 3 days. They were very interested in the secret in Zhou Qian's body. As long as Ancestor Green Lotus could wake Zhou Qian up, it would be a great success. Wing, the trembling became more and more intense. It was no longer the violent qi that was causing trouble but the immortal mark. The immortal mark had brought too much energy to Zhou Qian. It had reached the point where he couldn't suppress it any longer. He had to break through to the 9th grade Great Saint immediately. The dragon transformation skill was getting more and more terrifying. The time taken to refine the immortal mark was shorter than Zhou Qian's expectation. It only took him 20 minutes to completely refine it. The moment the immortal mark was completely refined, a vast energy surged out of Zhou Qian's body like a storm, sweeping across the entire prison. Roar! Zhou Qian let out another dragon roar. The boundless energy in his body began to transform into 96,000 dragon marks. Bang! When the number of dragon marks reached 96,000, Zhou Qian successfully advanced to the 9th grade Great Saint, but this wasn't the end. The energy was too huge and the number of dragon marks was forming too fast. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of dragon marks had been formed. According to what Zhou Qian said when he first obtained the dragon transformation skill, 100,000 dragon marks would allow him to transform into a dragon and soar into the sky, which was the human immortal realm. Zhou Qian was now a 9th grade Great Saint. He was only 4,000 dragon marks away from 100,000 dragon marks, which was the number needed to advance to the human immortal realm. However, Zhou Qian had a feeling that 100,000 dragon marks was far from the end of the dragon transformation skill. Perhaps it was just a starting point. When he really completed 100,000 dragon marks and transformed into a dragon and soared into the sky, he would usher in a brand new level of the dragon transformation skill. In just a blink of an eye, 1,000 dragon marks were formed. Ka-ka. The indestructible prison began to shake violently, as if it couldn't bear the energy in Zhou Qian's body. Cracking sounds were heard and cracks appeared on the surface of the prison, as if it would explode at any time. What's going on? 5th Ancestor's face turned pale with fright. He had a feeling that he was losing control of the prison. Not good. Stop them quickly. Bastard. I don't know what kind of method Green Lotus has used to allow this brat to advance to the 9th grade Great Saint. Suppress him immediately. We can't let him continue to grow or else we will lose our chance. 1st Ancestor's facial expression changed dramatically. The change was too fast and too sudden. They weren't prepared for it at all. Unfortunately, during the time they reacted, the number of dragon marks in Zhou Qian's body had reached a terrifying 99,000. At this time, Zhou Qian's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th grade Great Saint. He was only a step away from the human immortal realm. How can it be so fast? The expressions of the 5 patriarchs changed drastically. Without any hesitation, all of them attacked at the same time, unleashing powerful restrictions toward the prison. Unfortunately, everything was over. From the moment they made the decision to let Zhou Qian meet Ancestor Green Lotus, this tragic ending was destined. The 5 human immortal ancestors were destined to be fools. Zhou Qian went completely berserk. His body exploded with a loud bang, casting his dragon form on the spot. Then he tore a hole in the ancestral dragon pagoda. Green Lotus, come in quickly. Zhou Qian roared at Ancestor Green Lotus. Without any hesitation, Ancestor Green Lotus rushed into the Zulong Tower. Honglong. The moment Ancestor Green Lotus entered the Zulong Tower, The violent energy tore the prison apart and shattered it on the spot. At this time, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had soared to a terrifying 99,500. There were only 500 left to reach the 100,000 mark. Deng deng deng. The 5 human immortal ancestors suffered a tremendous backlash when the prison was broken. They took a few steps back before they could regain their balance. At this time their faces were filled with astonishment. They looked at Jiang Chen as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't remember how many years it had been since they were so shocked. Even if Jiang Chen had advanced to the 9th grade Great Saint, it was still too terrifying. A mere 9th grade Great Saint was able to force the 5 of them back. What kind of monstrous genius was he? Haha. 5 old bastards of desolate palace, I'm going to settle the score with you. Jiang Chen clawed at the deep layer of the spatial zone, tearing it apart. A huge hole was blasted out in the void above Desolate Palace. Not only that, all the spatial zones in Desolate Palace were shattered by Jiang Chen's energy. Everyone in Desolate Palace appeared at the same time. The people of Desolate Palace, Gu Palace and Demon Palace were all imprisoned. Now that the spatial zone was shattered, all of them appeared in the sky above Desolate Palace. Everyone was horrified, not knowing what was happening. They looked up at the sky and saw an overbearing blood-red dragon man. Standing around him were the 5 human immortal ancestors of Desolate Palace. By God! What happened? Look, that's Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen isn't dead. He's still alive. Have you all seen his qi? His cultivation base has reached the peak of 9th grade Great Saint, which is even scarier than a human immortal. Miracle. He has created another miracle. Monstrous genius. I have never thought that there would be such a great turnaround. I wonder if Jiang Chen can deal with the 5 human immortal experts and turn the situation around. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, whether it was their enemies or allies, all of them had their mouths wide open. Who would have thought that there would be such a huge reversal at the last moment? No one knew what had happened to Jiang Chen because it wasn't important. The ending was the most important. The 3 palaces that had lost all hope once again saw the light of hope. I knew it. This kid won't die so easily. Han Yen chuckled. His heart that was hanging in the air was finally at ease. High up in the sky, the human immortal old ancestors of Desolate Palace were still in shock. They had no idea what had happened to Jiang Chen. They had only asked Ancestor Green Lotus to help Jiang Chen suppress the tyrannical qi in his body. How did he become so powerful in a blink of an eye? Jiang Chen, tell us what happened. Fifth ancestor asked. You 5 idiots. Let me tell you, this is all part of my plan. I've known Green Lotus for a long time. Ancestor Green Lotus put the immortal mark that you've been longing for 100 years into my body. I've already completely refined the immortal mark. Don't think that you can ascend just because you don't have the immortal mark. That's impossible. I've already used the immortal mark to deceive the heavens will hear. Chapter 1049. What? After listening to Jiang Chen's words, the 5 ancestors exclaimed. Their facial expression turned incomparably unpleasant. Given their wisdom, they naturally knew that Jiang Chen wasn't lying. As a matter of fact, this was the only explanation for the current situation. Even if Jiang Chen was a monstrous genius, it was absolutely impossible for him to advance to the peak of the 9th grade Great Saint in such a short period of time. But the immortal mark could do it. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. You can actually refine the immortal mark? 5th ancestor's tone had changed. Apart from anger, there was also a trace of regret. That's right. A voice sounded. Then an old and decrepit monk appeared out of thin air. It was Ancestor Green Lotus. Ancestor Green Lotus walked out of the ancestral dragon pagoda and looked at the world outside. He couldn't help but sigh. After 100 years he was finally out. Ancestral Master. Tyrant, who was imprisoned below, saw Ancestor Green Lotus and immediately called out. This old monk in front of him was very different from the statue on Green Lotus Mountain, but they had the same charm. Therefore Tyrant could tell that this was Ancestor Green Lotus, his ancestral master. Green Lotus, how dare you scheme against us? 5th ancestor said furiously. Amit Ba. Ancestor Green Lotus put his palms together. He did not answer the fifth ancestor. At this moment his condition began to change dramatically. The surface of his body was full of golden light. His body, which was already in its twilight years, began to rapidly glow with vitality. Old Ancestor Green Lotus's appearance began to change. In a very short time he turned from an old man into a middle-aged eminent monk. His body was majestic and his eyes were shining brightly. His cultivation base was already at the peak of half-step human immortal. Given a few days he could directly ascend to the immortal world and become a true human immortal expert. I didn't expect Ancestral Master to be so handsome. Tyrant was overjoyed. When he saw Ancestor Green Lotus just now he felt extremely distressed. Back then the eminent monk of Buddhism had been imprisoned for 100 years. He seemed to have lost all of his former glory and became an old man who was about to reach nirvana. But now Ancestor Green Lotus's instantaneous change was shocking. Qinglian, I didn't expect you to have been hiding all these years. However, I don't know. Your immortal spirit is already broken. How did you cultivate? First ancestor asked. In fact, all these years they had been treating Ancestor Green Lotus as a half-cripple. They didn't take him seriously at all. They only kept him alive because of the immortal mark in his hand. They didn't expect that Ancestor Green Lotus had not been idle all these years. His cultivation base had already recovered. If he hadn't been imprisoned he would have already reached the human immortal realm. This old monk's means is not something you can understand. The biggest mistake you made was letting me treat Zhou Xian, giving this old monk a chance to live. Old Ancestor Green Lotus said sarcastically. At this point there was no need for him to hide anymore. Impossible. The immortal mark is formed by the laws of the immortal world. It's not that easy to refine. Fifth ancestor still couldn't believe it. In this world there are always some things that can't be judged with common sense. Some people can always create miracles. Zhou Xian is a person with great luck. Only he can refine the immortal mark. This old monk was just taking a gamble. Facts have proven that this old monk was right. Old Ancestor Green Lotus said with a smile. His eyes were very sharp. Zhou Xian was able to survive his previous life and obtain a new life. It was enough to show that he was a person with great luck. In the entire Saint Origin world, if Zhou Xian couldn't refine the immortal mark, then no one else could. It was a huge gamble, but the result was very good. How is it? Are you regretting it now? Zhou Xian shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. These words were like a sharp thorn that pierced into the hearts of the 5 old ancestors. They were so angry that they wanted to spurt out a mouthful of blood. They would be lying if they said that they didn't regret it. Especially the 5th ancestor. He was the one who came up with this rotten idea. They wanted to pry into Zhou Qian's secret, but they didn't expect that they would end up helping Zhou Qian and old Ancestor Green Lotus. Instead they helped Zhou Qian reverse the situation. This feeling of being caught in a cocoon of their own making made the 5 old ancestors extremely sullen. Ah, Zhou Qian, we have indeed overreached ourselves. But don't be too complacent. Do you think that you can deal with us with your current strength? This is ridiculous. You don't know how powerful a human immortal is. That is a true immortal. No matter how strong you are, you won't be a match for a human immortal. You have refined the immortal mark, but you don't use it. That is equivalent to courting death. 5th ancestor laughed loudly. Even though Zhou Qian had become incomparably strong, he still didn't care. After all, he was a mighty human immortal. How could he put a 9th grade great saint in his eyes? In his opinion, no matter how strong a 9th grade great saint was, he wouldn't be a match for a human immortal. Old man, cut the crap. I only need 1 strike to kill you. A human immortal is just an ant in front of me. Now I am using the immortal mark to deceive the heavens, not giving you the chance to ascend. All 5 of you will die today. None of you will be able to escape. Zhou Qian's qi was overwhelming. He wouldn't let the 5 old ancestors of Desolate Palace go. Given his current strength, an early human immortal expert was no longer a match for him. Green Lotus, you go down there and save the people, then control Desolate Palace. I will deal with these 5 old men. Zhou Qian said to Ancestor Green Lotus. All right. Ancestor Green Lotus disappeared in a flash. In the next moment he arrived at the place where the 3 palaces were imprisoned and removed the seals on all of them. The experts of the 3 palaces suddenly became as ferocious as wolves and tigers. Except for the 5 old ancestors, all of the experts of Desolate Palace had been killed by Zhou Xian. Now they were no match for the 3 palaces, not to mention the terrifying ancestor Green Lotus. However, the 3 palaces didn't attack Desolate Palace directly. Instead, they looked up at the sky, paying close attention to the battle between Zhou Xian and the 5 old ancestors. The experts of the 3 palaces weren't fools. They knew that the final outcome would still be decided by Zhou Xian. If Zhou Xian could kill the 5 old ancestors, Desolate Palace would be completely finished. If Zhou Xian wasn't a match for the 5 old ancestors and was killed by them instead, the fate of the 3 palaces wouldn't change. Do you all think that Zhou Xian can kill the 5 old ancestors? They are human immortals after all. Don't worry. I have full confidence in Zhou Xian. He has created too many miracles. Given his current cultivation base, it shouldn't be a problem for him to kill the 5 old ancestors. The fate of our 3 palaces is now in the hands of Zhou Xian. If he can kill those human immortals with his current cultivation base, he will become the #1 expert in Saint Origin World and become a part of history. Chapter 1050. In the sky above, the 5 ancestors of Desolate Palace had conjured a solid battlefield. Zhou Xian had used the Immortal Mark to conceal the heavenly secret, denying them the chance to ascend to the Immortal World. If he kept the Immortal Mark now, the 5 human immortals would immediately be summoned by the law of the Immortal World and ascend to the Immortal World. The atmosphere in the extraterritorial battlefield was tense. The 5 human immortal old ancestors locked the chi of Zhou Xian. Their hatred for Zhou Xian was indescribable. At this time, the only thing they wanted to do was to kill Zhou Xian. As for the secret of Zhou Xian, they didn't care about it anymore. Come on, let me see how powerful a human immortal is. Zhou Qian's chi was tremendous. His whole body was filled with boundless combat intent. Fighting against a human immortal was an incomparably exciting and satisfying thing. Let me test him. He's just a mortal. Even if he has advanced to the 9th grade great saint, how powerful can he be? 5th ancestor was the first to move. His body flashed and appeared in front of Zhou Xian. He tore the void with his bare hands, sending boundless golden chi waves at Zhou Xian. It was a golden storm with strong immortal wind. Each of the waves was like a sharp blade that could cut the void, let alone a human. A human immortal is only SOSO. Your attack is just a flowery fist without substance in front of me. Without saying a word, Zhou Xian struck out the true dragon palm. A giant dragon claw appeared in the sky and clawed towards the front. The storm unleashed by the 5th ancestor was instantly torn apart and destroyed. Zhou Xian didn't say anything. Zoosh. Zhou Qian's attacks were earth-shattering. The flaming wings on his back fluttered, and he appeared in front of the 5th ancestor like a ghost. He waved his hand and struck out the golden dragon seal. Violent golden dragons roared and rushed out. 3 golden dragons surrounded the 5th ancestor from 3 different directions. The 5th ancestor was completely surrounded. Incredible. 5th ancestor's facial expression changed dramatically. Before he fought with Zhou Xian, he had never thought that a 9th grade great saint could be this powerful. Just one move from Zhou Xian had brought him tremendous pressure. Heavenly Tyrant Palm. The 5th ancestor let out a loud roar and unleashed a terrifying combat skill. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with golden handprints. Each of these handprints was as big as a house. They were flying everywhere, trying to destroy the golden dragon that Zhou Xian had unleashed. Boom. Unfortunately, the 5 ancestors had underestimated the power of the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. The golden dragon seal was the most powerful seal among the 5 elemental combat dragon seals. Given Zhou Qian's current cultivation, ordinary early human immortal experts were no match for him. Rumble. The Heaven Tyrant Palm collided with the golden dragon seal. The golden dragon was too strong. The golden hands couldn't do any damage to the golden dragon. Roar roar. The golden dragon's attack power did not diminish. After destroying the 5th ancestor's heaven-dominating palm, it struck the 5th ancestor directly. That powerful attack was enough to tear everything apart. Even the powerful 5th ancestor let out a miserable scream. After the 3 golden dragons disappeared, the 5th ancestor looked very miserable. His body was covered in blood and his aura was extremely weak. He was no longer the same as when he was at his peak. Not good. 5th brother. The other 4 ancestors exclaimed. The 1st ancestor was the strongest among them. He was the first to attack Zhou Xian, wanting to save the 5th ancestor. They had underestimated Zhou Xian's combat strength. The 5th ancestor was no match for Zhou Xian. If they didn't save the 5th ancestor, they would be killed by Zhou Xian in the next moment. Humph. You want to save the 5th ancestor from my hands? You don't have the ability to do so. Zhou Xian harumphed coldly. The heavenly saint's sword appeared in his hand. Immediately he slashed out with extreme speed. Even if the 1st ancestor was standing in front of him, he wouldn't be able to save the 5th ancestor. Not only that, the 1st ancestor himself might not be able to block this attack from Zhou Xian. Puchi. The 5th ancestor let out one last scream as his body was cleaved into 2 by Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian flicked his sword and picked out a golden immortal essence from the 5th ancestor's body. Immortal essence was a good item. Zhou Xian had no use for it, but De Huang Dog could. At that moment, De Huang Dog was in a coma and it would be extremely difficult for him to wake up. If he could obtain the immortal essence from the 5th ancestor, it would be much better. Be starred. The 1st ancestor didn't have the time to save the 5th ancestor. He swore furiously and sent out an immortal light at Zhou Xian. However, it was easily shattered by Zhou Xian. Even though he was a peak early-stage human immortal expert, he was still no match for Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian is too scary. That's a human immortal. My god. He was killed by a single slash. I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. Amazing. This is an earth-shattering battle. Zhou Xian has once again created a miracle. An early human immortal is no longer a match for him. Not even the mighty 1st ancestor is a match for Zhou Xian. Desolate Palace is finished this time. Great. This is great. Our 3 palaces are finally saved. The history of Saint Origin World is going to be rewritten. Seeing the 5th ancestor being killed and the 1st ancestor being forced back, the experts of the 3 palaces cheered. Such a scene was exactly what they had been dreaming of. They had never thought that it would come true. On the contrary, the experts of Desolate Palace were completely disheartened. They had experienced too many ups and downs in the past few days. Now their nerves had become numb. 4 of you attack together. Don't waste time. Zhou Xian pointed his sword at the 4 of them. The heavenly secret had been concealed. The 4 old ancestors had no chance of ascending to the immortal realm. The only thing they could do now was to fight to the death with Zhou Xian. If they lost, they would end up like the 5th ancestor. This kid is very powerful. He has completely grown up. Everyone be careful. We may have a glimmer of hope if we attack together. 1st ancestor said solemnly. The collision with Zhou Xian had allowed him to witness Zhou Qian's strength. Given their current strength, unless the 4 of them joined forces, they would have no chance of surviving. Even he, a peak early human immortal expert, didn't have the slightest confidence in defeating Zhou Xian. Hong Hong. The 4 old ancestors of Desolate Palace were infuriated. Zhou Xian unleashed his qi to the maximum and a powerful combat weapon appeared in his hand. Their weapons were refined with immortal qi, which made them incomparable to ordinary great saint weapons. The lethality they could unleash was extremely powerful. Great saint weapons. However, this kind of power was only in the eyes of others. It didn't exist in Zhou Qian's eyes. The heavenly saint sword that had reached the perfection stage could be called the #1 combat weapon in Saint Origin World. Could even fight against a true immortal weapon. Swoosh. Before the 4 old ancestors could attack, Zhou Xian was the first to move. His speed was too fast. With the help of the spatial shift and the flaming wings, he could appear in different places at any time. This time his target was the 4 ancestors. Chapter 1051. Zhou Qian's movement was so fast that 1st ancestor's reaction was slow. Zhou Qian had already appeared not far away from 4th ancestor. The other 3 felt that there was no chance for them to rescue 4th ancestor. Be careful, fourth ancestor. First ancestor cried out in alarm and warned. However, this kind of warning didn't have the slightest effect. The heavenly saint sword let out a sharp whistling sound, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the fourth ancestor. The terrifying sword light interweaved into a sword net, instantly sealing the fourth ancestor inside the cage created by the heavenly saint's sword. The fourth ancestor yelled. He was, after all, an early human immortal expert and had great confidence in himself. He wouldn't be frightened by a ninth-grade great saint. He channeled all the energy in his body into the combat weapon in his hand and charged at Zhou Xian's heavenly saint sword. Clang! The two terrifying super weapons collided with each other, instantly creating a large amount of sparks. The void was crushed and shattered, instantly turning into a chaotic space. Arg! The fourth ancestor let out a blood-curdling shriek. The combat weapon in his hand flew away, and one of his arms was shattered, turning into a mist of blood. His combat strength was greatly reduced. The fourth ancestor was terrified on the spot. If he didn't fight Zhou Xian, he would never understand how terrifying Zhou Xian was. At this moment he finally understood how the fifth ancestor died, and a strong sense of fear emerged in his heart. It was the chi of death in chi that he had never felt before. Humph! You will die together with him. Zhou Xian harumphed coldly. Without giving the fourth ancestor any time to react, he swung the heavenly saint sword once again. Outside the range of Zhou Xian's sword, the fourth ancestor didn't even have the chance to escape. He was slashed into half by Zhou Xian's sword and died miserably. Even the immortal soul couldn't escape from Zhou Xian's fate, and was stored away by Zhou Xian. Fourth ancestor was killed in a blink of an eye. The scene was too shocking. All the onlookers were frightened. To them such a scene was like a dream. They wouldn't even dare to imagine such a scene. Those were human immortals, true immortals. In many people's hearts they were like gods. But now they were killed by Zhou Xian as easily as slaughtering dogs. He has completely surpassed his previous life. The fifth ancestor of Desolate Palace is going to die today. Ancestor Green Lotus's mouth curved into a smile. He knew Zhou Xian very well. In his previous life, Zhou Xian was already a dazzling star, the greatest saint under the heavens, the #1 existence in Saint Origin world. Now Zhou Xian had completely surpassed his previous life and reached a new peak. With just a 9th-grade great saint he could kill mortal immortals at will. After killing 5th ancestor and 4th ancestor, the remaining 3 old ancestors of Desolate Palace were completely terrified. Even the peak early human immortal 1st ancestor was trembling in fear. We can't resist this man anymore. We have to escape immediately. Once we are out of Saint Origin Palace and beyond the range of the immortal mark, we will ascend to the immortal world. First ancestor made a prompt decision and said to second ancestor and third ancestor. Judging from the way Zhou Xian killed 4th and 5th ancestor, he was no longer someone they could fight. Unless he advanced to the intermediate human immortal realm, he wouldn't be able to kill Zhou Xian. However, it was undoubtedly a fantasy to rely on the heaven and earth yuan qi of Saint Origin world to advance to the intermediate human immortal realm. Therefore, the best way to save their lives was to ascend to the immortal world. To them, the entire Saint Origin Palace had been affected by the immortal mark, obscuring the heaven's secret. They couldn't sense the laws of the immortal world and couldn't ascend to the immortal world. Only by leaving Saint Origin Palace would they be able to sense the pull of the immortal world. Before first ancestor's voice faded, Zhou Qian's 5 elemental sphere spread out with a swoosh, turning into an invisible net that enshrouded the 3 ancestors. This was no joke. How could he give them the chance to escape at this moment? All of you listen carefully. If you choose to run away, I will slaughter every single one of you in Desolate Palace and annihilate every single one of you. Plus, you won't be able to run away once you've fallen into my hands, said Zhou Xian. Zhou Qian's chi soared up to the sky. His words were incomparably fierce, shocking the 3 ancestors to the point that they didn't dare to move. Putting aside whether they could escape from Zhou Qian's hands or not, Zhou Qian's chi alone was enough to deter them from thinking of escaping. As the ancestors of Desolate Palace, abandoning their clansmen and escaping alone was already humiliating enough. If Desolate Palace was destroyed because of their escape, they would have to live in the shadow for the rest of their lives, unable to extricate themselves. Xianxia, you are being too ruthless. If worst comes to worst, Desolate Palace will surrender and you will let us go and ascend to the immortal world. From then on, Saint Origin World will be completely under your control. Don't go too far. First Ancestor spoke. Given his status, only God knew how uncomfortable he was feeling to say such words at this moment. The three ancestors were afraid that they were going to vomit blood. Desolate Palace's 100-year plan was ruined in the hands of a single person. That kind of blow couldn't be described with just the word, heavy. At this moment, the biggest thought in the minds of the three ancestors was regret. They regretted not killing Xianxia earlier. If they had killed Xianxia before he had the chance to grow, they wouldn't have to face today's disaster. Even if they didn't kill Xianxia in the cradle, as long as they didn't allow Xianxia to meet Ancestor Green Lotus, nothing would have happened. Desolate Palace would still be able to rule the entire Saint Origin world. At most, they would need to spend another 100 years to strengthen their foundation. To a human immortal expert, 100 years was nothing. Unfortunately, it was too late. There were plenty of medicines in this world. There were all kinds of divine pills and even immortal pills that could bring the dead back to life, but there was no medicine for regret. There was a kind of medicine that couldn't be obtained no matter how much money was spent. Cut the crap. Die. Xianxia didn't want to talk nonsense with the three ancestors. He held the Heavenly Saint sword and lunged at third ancestor. The combination of the flaming wings and the spatial shift had created the most perfect agility skill in this world. In addition to that, Xianxia's current cultivation base had reached the limit. The 5 ancestors of Desolate Palace were no match for him. Arg, third ancestor, who was already in a panic, had no desire to fight anymore. Under such circumstances, it was even more impossible for him to be a match for Xianxia. Xianxia's sword pierced through third ancestor's head. Third ancestor didn't even have the time to resist and died on the spot. Both the immortal soul and combat weapon were snatched away by Xianxia. Zhoush. After killing the third ancestor, Xianxia appeared in front of the second ancestor like a ghost. The terrifying Heavenly Saint sword glinted with countless sword lights, like a sea of dazzling swords, instantly enshrouding the second ancestor. The second ancestor was already trapped in the 5 elemental sphere, and could only wait for Xianxia to slaughter him. The Heavenly Saint sword was invincible and too sharp. It slashed second ancestor in half and took away his immortal soul and combat weapon. After killing third ancestor and second ancestor, the only one left in the 5 elemental sphere was the first ancestor. Of course, this terror was only relative to the others. In front of Xianxia, this terror immediately became fragile and vulnerable. Seeing that Xianxia had appeared in front of him, the first ancestor's face turned completely pale. Facing Xianxia, he felt as if he was facing the god of death. After witnessing the 4 ancestors die in Xianxia's hands, the regret in the first ancestor's heart gushed out like a vast ocean. If the 5th ancestor was still alive, he would have cursed out loud. Before this, everything in Desolate Palace was managed by the 5th ancestor. Although the 5th ancestor knew about the monstrous existence of Xianxia in advance, he didn't put him in his eyes at all and gave him the opportunity to grow. That wasn't the big deal. The one who wanted to explore Xianxia's secret and proposed to let Xianxia meet Ancestor Green Lotus was also the 5th ancestor. If it wasn't for the 5th ancestor, Xianxia would have been dead by now. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Xianxia had completely grown to the point where they couldn't compete with him and could only look up to him. Xianxia, I never thought that a monstrous existence like you would appear in Saint Origin World. Desolate Palace's 100-year plan has been ruined in your hands, said Sad. First ancestor burst into laughter. His laughter was filled with desolation. There are still many things that you haven't thought of. Your Desolate Palace could have lived a peaceful life, but you just had to provoke me. Xianxia said plainly. Xianxia, I know that I will die today. You won't let me go. Before I die, I beg you one thing. First ancestor said. It seemed that he had completely given up resisting. He was a smart man. He knew that it was useless to resist at this moment. He would die either way. In front of Xianxia, there was no chance for him to escape even if he wanted to. Although I can't promise you, I will give you a chance to say it. Xianxia said. Xianxia, I know that you are cruel and merciless, but you are not a bloodthirsty devil. I hope that you can let the people of Desolate Palace go after my death. First Ancestor said. His tone had turned into a pleading one. His fate could no longer be changed. As the ancestor of Desolate Palace, he had to fight for a slim chance of survival for his descendants. Otherwise he would die with everlasting regret. I will decide how to deal with Desolate Palace. No one can control what I, Zhou Xian, want to do. Zhou Xian said. His killing intent fluctuated. His long sword swung out and landed on First Ancestor's head, killing him in one strike. Ancestor. All 5 ancestors of Desolate Palace had died under Zhou Xian's sword. Miserable wails were heard from every corner of Desolate Palace. Sorrow was spreading rapidly. It was over. Desolate Palace was completely finished. After this battle, the Desolate Palace that had dominated Saint Origin World for a long time would disappear completely. Even if Zhou Xian didn't kill them, he wouldn't allow Desolate Palace to continue expanding. From now on, Zhou Xian would be the #1 expert in Saint Origin World. Chapter 1052. The entire Saint Origin Palace fell into a dead silence. Not even a breath could be felt. Zhou Xian had already reverted to his human form. He was wearing a snow-white robe hovering in the air, letting the cold wind blow. His black hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a god of war. Just a glance from him would make people feel awe. It was an unattainable image. At this moment, Zhou Xian had become the only existence in the heavens and earth. He was the focus of everyone. He was like a god. Zhou Xian retracted his qi and came to the front of the 3 palaces like a gust of wind, standing side by side with Ancestor Green Lotus. Green Lotus, now that you have regained your freedom, I think you will ascend to the immortal world very soon. Zhou Xian said with a smile. At most it will take 3 days. Ancestor Green Lotus said confidently. His eyes swept across Zhou Xian. Brother, your cultivation has already reached the peak of 9th grade Great Saint. Given your foundation, I'm afraid that it won't take long for you to ascend to the immortal world. I'm not in a hurry. The matters in Saint Origin World haven't been settled yet. I still want to stay here for a little longer. Zhou Xian smiled. He wasn't in a hurry to ascend to the immortal world. If one's cultivation wasn't strong enough, it would be useless to be anxious. Zhou Xian was still 500 dragon marks away from 100,000, but it would take some time. Although his combat strength was strong enough to kill a human immortal, he wasn't a human immortal, so he couldn't be affected by the law of the immortal world. Moreover, Zhou Xian had a lot of things to deal with in Saint Origin World. Now that the world had been unified, he needed some time to accompany his family. Thinking of his father, Zhou Xian couldn't help but feel a trace of guilt. What are you going to do with the people of Desolate Palace? Ancestor Green Lotus asked. They are not in the wrong. I, Zhou Xian, am not a bloodthirsty maniac. However, the current situation in Saint Origin World needs to be readjusted. Zhou Xian said. Initially, he didn't intend to kill all of the people of Desolate Palace. He wouldn't and couldn't do such a thing. However, after the war, the situation in Saint Origin World had been completely disrupted. The scene of the 8 families contending for hegemony would no longer exist. Therefore, it was necessary for Zhou Xian to make some adjustments to the new situation in Saint Origin World. Zhou Xian, what are you going to do? Gu Firmament approached Zhou Xian. Whether it was Gu Palace, Demon Palace, or Bin Palace, all of them listened to Zhou Xian. To put it bluntly, their lives were saved by Zhou Xian. If it wasn't for Zhou Xian, they wouldn't know what would have happened to them. Many of them would have died. I have already thought about this matter. The establishment of Saint Origin Palace 100 years ago was a mistake. If Saint Origin Palace can't separate itself from Saint Origin World, then there's no point in its existence. Since the passageway to the immortal world has been opened, it shouldn't be the exclusive product of Saint Origin Palace. From now on, all 8 major palaces will return to Pure Land. I will personally destroy Saint Origin Palace and make it disappear. This place should be a void. As for the general situation in Pure Land, it will be the same as before. The 8 major palaces will exist separately and the situation will be restored to 100 years ago. However, I want to build a martial saint dynasty in Saint Origin World, the absolute ruler of Saint Origin World. The 8 major palaces will have to obey the orders and commands of the dynasty. With the support of the 8 major palaces, Saint Origin World will be truly unified, Zhou Xian said. He didn't have the ambition and dream of dominating the world, but judging from the grand plan of Desolate Palace, if Saint Origin World couldn't be unified, there would be turmoil in the future. This was something that Zhou Xian didn't want to see. Sooner or later he would ascend to the Immortal world and enter a higher cultivation plane, but his family and friends were still here. No matter when, Saint Origin World would always be his hometown. In order to ensure the safety of his family and friends, he had to build Saint Origin World as a solid piece of iron plate. And this is a good idea. Saint Origin Palace shouldn't exist in the first place. If brother can build the martial Saint dynasty, it will be a great thing for the entire Saint Origin World. At least it will keep Saint Origin World stable in the future. Ancestor Green Lotus nodded and praised. Brother Zhou Xian has saved all of us. We, Bin Palace, will be the first to support the martial Saint dynasty. Bin Palace will be loyal to the martial Saint dynasty for generations. We won't have the slightest ambition. Bing Chongshao was the first to express his opinion. With Zhou Qian's current ability, it was perfectly normal for him to create his own dynasty. Only Zhou Qian could truly unify the entire Saint Origin realm. Only he, Zhou Qian, could do it. That's right. The establishment of a super dynasty is a historical moment. Brother Zhou Qian has saved all of our lives. The demon race will naturally repay his kindness. Furthermore, the establishment of the martial Saint dynasty will bring great benefits to the development of the entire Saint Origin world in the future. Heavenly Ping King said. To the 3 palaces, this experience was too soul-stirring. From the extermination of their race to the safe escape, they had seen through many things. Putting aside everything else, the fact that they were grateful to Zhou Qian was enough to ensure that they wouldn't go against Zhou Qian's decision. Ancient people like us naturally won't be disloyal. What Zhou Qian did today is to save the entire Saint Origin world. As the #1 expert of Saint Origin world, he has the right to do anything. Ancient people will be the first to support the establishment of the martial Saint dynasty. Gu Firmament nodded his head. After experiencing life and death, everyone was changing. A big race was bound to transform as well. Desolate Palace, Narang Palace, Hua Palace, Shur Palace, Dan Palace, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. I, Zhou Qian, am not a bloodthirsty devil. Desolate Palace has lost, but you didn't do anything wrong. I won't kill any of you. I won't even force you to sign any contract of submission. I, Zhou Qian, will not treat you as slaves. From now on, Saint Origin Palace will cease to exist. All of you will return to your families in the Pure Land. I will establish the martial Saint dynasty, a brand new dynasty, a major power that will truly rule the entire Saint Origin world. From now on, the 8 families of the Pure Land will be the people of the martial Saint dynasty. Henceforth, the 8 major families of the Pure Land will be the people of the martial Saint dynasty. Zhou Qian's words were like rolling thunder. His tone was unquestionable, leaving no room for negotiation. Or perhaps he wasn't discussing with the people of the 5 major palaces because they had lost the right to discuss with him. The people of the 5 major palaces remained silent. Except for Desolate Palace, the other 4 palaces had no influence on Zhou Qian's decision. Their fate had already been determined the moment they were subdued by Desolate Palace. There was no difference between being ruled by Desolate Palace or martial Saint dynasty. No, there was still a huge difference. Desolate Palace treated them like slaves, but Zhou Qian didn't. He gave them the space to live independently, allowing them to keep their clans intact and become the people of martial Saint dynasty. From this point of view, Zhou Qian was still their savior. They should be grateful to Zhou Qian for saving them. How would they dare to be dissatisfied with Zhou Qian? As for Desolate Palace, Zhou Qian had killed all their higher-ups. It was impossible for them to not have any hatred towards Zhou Qian. However, given the current situation, it didn't matter whether they hated Zhou Qian or not because they were no longer qualified to hate him. Zhou Qian was already very merciful by letting them go and giving them the space to live. What else could they say? Did they have to resist and force Zhou Qian to annihilate their families? Given Zhou Qian's ferocious means, it wasn't impossible for him to annihilate them. Zhou Xian wasn't afraid of Desolate Palace's retaliation in the future. He naturally had his own means and resources to build the martial saint dynasty. Currently he had a large number of pills, combat weapons, cultivation techniques and combat skills. In addition, with the help of the ancient people, demon race and bin race, it wasn't impossible for martial saint dynasty to grow in a short period of time. Little Xianxia, where are you going to build the martial saint dynasty? Asked Han Yen. Let's build it in the Nebula sect. There's no need to build the martial saint dynasty in the Pure Land. I used to be a disciple of the Nebula sect, said Zhou Xian. Little Xianxia, since you are going to build the martial saint dynasty, you must choose an emperor. I wonder if you have chosen the emperor? Asked Tyrant. Zhou Xian lowered his brows and pondered. Han Yen and Tyrant were definitely not suitable. Given their talent, it wouldn't take long for them to ascend to the immortal world. As for his father, he didn't have enough talent, let alone his cultivation base. None of the original members of martial saint dynasty from the eastern continent was qualified to be the emperor. Although the emperor would have the support of the 8 major families, he or she must have a certain level of ability and room for improvement. After pondering for a while, Zhou Xian felt that there was one person who was the most suitable. I think we should let Anan be the emperor. Let him have a good time. Zhou Xian said with a smile. Ever since Nangong Wentian went into seclusion in Nebula sect, he hadn't shown himself again. Nangong Wentian's talent wasn't bad, but compared to Han Yen and Tyrant, who were both Xiantian geniuses, he was still lacking. As the saying goes, don't let the fertile water flow to outsiders. Naturally, Zhou Xian had to find his own people to be the emperor, and Nangong Wentian was undoubtedly the best choice. Haha, it's not bad to let this guy be the emperor. Han Yen chuckled. Of course, they wouldn't have any objection to letting Nangong Wentian be the emperor. That day, Zhou Xian, Ancestor Green Lotus, and a group of half-step human immortals from the 3 major palaces had joined forces to destroy the Saint Origin Palace. All the experts of the 8 major palaces had returned to the Pure Land. The Saint Origin Palace that had dominated the Saint Origin world for 100 years had finally disappeared, becoming a part of history. Saint Origin Palace was built because of Zhou Xian, and now it had disappeared because of Zhou Xian. This could be considered as a cause and effect. Zhou Xian's past and present life had only left 100 years of history in Saint Origin world. Chapter 1053. Ancient People. After the destruction of Saint Origin Palace, Zhou Xian and the others went straight to the Ancient People's place. The martial saint dynasty in the Nebula sect had already begun its construction. To the Ancient People, everything happened too suddenly. The sudden return of so many experts from Saint Origin Palace had made Gu Xiantian fearful. The destruction of Desolate Palace and everything that happened in Saint Origin Palace were like a dream to the people of Pure Land. From this aspect, it could be seen that the 8 families of Pure Land and Saint Origin Palace had been separated for a long time, but from now on this separation would no longer exist. The 8 families of Saint Origin Palace had once again become one. Undoubtedly, Zhou Xian had become the topic of everyone's discussion. When he was in Pure Land he had left behind endless glory, but those who knew Zhou Xian would never have thought that Zhou Xian would grow so fast. When Gu Xiantian sent Zhou Xian to Gu Palace, it had only been a short period of time, but Zhou Xian had already grown to such a terrifying level. Although they hadn't witnessed such a feat with their own eyes, the thought of it was enough to make their blood boil. The reason why Zhou Xian stayed in Gu Palace was very simple. It was because the people of Martial Saint Dynasty were here. His family and friends were all here. Jiang Zhenhai, Yan Qinyu, Wu Ningzhu, Yu Zihan, Wu Jiao and his old friends from Eastern Continent were all here. One had to admit that after coming to Pure Land for such a long time, these people of Eastern Continent had improved tremendously. They had received the high-quality cultivation resources provided by the ancient people. It was impossible for them not to improve their cultivation base. In the future they would be able to obtain even better cultivation resources. After the new Martial Saint Dynasty was established, each of them would become a core member. Although compared to the 8 major clans, their cultivation base was still not as strong as the 8 major clans, they could still improve their cultivation bases. With the help of powerful cultivation resources, it was not impossible for someone like Yu Zihan to break through to the Great Saint Realm in the near future. The Gu race was bustling with activity. Han Yen led the army of the devil race back to the devil world. He had obtained the supreme devil wand. From now on, the devil race would never attack Saint Origin World again. Jiang Qin created a sealed space and went into seclusion with De Huang Dog. To him, saving De Huang Dog was more important than anything else. De Huang Dog had the support of the divine beast bloodline. Although he wouldn't die, he had consumed his bloodline to withstand Big Tycoon's attack. The injuries he had suffered were too serious. However, this wasn't a big deal to Jiang Qin. He now had 5 immortal souls in his possession. They were the immortal souls of human immortals, which contained powerful energy. As a human, Jiang Qin couldn't absorb immortal souls, but De Huang Dog could, just like how Jiang Qin could refine demon souls. 5 immortal souls. If De Huang Dog completely refined them, it would be more than enough for him to recover. Not only that, once he recovered, De Huang Dog's cultivation base would rise to another level. It was highly possible for him to ascend to the immortal world together with Jiang Qin in the near future. De Huang, you and I have known each other for the longest time. Although you aren't a human, we are as close as brothers. You have risked your life to save me twice. In my heart, you are already my closest brother. However, I don't think a dead dog like you is that weak. Here are 5 immortal souls. You can have them. I hope you can recover as soon as possible. Jiang Qin looked at De Huang Dog lying in front of him and said with a smile. Although De Huang Dog was gravely injured, Jiang Qin was truly at ease after all these years. He didn't need to worry about being harassed by his enemies. He was now the #1 expert in Saint Origin World. No one would ever threaten him and no one would dare to threaten him. The entire world belonged to him and he was safe everywhere. Voila! Jiang Qin waved his hand. 5 dazzling golden immortal souls flew out and hovered above De Huang Dog's head. A tyrannical force gushed out from Jiang Qin's hand and fell on the 5 immortal souls. All the immortal souls exploded in an instant, turning into specks of light, wrapping De Huang Dog's entire body. Jiang Qin's technique was skillful. He kept striking out seals to seal all the immortal qi, not wasting any of it. Under the sealing of the seals, the immortal qi began to flow into De Huang Dog's body. At the same time, Jiang Qin released a large amount of wood's spiritual qi. Not only could the wood's spiritual qi heal his own injuries, it could also heal the injuries of others. Furthermore, the effect of the wood's spiritual qi was much better than any divine pill in the heaven and earth. However, due to the severity of De Huang Dog's injuries, it wouldn't be easy for him to recover in a short period of time. Even with the help of the wood's spiritual qi and immortal soul, it would still take at least a month for him to fully recover and wake up. Ancestor Green Lotus and Tyrant didn't leave the ancient people's palace. After Great Master Ranfeng received the news of Ancestor Green Lotus's return, he immediately flew over from the Western Domain. Ancient people specially prepared a cultivation place for Ancestor Green Lotus. Great Master Ranfeng met Ancestor Green Lotus. This was the first time the 3 of them met each other. Master. Great Master Ranfeng knelt down in front of Ancestor Green Lotus. His eyes instantly turned cloudy. His feelings for Ancestor Green Lotus were the same as Tyrant's feelings for him. Ancestor Green Lotus was both a master and a father. It had been more than 100 years. Great Master Ranfeng had painstakingly waited for more than 100 years just for this day. Outsiders said that Ancestor Green Lotus was dead, but he didn't believe it. He believed that his master wouldn't lie to him. After waiting for more than 100 years, he finally met his master again. Ranfeng, you've grown old. Ancestor Green Lotus bent down and helped Great Master Ranfeng up. His eyes were filled with kindness. As a monk, his disciple was almost like his own son. Moreover, Ancestor Green Lotus had only accepted one disciple in his entire life. This showed that the relationship between them wasn't something ordinary people could compare with. They hadn't seen each other for more than 100 years. The moment Ancestor Green Lotus was imprisoned by Desolate Palace, he had already given up all hope and believed that he wouldn't be able to get out of that place in this lifetime. He didn't expect that he would have the chance to fight again today. It was impossible for him to not be happy. I never thought that I would be able to see Master again in this life. Ran Feng will have no regrets even if I have to die right now. Great Master Ran Feng wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. He couldn't keep calm due to his excitement. Tyrant, come here and kowtow to your ancestor. Great Master Ran Feng said to Tyrant who was standing beside him. Tyrant immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Ancestor Green Lotus. He didn't dare to disrespect Ancestor Green Lotus. In his heart, Great Master Ran Feng was both a master and a father. Ancestor Green Lotus was his true idol. He had lost count of how many times he had knelt and kowtowed in front of Ancestor Green Lotus statue. Now that he was kneeling in front of the real Ancestor Green Lotus, he couldn't help but feel excited. Tyrant didn't forget that it was the eminent monk in front of him who had fused his broken immortal soul into a relic and gave it to him. Otherwise he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. Moreover, Ancestor Green Lotus had played a crucial role in dealing with Desolate Palace. To put it bluntly, without Ancestor Green Lotus, it would be hard to say what the current situation would be like. Xianxia was already in a state of insanity and had lost his mind. Without Ancestor Green Lotus' help, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to pass through Tyrant's trial, let alone the 5 ancestors of Desolate Palace. And you may rise. Ancestor Green Lotus nodded at Tyrant. He was quite satisfied with Great Master Ran Feng's disciple. Being able to achieve such a cultivation base at such a young age, Ancestor Green Lotus could be considered as a peak existence among the younger generation. After all, not every genius could be compared with Xianxia. Xianxia's existence itself was a miracle of the heavens and earth. Ran Feng, little monk, I will ascend to the immortal world in 2 days. Before that, I will impart the supreme scripture of Buddha sect, the Great Compassion Mantra. I believe it will be of great use to you, especially little monk. You have a very high perception in Buddha Dharma. If you can obtain the Great Compassion Mantra, your cultivation base will advance by leaps and bounds. You will be able to break through to a higher realm in a short period of time, which won't be too bad for you when you ascend to the immortal world in the future. Ancestor Green Lotus spoke. His evaluation of Tyrant was very high. With a unique eye, he could tell that Tyrant's perception in Buddha Dharma was even higher than his own in the past. With such an achievement at such a young age, Tyrant's future achievements would certainly be limitless. At the very least, Tyrant would surpass his own. Upon hearing this, Great Master Ran Feng and Tyrant's bodies trembled. Tyrant was extremely excited. As a member of Buddha sect, there was no one who wouldn't be interested in the Great Compassion Mantra. Naturally, Tyrant was no exception. On the other hand, Great Master Ran Feng's shock was different. It was the combination of the joy of reunion and the sadness of parting. However, after thinking about it, Great Master Ran Feng felt relieved. His master had already reached a certain powerful realm. He should have ascended to the immortal world 100 years ago. To Ancestor Green Lotus, it was already a great loss for him. Ran Feng, don't be sad. Master's ascension is a good thing. You should be happy for me. Ancestor Green Lotus said with a smile. Yes, Master. Great Master Ran Feng bowed to Ancestor Green Lotus. Alright, I will now teach you the Great Compassion Mantra. I will only tell you the mnemonic. As for how much you can comprehend, that will depend on your own ability and luck. After that, Ancestor Green Lotus imparted the supreme secret scripture of Buddha sect to Tyrant and Great Master Ran Feng on the spot. This was the best gift he could give to them before his ascension. 2 days later, in the void outside the ancient clan, thunder rumbled and dark clouds covered the sky. A coercive might filled the sky and the entire Pure Land trembled. In the face of this heavenly might, all the cultivators there found it difficult to even breathe. Jiang Qin, who was treating De Huang Dog, also felt the changes in the heavenly pressure. He immediately stopped what he was doing. Green Lotus is about to ascend. I have to go out and have a look. This is the immortal tribulation. I will experience it soon. Chapter 1054. Hong Long Long. The terrifying lightning spread out for an unknown distance. Each of the lightning bolts was earth-shattering, causing people's hearts to tremble. This was a powerful immortal tribulation. For many people it was extremely rare. Countless people's gazes were focused on the sea of lightning. Even though they were far away from it, they could still feel their hearts trembling and their breathing becoming difficult. Under the sea of lightning stood a silhouette. His whole body was covered in golden Buddha light, like a peerless Buddha. He was giving off an admirable aura. He was a peerless eminent monk, a true Buddha. That silhouette was none other than Ancestor Green Lotus. This was his heavenly tribulation. Standing under the heavenly tribulation, Ancestor Green Lotus appeared very calm. His eyes didn't show the slightest ripple, but underneath his calm exterior he was actually very excited. To him this scene should have happened more than 100 years ago. Now that he was finally going to enter the immortal world, it was impossible for him to not feel any emotion. Great Master Ran Feng and Tyrant's eyes didn't even blink, especially Great Master Ran Feng. He seemed to be much more excited than Ancestor Green Lotus. His emotions were written all over his face. Don't be nervous, Great Master. You will also have such a day. Xianxia suddenly appeared next to Great Master Ran Feng. While looking at Ancestor Green Lotus, he said with a smile on his face, "Brother Xianxia, I think it won't be long before you ascend to the immortal world. You are now the strongest expert in Saint Origin world, and you will be the youngest to ascend to the immortal world." Great Master Ran Feng looked at Xianxia. Whenever he looked at this young man, he would always feel satisfied and appreciative from the bottom of his heart. Back then he had wholeheartedly befriended Xianxia, and now it seemed like it was the right choice. If he had to rely on Tyrant, he had no idea how long it would take for him to see his master again. Perhaps it would never happen again. Without Xianxia, perhaps he and Ancestor Green Lotus would never be able to see each other again, and Ancestor Green Lotus wouldn't be able to ascend to the immortal realm today. You're right. It won't be long before I ascend. I'm afraid it'll take more than a month. Xianxia nodded. His understanding of the dragon transformation skill was getting higher and higher, and he could already predict some things. For the last 500 dragon marks, Xianxia could completely rely on his own understanding to condense them. According to his estimation, he would be able to condense them in about a month. After that, he would ascend to the immortal world. He had the same idea about the immortal realm as Ancestor Green Lotus. He should have ascended to the immortal realm more than 100 years ago, but now he had waited for more than 100 years. Back then he had split open the gate of the immortal realm with his sword in order to break through to a higher realm and enter the legendary immortal realm. More than a month. Tyrant murmured. After listening to Xianxia's words, he felt tremendous pressure. Although his current cultivation wasn't weak, it was basically impossible for him to ascend to the immortal world in a month's time. However, with the help of the Great Compassion Mantra, his cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds in the following days. Even if he couldn't ascend to the immortal world with Xianxia, it wouldn't take too long. Hong long. Thunder rumbled. Huge lightning poured down from the sky. Ancestor Green Lotus was instantly engulfed in a sea of lightning. The terror of the immortal tribulation was incomparable to that of the Saint Tribulation. Apart from the destructive power of the lightning, the pressure was even more terrifying. The invisible pressure of the heavens would strike the soul of the person who was undergoing the tribulation. Sure enough, the immortal tribulation isn't comparable to the Saint Tribulation. Given our current cultivation, we will have a chance to undergo the immortal tribulation in the future. Now that we can witness Ancestor Green Lotus undergoing the immortal tribulation with our own eyes, it will bring us endless benefits. Ancient people, a half-step human immortal old ancestor said. That's right. Becoming a true human immortal and ascending to the immortal world will be our next goal. You and I have been cultivating our whole lives just for this day. A half-step human immortal old ancestor of Demon Palace said. To them it was meaningless to continue staying in Saint Origin world. The path of cultivation was endless. As a cultivator who wouldn't want to climb to a higher level, Ancestor Green Lotus took 20 minutes to complete his heavenly tribulation. Without any accidents, he successfully advanced to the early human immortal realm. Everyone saw an incomparably bright light descending from the sky, turning into an illusory passageway. The end of the passageway couldn't be seen and no one knew where it led to. It enveloped Ancestor Green Lotus completely. Brother Xianxia, this old monk will be waiting for you in the immortal world. Ancestor Green Lotus disappeared quickly. This was the last sentence he left for Xianxia. The lightning disappeared and the sky became clear again. Ancestor Green Lotus had ascended to the immortal world, completely disappearing from Saint Origin World. What was left behind were the legends of the future generations. As for what the immortal world was like, no one knew. But one thing was for sure, the immortal world was a vast world that Saint Origin World couldn't compare to. Ancestor Green Lotus Ascension had stimulated many people, giving them a new goal. Great Saint wasn't the end, human immortal was just the beginning. In the following days, Martial Saint Dynasty was still in the process of building itself. In order to build the #1 dynasty in Saint Origin World, it had to build the momentum of a super dynasty. Nebula Kid was incomparably happy that Nebula Sect had become an important place. He also felt lucky for his choice. Jiang Qin didn't go anywhere else during this period of time. He just stayed in the Condensing Mist World. The entire Condensing Mist World had become Jiang Qin's backyard. Jiang Qin helped De Huang Dog to recover from his injuries while comprehending the dragon transformation skill. After calming down his mind, his cultivation base improved day by day. Apart from that, Jiang Qin also spent most of his time accompanying his family. During this period of time, the Condensing Mist World was filled with joy and laughter. Jiang Zhenhai was grinning from ear to ear every day. Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu, one served him tea and the other massaged his back every day. They were truly filial. To put it bluntly, Jiang Qin was now the old great emperor of Saint Origin World. He was Jiang Qin's father. Who would dare to offend him? Not to mention now, even if Jiang Qin ascended to the immortal world in the future, no one would dare to offend this old great emperor. Even those half-step human immortal supreme ancestors had to be polite to Jiang Zhenhai with a smile. However, good times didn't last long. More than a month passed by very quickly. On this day, a powerful energy wave suddenly burst out from a spatial zone in the Condensing Mist World. It's De Huang Dog. Jiang Qin's face was filled with joy. This powerful energy wave came from the spatial zone where De Huang Dog was recovering. After more than a month of recovery, De Huang Dog had finally absorbed all the immortal soul and awakened. An earth-shattering roar was heard. De Huang Dog automatically flew out from the spatial zone and hovered in the sky above the Condensing Mist World. His huge and majestic body was radiating 5-colored light waves. Pieces of golden scales appeared on his body, which looked incomparably mystical. 3 horns emerged on his head, giving him the embryonic form of a dragon horse. However, this form only appeared for a moment before disappearing. De Huang Dog still looked like a dog. This made people suspect that De Huang Dog did it on purpose. Perhaps he liked the look of a dog. Incredible. I'm afraid that De Huang's cultivation has already reached the peak of 9th grade Great Saint. Yan Qinyu said in surprise. It's not just the peak of 9th grade Great Saint. After absorbing the 5 immortal souls, his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, and he has comprehended the laws of the immortal world. If I'm not mistaken, De Huang can trigger the immortal tribulation at any time and ascend to the immortal world. Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled. His words were filled with excitement. However, this was within Jiang Qin's expectation. One should know that the energy of the 5 immortal souls was too massive. It had brought unimaginable benefits to De Huang Dog. It was only normal for him to reach the peak of 9th grade Great Saint and trigger the immortal world. What a monster! Han Yen shook his head helplessly. These days, he and Tyrant had been in seclusion in order to break through to a higher level and catch up to Jiang Qin's footsteps. However, they didn't expect that De Huang Dog would be the first to ascend to the immortal world. Everyone gathered together looking at the changes in De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog was injured in order to save Jiang Qin. Now he had recovered and his cultivation had improved tremendously. Everyone felt happy for him. 3 days later, I will ascend to the immortal world together with De Huang. Jiang Qin said suddenly. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Their faces turned gloomy, especially Jiang Zhenhai, Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu. Although they had expected this day to come, they didn't expect it to happen so soon. Jiang Qin's ascension to the immortal world was a good thing. They should be happy for Jiang Qin. In fact, they were happy for Jiang Qin, but they weren't willing to face this parting. This parting was different from the previous ones. This was a huge parting. So soon. Jiang Zhenhai sighed. Dad, little you, Sister Ning, Ah Yen Tyrant, don't be sad. I'm ascending to the immortal world just a step ahead of time. With your cultivation base, ascending to the immortal world is only a matter of time. Our parting will only be temporary. De Huang and I will be waiting for you in the immortal world. We'll be the vanguard in the immortal world. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He understood their feelings very well. However, ascending to the immortal world couldn't be delayed. He had already calculated the date. 3 days later, the number of dragon marks in his body would reach 100,000. Coincidentally, De Huang Dog had also reached the same level. 3 days later, both of them would ascend to the immortal world at the same time. Little Chenzi is right. This is only a temporary parting. He and De Huang will ascend to the immortal world in advance. We won't need too much time. When we reach the immortal world, we can still fight side by side and leave our own glory in the immortal world. Chapter 1055. For the last 3 days, Jiang Chen sealed himself in an independent spatial zone. The matters in Saint Origin World had come to an end. He wanted to pursue a higher plane and a higher cultivation base. He was getting closer and closer to 100,000 dragon marks. To him 3 days was more than enough. When Jiang Chen chose to go into seclusion, Han Yan, Tyrant, Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu also chose to go into seclusion. In order to follow in Jiang Chen's footsteps, even though they were talented, they had to put in 100 times more effort. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were going to ascend in 3 days. If they didn't put in more effort, the gap between them and Jiang Chen would only widen. They would only become Jiang Chen's burden when they reached the immortal world. Jiang Chen put all his attention on the dragon transformation skill. A blood-red ancient dragon shadow was hovering around his body. It seemed like it was going to materialize at any time. It made Jiang Chen look incomparably mystical. At this moment, Jiang Chen was in a very wonderful state, as if the dragon transformation skill was about to reach the Great Circle. Dragon marks were automatically condensed and his Qi was constantly expanding. Countless dragon marks hovered in his Qi like real dragons, letting out muffled dragon roars. The scene was incomparably spectacular. If such a scene were to happen in the real world, the shock it would cause would be absolutely unimaginable. As the number of dragon marks was getting closer to 100,000, Jiang Chen's understanding of the dragon transformation skill became deeper and deeper. With this, Jiang Chen felt that this divine skill was incomparably abstruse. The journey that he had to explore was still incomparably long. The dragon transformation skill is indeed a peerless divine skill. When I first came into contact with it, I thought that 100,000 dragon marks was the Great Circle and I would be able to reach the pinnacle of the dragon transformation skill. Now it seems like I'm gravely mistaken. 100,000 dragon marks is only the initial Great Circle of the dragon transformation skill. I'm still very far away from the true pinnacle. However, the stronger the dragon transformation skill is, the more benefits it will bring me. My combat strength will still be terrifying when I reach the immortal world. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The dragon transformation skill had given him more and more confidence. This skill was too profound and 100,000 dragon marks was just the initial stage of perfection. According to the dragon transformation skill, 100,000 dragon marks would allow one to transform into a dragon and soar into the skies. This was true. Jiang Chen's body had always been half dragon and half human. If he reached the Great Circle of 100,000 dragon marks, he would become a real dragon and soar across the heavens and earth. He was still a human, but he had the complete true dragon bloodline. This was the first step of the dragon transformation skill. The so-called true dragon son of heaven was like this. Jiang Chen was the true dragon son of heaven. After reaching the Great Circle of 100,000 dragon marks, my cultivation base will directly reach the early human immortal realm. At that time, along with the transformation of the dragon transformation skill, I will receive even greater benefits. My cultivation base will be able to reach the intermediate human immortal realm. If nothing goes wrong, the immortal tribulation will bring me an even greater transformation. At that time, it won't be impossible for me to reach the late human immortal realm. If I reach the late human immortal realm, I won't be in a passive position even in the immortal world. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of smile. That was his supreme confidence. This was also the experience he gained from cultivating the dragon transformation skill. The transformation of the dragon transformation skill and the baptism of the lightning tribulation would undoubtedly allow him to increase his cultivation base by 2 levels. If Jiang Chen really reached the late human immortal realm when he ascended to the immortal world, it would be a miracle. One should know that the higher one's cultivation base was, the harder it was to advance to the human immortal realm. If Jiang Chen was able to increase his cultivation base by 2 or 3 levels in one go like this, it would definitely be shocking to many people. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded out from Jiang Chen's body. At this moment, the 100,000 dragon marks had finally been formed, and the dragon transformation skill had reached its initial completion. Haha, 100,000 dragon marks transforming into a dragon and soaring to the sky. Jiang Chen suddenly burst into laughter. At this moment he felt countless true dragon qi gushing out from his body. That was an incomparably noble qi. Jiang Chen's bones began to change and the blood-red light on his body intensified. Brr! An earth-shattering dragon roar suddenly resounded in the sky above the ancient people, startling everyone. Then a huge gust of wind floated in the sky above the ancient people. Everyone saw a blood-red dragon hovering in the void, twisting and turning its body. The blood-red dragon was too powerful. No one knew how much energy was contained in its body. Just a casual movement from it could release an incomparably great force, causing cracks to appear everywhere in the void. Such a powerful dragon qi. Could this be the legendary true dragon? Dragons are divine creatures, supreme existences. In the history of Saint Origin World, there has never been a true dragon. Occasionally 1 or 2 Jiao dragons would be terrifying enough. This blood-red dragon is exuding a familiar qi. It's Jiang Chen's qi. Jiang Chen already has a transformation skill, but he always looked like a half-dragon and half-human. I never thought that he would transform into a true dragon. This is truly terrifying. True dragon son of heaven. This is the real true dragon son of heaven. Jiang Chen is a peerless genius that's hard to come by throughout the ages. It's a miracle that he could transform into a dragon. Many of them exclaimed. No one wasn't shocked. Such a scene had never appeared in the history of Saint Origin World. Such an unparalleled spectacle was an eye-opener for all of them. Hee hee. The birth of the true dragon son of heaven was an auspicious sign. The appearance of such a figure in Saint Origin World would bring endless auspiciousness to the martial saint dynasty. This kid's cultivation technique is truly mysterious and unpredictable. Now that he has transformed into a real dragon, it's not an exaggeration to call him the true dragon son of heaven. De Huang Dog was also shocked. He was the only one who knew about Jiang Chen's secret, but he had never thought that Jiang Chen's cultivation technique would be so terrifying. Little Chenzi's cultivation base has already reached the early human immortal realm, but he has used the immortal mark to block the immortal world's law, so the lightning tribulation hasn't descended yet. Tyrant said. His qi is getting stronger and stronger. Seems like he's going to break through to a higher realm. He might even reach the intermediate human immortal realm. How terrifying. Han Yen couldn't help but sigh. They really had nothing to say about Jiang Chen, who was an anomaly. At this moment, Jiang Chen was in another mysterious state. He had used the immortal mark to deceive the heaven's will, so that he could use the transformation of the dragon transformation skill to break through to the intermediate human immortal realm, and then transcend the lightning tribulation. Jiang Chen was receiving the benefits and baptism brought by the transformation of the dragon transformation skill. After reaching the initial completion of the dragon transformation skill, a wave of new information flowed into Jiang Chen's mind. Dragon Transformation Skill Advancement Chapter. 50,000 dragon marks will be condensed for each advancement. Following this message, Jiang Chen rolled his eyes in shock. Every time he broke through, he would need to condense 50,000 dragon marks? This was ridiculous. Before this, he would only be able to condense 2,000 dragon marks for each breakthrough, but now he needed to condense 50,000 dragon marks for each breakthrough. This dragon transformation skills evolution chapter was really terrifying. If he could cultivate this chapter to the major completion stage, he would have no idea how many dragon marks he would have in his chi. But this is still acceptable. After all, the difference between an immortal and a human is too huge. Every advancement is a huge leap, so it's understandable that I need 50,000 dragon marks. Now that I'm receiving the benefits of the dragon transformation skill advancement, it won't be a problem for me to condense 50,000 dragon marks. Zhou Xian thought to himself. Right now his chi was more than 100 times bigger than before. Right now his chi was like a real ocean. There were dragon marks everywhere and blood-red lights could be seen everywhere. The number of dragon marks was increasing at a terrifying speed. 110,000, 120,000, 130,000, 140,000, 150,000. In just a few minutes, tens of thousands of dragon marks were condensed like tidal waves. Zhou Xian's cultivation base had also successfully broken through to the intermediate human immortal realm, reaching a level that mortals couldn't reach. My current dragon form is still 10 times my combat strength. It's a pity that there's no improvement. Zhou Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The increase in combat strength of a half-dragon and a true dragon was the same, but 10 times of combat strength was already very terrifying. It was enough for him to kill people one level higher in his dragon form. There were many secret skills in the world that could temporarily increase one's combat strength. However, these secret skills were harmful to the cultivator and a certain price had to be paid. Even so, it was impossible to find a secret skill that could increase one's combat strength by 10 times. Ordinary secret skills that could increase one's combat strength by 2 or 3 times were already very terrifying and rarely seen in the world. It was an unimaginable miracle for someone like Zhou Xian to instantly increase his combat strength by 10 times without the slightest bit of backlash or impact on his body. The Zulong Tower let out a whistling sound. After advancing to the human immortal realm, the Zulong Tower had condensed to 12 floors. The body of the tower was simple and unadorned, and the ancient runes could be seen clearly. It was unimaginably sturdy. As a powerful defensive divine tool, it was simply invincible. The Heavenly Saint Sword had also advanced to the Immortal tool. In the future it could be used together with the Zulong Tower. One for offense, the other for defense. De Huang, come up and transcend the tribulation together. Zhou Xian opened his huge dragon mouth and said to De Huang Dog below. Wakaka. Great. This is great. De Huang Dog laughed loudly. His majestic body instantly rushed up to the sky. His cultivation base had already reached the early human immortal realm. If it wasn't for Zhou Qian's immortal mark, he would have been attracted by the laws of the immortal world. Hong Long. Zhou Qian kept the immortal mark. Instantly the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. It was 2 thunderbolts and 2 completely different tribulation clouds. Although Zhou Qian and De Huang Dog were going to transcend the tribulation at the same time, it was impossible for them to be in the same space. Otherwise, if the lightning tribulations overlapped, who could withstand the power? Chapter 1056. Rumble. In an instant the tribulation cloud was densely packed. The scene of Zhou Qian and De Huang Dog undergoing the tribulation at the same time was too spectacular. Compared to the immortal tribulation of Ancestor Green Lotus 3 days ago, it was on a completely different level. One was a super evildoer and the other had the bloodline of a divine beast. Both of their tribulations were much stronger than ordinary cultivators. De Huang Dog was bathed in the lightning. His majestic body was constantly spiraling and his aura was at its peak. When the terrifying lightning struck his body, it was like scratching an itch. It didn't cause any damage to De Huang Dog at all. This feels great. De Huang Dog was incomparably excited. For any cultivator, this day was incomparably exciting and worthy of remembrance. Once they broke through this step, they would soar into the sky in one go, truly breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Being tempered by heavenly thunder and bathed in lightning was a good thing for those who were going through the heavenly tribulation. This was especially true for those with a divine beast bloodline like the De Huang Dog. After experiencing the tempering of the heavenly tribulation, their corporeal bodies would be strengthened. The stronger they were, the more terrifying their combat power would be. On the other side, no one knew what Jiang Chen's thunder tribulation was. Judging from its power alone, it was at least 2 times more terrifying than De Huang Dog's. Every lightning bolt that came pouring down had the power to destroy heaven and earth. That part of the void was completely obliterated. Jiang Chen's huge dragon body continued to circle, allowing the lightning to strike him. However, it was unable to cause any damage to him. Jiang Chen had experienced a lot of lightning tribulations. He already had his own experience when it came to going through lightning tribulations. Moreover, he had accumulated a lot of power of lightning in his body. He had already developed a kind of immunity towards lightning tribulations. The heavenly saint's sword hovered around Jiang Chen. At this moment, it had completely turned into a dragon sword. It was extremely mystical. The sword light it emitted was enough to tear the void apart. The heavenly saint's sword was Jiang Chen's natal weapon. It had accompanied Jiang Chen in both his past and present lives. Now, with the advancement of Jiang Chen's cultivation, the heavenly saint's sword had also advanced to an immortal weapon. Although it was only a human-rank immortal weapon, its terror was unimaginable. So powerful. Jiang Chen's lightning tribulation is at least 10 times more terrifying than Ancestor Green Lotus lightning tribulation 3 days ago. I'm afraid only Jiang Chen can attract such a dreadful lightning tribulation. Only a monstrous genius like him can withstand such a lightning tribulation. If it was us, I'm afraid we would have died tragically under the sea of lightning. That's right. I've seen Ancestor's lightning tribulation before, but compared to Jiang Chen's lightning tribulation, both its power and scene pales in comparison. Jiang Chen is an unprecedented genius. His future achievements will be limitless. I'm afraid he won't be an ordinary person even in the immortal world. Of course. This man has great luck. This luck will accompany him for the rest of his life. No one wasn't surprised, especially those half-step human immortal old ancestors. They were closer to the human immortal realm, so they had a deeper understanding of the lightning tribulation. The power of Jiang Chen's lightning tribulation was enough to show how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Such a genius with great luck wouldn't be an ordinary person even in the high and mighty immortal world. At this moment, Jiang Chen was undergoing a different kind of sublimation under the lightning tribulation. Both the Heavenly Saint Sword and the Zulong Tower were improving, especially the Zulong Tower. Its powerful devouring power could directly devour the power of lightning and convert it into energy. It seemed that after the lightning tribulation was over, the 12th floor of the Zulong Tower would be fully condensed. With the help of the lightning tribulation, Jiang Chen's cultivation base was constantly improving. The dragon marks in his body began to condense crazily. 160,000, 170,000, 180,000, 190,000, 200,000. The lightning tribulation lasted for 20 minutes. Jiang Chen had completed his lightning tribulation. The number of dragon marks in his body had reached 200,000, and his cultivation base had advanced to the late human immortal realm. With his current cultivation base, he would be able to resolve any danger he might encounter in the immortal world. At the same time, the lightning tribulation on De Huang Dog's side had also ended. The sky was clear once again. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog stood together. They didn't descend to the ground but looked down at the crowd below. Chen Air. Brother Chen. Little Chen Zi. At this moment, everyone tensed up. Jiang Zhenhai, Yen Chenyu, Wu Ningzhu, Han Yen Tyrant, Wu Jiu Yu Zihan, Nangong went in. These were Jiang Chen's loved ones. All of them had a solemn look on their faces. They knew that the time for Jiang Chen to ascend had come. Jiang Chen wasn't an indecisive person. He didn't want to be immersed in the sadness of parting. Therefore he kept the immortal mark. Hong Long. The moment the immortal mark was kept, a golden light beam shone down from the immortal world. It should be 2 light beams. They shrouded Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog respectively. Their bodies began to fade. It was the passageway to the immortal world. Father, I'm unfilial. Little you, Sister Ning, Ah Yen Tyrant, Anan, I'll wait for you in the immortal world. I'll leave Martial Saint Dynasty to you all. Jiang Chen left his last words, then vanished with De Huang Dog. They had completely vanished from this piece of sky. This time they had truly left. However, the glory they had left in Saint Origin World could never be covered. Jiang Chen's name was destined to become the everlasting symbol and history of Saint Origin World. After Jiang Chen left, Han Yen and the others didn't say anything. They immediately went into seclusion to break through to the Immortal World. Their next goal was to break through to the Immortal World. The days without Jiang Chen were too dull. They were passionate people. A peaceful life would make them feel like they were going crazy. Therefore, they wanted to continue following Jiang Chen's footsteps. They wanted to create their own heaven and earth in the Immortal World. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog seemed to have entered an illusory tunnel of time and space. They didn't deliberately control their bodies, allowing them to fly freely. I wonder what the Immortal World is like. I'm really looking forward to it. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. He was really looking forward to the unknown Immortal World. Ever since De Huang Dog entered the tunnel leading to the Immortal World, he suddenly became a little depressed, as if he had fallen into some kind of deep memory. De Huang, what are you thinking about? Jiang Chen patted De Huang Dog's head. Nothing. I suddenly recovered some of my memory. Do you want to hear about the Immortal World? De Huang Dog grinned. You know about the Immortal World? Jiang Chen was stunned. Although this dog possessed the complete bloodline of a divine beast, he had never entered the Immortal World like Jiang Chen. How could he know about the Immortal World? Could it be that this guy still had the memory of the Immortal World? However, Jiang Chen didn't ask too much. He was really curious about everything about the Immortal World. He wanted to listen to De Huang Dog's explanation. Back in Saint Origin World, he was a reincarnated expert who could control everything, but now that he had arrived in the Immortal World, he was just a rookie, a true newbie. The Immortal Plane is too big. It is unimaginably big. In the Immortal Plane, human immortals are just the lowest existences. Due to the laws of the Immortal Plane, it is very easy for the people of the Immortal Plane to assail the human immortal stage. Thus, even if we enter the Immortal Plane as human immortals, we will have no status at all. De Huang Dog said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was shocked. He didn't expect that the first-class existence in Saint Origin World could only be the most ordinary mortal in the Immortal World. To an ascender, this was indeed a psychological blow. Above human immortals there are earth immortals, heaven immortals, divine immortals, golden immortals and other powerful existences. We're almost at the end. I'll explain it to you when we reach the inner part of the Immortal World. While De Huang Dog was talking, the passageway suddenly shook violently. A bright light appeared in front of them. The passageway to the Immortal World was coming to an end. At this moment, an extremely dangerous qi suddenly rose from the bottom of Jiang Chen's heart. He saw a white light descending from the sky all of a sudden. The light was like an indestructible sharp blade. Even the spatial passageway was cut off on the spot. That light seemed to have a target. The target was Jiang Chen. It slashed at Jiang Chen. Not good. De Huang, run away now. Jiang Chen's face turned pale with fright. He could sense an extremely dangerous qi from that ray of light. Even with his late human immortal cultivation base, he couldn't withstand it at all. Under that light he felt as tiny as an ant. That's right. Now that he had merged with De Huang Dog's passageway, if he was attacked, De Huang Dog wouldn't be able to escape. Immediately, Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and forcefully separated the passageway from De Huang Dog. In the blink of an eye, De Huang Dog disappeared. Motherfucker. What's going on? De Huang Dog cursed. Now that the passageway had been separated, he couldn't see Jiang Chen's shadow anymore. However, he knew that Jiang Chen was facing an unprecedented disaster and danger. Unfortunately, he couldn't help Jiang Chen at all. On the other side, Jiang Chen was already locked by the light, unable to escape. Motherfucker. Who wants to kill me? I haven't been to the Immortal World yet. Don't tell me I already have an enemy? Jiang Chen cursed gloomily. It was obvious that someone wanted to kill him and was waiting for him to ascend. Without much time to think, Jiang Chen took out the 12-story Zulong Tower and covered his entire body. Hong Long. The light landed on the Zulong Tower. The originally indestructible Zulong Tower suddenly shattered. At the same time, the light attacked Jiang Chen's body. Barf. Jiang Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The destruction of the Zulong Tower and the attack of the light had caused unimaginable injuries to him. It was an unprecedented injury. Jiang Chen felt that his soul was about to be torn apart and he could die at any time. After the light entered Jiang Chen's body, it didn't kill him directly. Instead, it turned into a brand that stayed in the depths of his soul. This is a soul brand. It seems like the other party doesn't want to kill me. They just want to severely injure me. However, this soul brand allows them to locate me at any time. In other words, as long as I enter the immortal world, I will be immediately discovered by this person. Who is it? Chapter 1057. Jiang Chen's current situation was extremely bad. One could imagine that the light just now was shot by a supreme expert in the immortal world. That attack alone was enough to kill Jiang Chen. However, the attacker obviously didn't want to kill Jiang Chen directly. Now he had left a soul imprint in his soul with the purpose of locking him down. Even though Jiang Chen didn't die, he had suffered extremely serious injuries. The Zulong Tower had been directly destroyed. It would take a certain amount of time for him to recover. Moreover, his body was shaken. It was an unprecedented serious injury. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was an arrow at the end of its flight. At this moment, Jiang Chen couldn't even circulate the dragon transformation skill. His qi and blood had been seriously injured. It was undoubtedly very slow to rely on the wood spirit to recover. Now that he was in the late human immortal realm, he wouldn't be too passive even if he went to the immortal world. But now he had been seriously injured in the passageway leading to the immortal world. If he entered the immortal world in this state, he was afraid that anyone would be able to crush him to death. The injury isn't scary. The one who attacked me secretly is the real scary one. I have to cover up the soul imprint in the depths of my soul. Otherwise I will really die. Oh yes, the immortal mark. Jiang Chen was very smart. He knew that the most dangerous thing was not his serious injury, but the soul imprint in his body. Obviously, someone in the immortal world didn't want to let him have an easy time. He had already been noticed before he ascended to the immortal world. If he couldn't cover up the soul imprint, he would be discovered immediately when he came out of the passageway and be doomed eternally. At this most critical moment, the only thing that Jiang Chen could use was the immortal mark in his body. He didn't know the origin of the immortal mark. It could even deceive the heaven's secret. It shouldn't be difficult to cover up the qi of the soul imprint. At the moment when the immortal mark covered the soul imprint, in the center of the ethereal immortal domain in the immortal world, a handsome golden-haired man's expression changed abruptly. Damn it! The soul imprint has disappeared. How could this man block my soul imprint? I have no idea what means he used. Humph. Even if you can escape this calamity, I will find you sooner or later once you arrive in the immortal world. I'd like to see what kind of guy dares to kill my doppelganger. The golden-haired man said in an incomparably cold voice. His body radiated an unimaginable pressure, causing the surrounding spatial airflow to tremble. His cultivation base had reached an unfathomable level. The laws of the immortal world were incomparable to those of Saint Origin world. Those who could control the spatial law here were at least immortal king realm. The golden-haired man was undoubtedly. If Jiang Chen saw this golden-haired man, he would definitely be shocked because this man looked exactly the same as the Qin in northern and southern dynasties. On the other side, after Jiang Chen used the immortal mark to cover his mark, he flew up through the spatial passageway. Currently he had no strength left and his body was extremely exhausted. All he wanted to do was to have a good sleep. So he closed his eyes. It's the northern and southern dynasties. Except for this man, no one in the immortal world would want to deal with me. The moment Jiang Chen closed his eyes and fainted, he finally thought of a name. He had never ascended to the immortal world, so it was impossible for him to have any enemies in the immortal world. Only the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties in Saint Origin world were the reincarnations of immortal souls. Later on he found out that they were just doppelgangers, which meant that their real body was most likely in the real immortal world. Moreover, he was a big shot in the immortal world. Otherwise he wouldn't have sensed Jiang Chen's existence. Bang! Zhou Xian felt a spatial force acting on his body. He felt as if he had been ejected into a new world. Abundant immortal qi bathed his body, and then he fainted completely. Zhou Xian slowly regained his consciousness. He couldn't help but let out a roar of pain. He didn't open his eyes because he didn't have the strength to do so. The ground below him should be a piece of rubble with some damp qi. It wasn't hard to imagine that he was in a relatively desolate place. I should be in the immortal world now. I have no idea how long I've been unconscious. Let's see where this is. Zhou Xian thought to himself. He felt lucky that he was still alive and hadn't suffered any dangerous attacks while he was unconscious. He should thank the heavens and earth for that. His body was severely injured and he couldn't move, but his divine sense was still alive. Zhou Xian released his divine sense, trying to explore the surrounding illusion. His expression changed dramatically as soon as he did so. What's going on? I'm a late human immortal expert now. Adding the great soul derivation technique, my divine sense is extraordinary. But now my divine sense can only cover an area of 100 miles. Zhou Xian couldn't help but be shocked. With his current cultivation base, he could cover the entire Saint Origin world with just a thought of his divine sense. Nothing could escape his detection. But now he could only cover an area of 100 miles. This was ridiculous. Zhou Xian didn't know what to say. However, Zhou Xian soon found out that the spatial structure of the immortal world was incomparable to that of the Saint Origin world. The law here was incomparably firm and the spatial barrier was indestructible. With his late human immortal cultivation base, he couldn't even fly using the spatial force, let alone penetrating the void. Mother! The immortal world is indeed abnormal. This world is too firm. No wonder De Huang said that human immortals are the lowest existence here. It seems like it's true. According to the law of this world, human immortals and earth immortals can't fly. Only powerful heaven immortals can fly. If this is the case, I still have an advantage. Zhou Xian sensed the law of this world and came to a conclusion. His guess was right. In the immortal world, only heaven immortals and earth immortals could fly. Ordinary human immortals and earth immortals couldn't fly. However, Zhou Xian wasn't an ordinary human immortal. He had the flaming wings. With the help of the flaming wings he could fly. Although his speed wouldn't be very fast, it was still incomparable to ordinary human immortals and earth immortals. Moreover, Zhou Xian was now a late human immortal. His combat strength alone was enough to kill half-step earth immortals and early earth immortals. He could even deal with intermediate earth immortals. If he used his dragon transformation, he could even kill a late earth immortal. However, that was only in theory. Zhou Xian couldn't do it at all. He had suffered a severe injury. Even a human immortal could kill him easily, let alone an earth immortal. Zhou Xian's current condition was extremely serious. This is a desolate mountain range. It's desolate and uninhabited. That's why I haven't been discovered after sleeping for so long. I need to restore my cultivation base as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't be able to move a single step in the immortal world. Any demon beast that appears will be able to devour me in one bite. If I become a demon beast's dung the moment I arrive in the immortal world, my wisdom will be ruined. Chapter 1058. Zhou Xian didn't know where he was because he really didn't have the strength to stand up. However, he used his divine sense to scan 100 miles around him. There were rocks everywhere. From this, he could tell that he was in a desolate mountain range. Plus, he didn't know how long he had been unconscious and no one had discovered him. It was obvious that this was a desolate mountain range. Currently, there were two things that Zhou Xian needed to do. The first was to repair his injuries and restore his strength. This was the most urgent task. The immortal world couldn't be compared to Saint Origin world. With his current cultivation base, he was just an insignificant figure here. If he was in a seriously injured state, his life would be in danger at any time. The other thing he needed to do was to refine and get rid of the imprint in his body as soon as possible. This wasn't an easy task. The one who did this should be a magnate in the immortal world. The imprint contained the consciousness and divine sense of the magnate. However, Jiang Chen's dragon transformation skill was omnipotent. He would be able to refine it sooner or later. Moreover, according to Jiang Chen's estimation, if he could completely refine the imprint, he would obtain great benefits. It wouldn't be a problem for him to advance to the next level. Of course, in order to refine the imprint, he must first recover from his injuries. Therefore, the most urgent task at hand was to recover. If it was someone else who suffered from such a serious injury, they would need at least a few months to half a year to recover. Moreover, they would need to be accompanied by miraculous pills. However, for Jiang Chen, this period of time would be greatly shortened. The dragon transformation skill wasn't something to be trifled with, and neither was the wood essence. The dragon transformation skill and the wood essence complemented each other. As long as Jiang Chen still had a single breath left in him, he would be able to fully recover. This was the strongest recovery ability in the heavens and earth, and no miraculous pills could compare to it. According to my current situation, I'm afraid that it will take me 7 days to fully recover. Fortunately, there is no one in this wilderness, so I can rest assured and recover. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Without wasting any time, he started to circulate the dragon transformation skill. The qi emitted by the wood spirit permeated through his limbs and bones. Instantly, Jiang Chen felt extremely comfortable. It was as if he had finally received a good rain after a long drought. It was as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Jiang Chen was still recovering from his injuries. Compared to 3 days ago, he was much better now. At least he could move and make slight movements. His cultivation base had almost recovered to the early human immortal realm. However, he was still in the most critical stage of recovery, so he couldn't fight yet. As Jiang Chen's injuries continued to heal, the broken Zulong Tower also recovered a little. It had already been restored to the 5th floor. Although he could move his body, Jiang Chen didn't move. He just lay on the ground and didn't get up. He took a deep breath of immortal qi and couldn't help sighing. The immortal qi here is really rich. It's just like the heaven and earth yuan qi in Saint Origin World. It's everywhere. Cultivating in such an environment, even the most ordinary cultivator can reach the human immortal realm. No wonder heaven immortals don't have any status in the immortal world. Jiang Chen sighed. It's a pity that De Huang has been teleported to somewhere. That guy actually knows a lot about the immortal world. If he's here, I can ask him some questions about the immortal world. Unfortunately, I can't ask him anything now. I can only wait until my injuries are healed. Let's go, hurry up. Don't delay our journey. At this moment, an incomparably bold and unrestrained voice was heard not far away, followed by heavy footsteps. Jiang Chen's heart instantly tensed up. He scanned with his divine sense and saw a group of 7 to 8 people in simple and unadorned attire. The leader was a middle-aged man who seemed to be in his 40s. He looked incomparably strong and had a full beard on his face. His cultivation base was the strongest among them, having reached the half-step earth immortal realm. The rest of them were also strong men. The youngest among them seemed to be less than 20 years old, but their cultivation base wasn't strong. Most of them were intermediate human immortals and 2 were late human immortals. In the middle of them there was a carriage. It was very large and covered with a layer of yellow cloth. It was unknown what was inside, but with so many people surrounding the carriage, it could be seen that to this group of people, the things in the carriage were incomparably precious. Chief, with so many herbs, how many low-grade immortal metastones do you think we can exchange them for? Asked a youth. He seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old. His face still looked a little immature, but his cultivation base wasn't weak. He had already reached the peak of intermediate human immortal realm. In a small place like this, he could be considered as a genius. In the immortal world, ordinary people could reach the human immortal realm at the age of 10, but it was incomparably difficult for them to advance further. Cultivation itself required the support of a large amount of resources. In some remote areas where resources were scarce, advancing to the peak of intermediate human immortal realm at the age of 15 or 16 was already considered very good. I reckon that 100 low-grade immortal metastones won't be a problem. Atsong, I brought you out this time to see the world. Don't embarrass me when we reach Yen City. The middle-aged leader said with a smile. His words were filled with love for the youth. Of course, I, Han Chong, am the #1 genius of our Han village. How can I embarrass myself? In the future I will walk out of the Han village and enter Yen City to cultivate. Han Chong said with incomparable arrogance. Don't brag. Yen City is a big place with a heaven immortal guarding it. Kid, be careful and don't be reckless. Otherwise you will regret it if you offend a big shot. Someone laughed and the others began to tease the youth. Chief, there seems to be a person lying there. Han Chong suddenly let out a cry of surprise and looked at the rocks not far away. The others also looked over and saw a person lying flat on the ground. Let's go and have a look. The chief strode towards Jiang Qin, but Han Chong was faster. He was the first to reach Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin frowned slightly. He was at the critical moment of his recovery. The last thing he wanted was to be disturbed. Plus, he didn't know where these people came from and whether they would pose a threat to him. He seems to be badly injured. Han Chong said. Don't worry about it. Let's hurry. Someone said. Don't. Let me ask him. We can't just leave him to die. Han Chong was a kind-hearted person. He looked down at Jiang Qin and asked, What's your name? Why are you here? Jiang Qin's face was expressionless. His eyes swept across these people, ignoring Han Tsong's question. He just wanted these people to leave as soon as possible so that they wouldn't disturb him again. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you mute? Someone said impatiently. Jiang Qin still didn't say anything. It seems like he's really a mute or a fool. Go. Let's leave this mute to fend for himself. Don't delay our journey. It will take us 3 to 4 days to reach Yen City. If we're late, Supervisor Huang will blame us. Someone said. That's right. We don't know this guy. There's no need to care about him. The people of Han Village obviously didn't want to care about Jiang Qin. Their goal was to go to Yen City. They were only interested in immortal meta stones. Hearing that they were leaving, Jiang Qin's heart leaped with joy. No, Chief, we can't just leave him to die. Although this desolate mountain range is uninhabited, there are a few demonic beasts here. If we don't care about him, he will most likely be eaten by the beasts or killed by some bad guys. Since we've met him, we have to help him. Saving a life is more merciful than building a 7-storied pagoda. If you guys don't care, I will. Han Chong was young and spirited. He had a kind heart. This was his first time leaving the Han village. He didn't want to leave a person to die. If he did that, it would leave an indelible shadow in his heart. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. He took another look at the young man. The young man had thick black hair, a pair of big bright eyes and a handsome face. He didn't know this young man, but this young man insisted on saving him. Clearly, this was because of the kindness in the young man's heart. He absolutely had no intention of harming Jiang Qin. Moreover, Jiang Qin wasn't familiar with this place. Although he didn't encounter any danger these days, as Han Chong said, it didn't mean that there wouldn't be any danger in the future. Given his current condition, he wouldn't be able to resist any demonic beasts. If he could follow these people, it would be a good thing. Firstly, it wouldn't delay his recovery. Secondly, his safety would be guaranteed. Most importantly, he would be able to gain a better understanding of the immortal world through these people. This was also a very good thing. Haha. I didn't expect Tsong to be such a warm-hearted person. In that case, Chief, let's bring this man along, lest he gets eaten by demonic beasts. Someone laughed. All right, Akong. It's a good thing that you have a kind heart. Let's bring this man along. The village chief nodded his head. Thank you, Chief. Han Chong was elated. He immediately lifted Jiang Qin up and let him lie on the carriage. The carriage was very spacious. Apart from the things it was carrying, it was enough for Jiang Qin to lie flat on his back. Through the yellow cloth, Jiang Qin could smell the fragrance of herbs on the carriage. Based on his experience, he could tell what kind of herbs were inside just by relying on his nose. He had seen most of the herbs in St. Origin World, but due to the difference in the growing environment, the grade and curative effect of the herbs were very different. These herbs grew in the immortal world and absorbed the immortal qi. Even the most common one was an immortal herb, which was many times more precious than the same herbs in St. Origin World. AI. Traveling is already slow enough, and now we have a burden. If we encounter any trouble along the way, we'll have to send a clone to protect him. Someone said with dissatisfaction. I say, second uncle, why are you so unsympathetic? It's just a small effort for us to save him. I will protect him if anything happens. Chapter 1059. Hee, it's rare for a Tsong to be so righteous. The chief chuckled and looked at Han Chong with even more affection. Having a righteous person was a blessing to the whole village. Jiang Qin, who was lying on the carriage, revealed a trace of a smile. These people should be the villagers of a certain village, and the place he was currently at should be a remote area in the immortal world. These people were simple and honest, completely different from what Jiang Qin had imagined. It made Jiang Qin, who had just arrived in the immortal world, feel a trace of warmth. Especially this Hong Kong. He was young and kind, but a person like him would be easily deceived and suffer losses in the outside world. For the next 2 days, the group of people in Han Village had been hurrying on with their journey without any rest. Jiang Qin was focused on recovering from his injuries. Along the way, he heard these people talking about exchanging medicinal herbs for immortal metastones. Jiang Qin didn't know much about the immortal world, but he could roughly guess that immortal metastones were like the Saint Elixir of Saint Origin world. Immortal metastones were essential for cultivation, but they were incomparably precious and hard to obtain. If these remote villagers wanted to obtain immortal metastones, they would have to go to Yen City to exchange them for medicinal herbs and forging materials. I don't have any immortal metastones with me. It seems like I'll have to find a way to get some after I recover. Jiang Qin thought to himself. The effect of immortal metastones was the same as the Saint Elixir. Now that he had reached the advancement stage of the dragon transformation skill, each advancement would require him to condense 50,000 dragon marks, which meant that it would consume an enormous amount of energy. The high-grade true metastones that he had obtained in Void Triangular Domain had all been used up when he advanced to the late human immortal realm. Currently, Jiang Qin was like a pauper without a single hair on his body. In other words, he would have to start all over again in the immortal world. In these 2 days, Jiang Qin still didn't speak a word. His injuries had already recovered to the mid-human immortal realm, but the slightest change would affect his entire body. Before he fully recovered, he still wouldn't be able to fight. Although he could move his body a long time ago, he was still lying on the bed without moving. Other than Han Chong, no one else paid any attention to him. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Jiang Qin was a burden. No one was willing to talk to a burden, let alone a burden that couldn't speak. Jiang Qin didn't really care about this. His injuries would be completely healed in 2 more days. Since these people had helped him, he would naturally repay them with some benefits. Suddenly, Jiang Qin felt a sense of danger coming from the bottom of his heart. The others were still happily hurrying on with their journey, not feeling anything. However, Jiang Qin had lived 2 lives, and with the help of the Great Soul Derivation skill, his senses were extremely sharp, especially towards danger. Stop. Jiang Qin suddenly stood up and said in a low voice to the few people who were hurrying along. The scene startled them. Han Chong and the others stared at Jiang Qin with astonished eyes. For the past 2 days they had thought that Jiang Qin was a mute. Never had they thought that Jiang Qin would suddenly speak and sit up in the carriage. You're not mute? Han Tsong's eyes widened. Kid, who exactly are you? So that you can pretend to be injured? Someone asked Leng Leng. Suddenly they felt a trace of hostility towards Jiang Qin. However, it was not surprising. Jiang Qin had not moved for 2 days. Now he suddenly sat up. Moreover, his eyes were bright and full of expression. They could not help but be suspicious. I'm Jiang Qin. I've indeed suffered a serious injury. I've been secretly recovering from my injuries for the past 2 days. I, Jiang Qin, am very grateful to all of you for saving me. Everyone listen to me. Danger is coming. Be prepared for battle. Jiang Qin clasped his fists at the crowd and said. Speaking of danger, the village chief couldn't help but frown. He looked around but didn't sense any dangerous chi, even though he was a half-step to Earth immortal. Kid, who are you kidding? How could the village chief not feel danger? Tell me, who are you? The villagers' hostility towards Jiang Qin increased. Dong. However, just as the villager finished speaking, A muffled sound suddenly rang out and the ground began to tremble. A dangerous aura instantly rushed into everyone's heart. The people of this generation were tough and everyone present had experienced life and death battles. Their expressions immediately changed. It's really dangerous. The way the village chief and the others looked at Zhou Xian changed slightly. There was less hostility and more respect in their eyes. At least in their eyes, this young man wasn't simple. One should know that even the village chief, a half-step to earth immortal, couldn't sense it in advance, but Zhou Xian did. It might be a demonic beast. Everyone be careful. The village chief's chi fluctuated. He fully unleashed his half-step earth immortal cultivation, which was very powerful. Croak. A very unpleasant croak was heard. A chilly wind blew in front of them, bringing with it a foul smell that made them want to vomit. Dong. In the next moment, a huge monster suddenly jumped down from the first mountain in front of them, blocking their path. It was a huge poisonous toad, covered with green pustules, and had a pair of glossy green eyes, like the eyes of the netherworld. If this poisonous toad looked at them, they would feel their hairs stand on end and their souls would be frozen. The moment the poisonous toad appeared, it locked its eyes on the crowd. Its body was filled with poisonous chi. It was the most poisonous creature in the heaven and earth. Venomous nether toad. The village chief was very knowledgeable and immediately recognized the origin of this item. He immediately cried out in surprise. It could be heard that his voice had completely changed. The expressions of the other villagers also instantly became extremely ugly, almost to the point of despair. A late human immortal venomous nether toad. Damn it. Why are we so unlucky to bump into this jinx? We're doomed. Human immortal demonic beasts aren't scary. The village chief alone is enough to deal with them. But this venomous nether toad's body is filled with poison. Anyone who touches it will be doomed eternally. Even the village chief will be corroded by the poison when he tries to kill this toad. What should we do? The venomous nether toad is ferocious and overbearing. It has already regarded us as its prey. It won't stop. Everyone was in despair. There was no way that they wouldn't be in despair. The village chief's face was also extremely ugly. All of you listen up. I will stop this poisonous toad. You guys retreat immediately. No matter what, you have to protect Akong. The village chief gritted his teeth. At this critical moment he had to sacrifice himself to protect the Han village. Chief, let's fight this poisonous toad together. Someone's eyes turned red. Obviously he wasn't afraid of death. Bastards. With your cultivation base, you can't even get close to this poisonous toad. How are you going to fight? Listen to me and retreat immediately. The village chief said in a dignified tone. Don't worry everyone. This venomous nether toad isn't scary. Listen to me and none of you will die. Zhou Xian suddenly said. This venomous nether toad was similar to the nether python. They were both first-class poisonous creatures under the heaven and earth. However, to Zhou Xian it didn't affect him at all. His body contained the poison of the nether python. Brother Zhou Xian, don't talk big. This venomous nether toad is the most poisonous creature under the heaven and earth. It's our tragedy to encounter it today. The village chief looked at Zhou Xian with a bitter smile. Stop talking nonsense. If you listen to me you won't die. If you don't, none of you will live. I've swallowed the demon spirit of the nether python before, so I'm immune to all poisons. This venomous nether toad has no effect on me. However, I'm currently recovering from my injuries so I can't attack. Chief, the weakness of this poisonous toad is its lower jaw. You have to choose the right time to attack. With your cultivation base you can kill this poisonous toad in one strike. When you attack, don't worry about its poison. Even if you're poisoned, I can guarantee your safety. Zhou Xian said. He was born with the aura of a superior which made people want to submit to him. What kind of joke is this? Isn't this asking the village chief to die? This brat said that he swallowed the demon spirit of the nether python before. Who would believe him? That's right. Chief, don't listen to his nonsense. It wasn't that the villagers didn't want to believe Zhou Xian's words. They felt that Zhou Xian was bragging and treating the village chief's life as a joke. I'll only say it once. If you don't attack now, it'll be too late. After Zhou Xian finished speaking, he closed his eyes and ignored the village chief. He believed that the village chief was a smart person and would definitely do as he said. Alright, I'll listen to you this once. The village chief gritted his teeth and stared at the lower jaw of the venomous nether toad. Some of the villagers wanted to stop him. Alright, we'll die either way. Let's fight. The village chief shouted. A long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The sword was filled with immortal chi, but it was only a half-finished product. It wasn't a real immortal weapon. In a place like Han Village, it was almost impossible to obtain a real immortal weapon, even if it was a low-grade immortal weapon. Croak. The venomous nether toad also moved. It opened its mouth and spat a green stream of air at the village chief. Everywhere it passed, the air would sizzle. It was obvious how corrosive the poison was. The village chief suddenly jumped from the ground. This jump was 2 zhong high, easily dodging the attack of the venomous toad. The village chief was after all a half-step earth immortal expert, which was higher than the toad. Without the influence of the poison, the venomous nether toad was definitely no match for the village chief. Seeing the village chief counterattack, the venomous toad was infuriated. Its majestic body pounced at the village chief. The pustules on the toad's body all exploded. Green arrows were shot out like rain. Those were all highly poisonous objects. Any living being that came into contact with them would die. Motherfucker. Fight. Such a scene made the village chief's scalp numb. But at this moment there was no turning back. If he retreated, his villagers would die. He could only do as Zhou Xian said. His eyes were fixed on the lower jaw of the venomous nether toad. Chapter 1060. At this moment, everyone in the Han village became nervous, especially Hong Kong. After all, he was still young and inexperienced. He had never seen such a scene before. His face turned pale. Only Jiang Chen's face remained calm. No matter what happened, Jiang Chen's face would always be filled with confidence and confidence. That's right. Given the current situation, as long as the village chief did as he said, he would be able to kill the poisonous nether toad. Putting the poison aside, the village chief was a half-step earth immortal expert. If he attacked the poisonous nether toad with all his might, the poisonous nether toad would definitely die. Ignore the poison and attack its lower jaw with lightning speed. Jiang Chen's voice reached the village chief's ears. Facing the rainstorm of poison arrows, it was impossible for him not to feel numb. But at this moment, the village chief had no choice but to follow Jiang Chen's instructions. Not knowing why, the village chief had an inexplicable confidence in the mysterious young man on the carriage. Rainstorm of pearls. The village chief burst out and brandished the long sword in his hand. Countless resplendent sword rays overflowed in all directions and interweaved into a huge sword net. The countless sword rays were like a storm as they collided with the poisonous arrows released by the venomous nether toad. The poison was everywhere. It was almost impossible to resist it completely. Even though the village chief had cast out the rainstorm of pearls, he still couldn't escape. Countless venom fell on his body and penetrated into his body in an instant. The village chief gasped. The poison of the poisonous nether toad was known as the most lethal poison in the world. He could feel that the poison was rapidly corroding his body. Fortunately, he was a half-step earth immortal expert, which allowed him to withstand the poison for a short period of time. However, it was basically impossible for him to expel the poison out of his body. In other words, if what Jiang Chen said was false, he would die for sure. But he couldn't care less about it now. While resisting the poison, the village chief attacked crazily. He casted out his most powerful technique. His speed was doubled all of a sudden. The long sword was like a poisonous snake, reaching the lower jaw of the toad in the blink of an eye. Croak. The venomous nether toad sensed an extremely dangerous aura. It had never imagined that the person in front of it would be so ferocious that he didn't even care about his own life. Its advantage was its poison. Most people would stay away from it, and even in battle they would try their best to avoid getting close to it. Its lower jaw was protected by countless amounts of poison. Although it was a weak point, the venomous nether toad had never cared about it. He did not expect to meet someone who did not care about his own life today. Not only did he completely disregard his poison, but he also used a suicidal method. What was even more frightening was that he was able to accurately pinpoint his weakness. The poisonous nether toad sensed the danger, but it was too late. Its cultivation was inferior to the village chief's, so it was impossible for it to dodge the village chief's life-taking sword in an instant. Puchi. The outcome was just as Zhou Xian had predicted. The village chief's sword pierced through the poisonous nether toad's lower jaw, and countless amounts of poisonous blood spurted out, spraying right onto the village chief's body. A croak. The village chief and the poisonous nether toad let out miserable cries at the same time. The lower jaw was the poisonous nether toad's biggest weakness. It was relatively fragile, and once it was pierced through, its foundation would be destroyed. In other words, the village chief's sword had already taken the poisonous nether toad's life. The village chief was also in a miserable state after being ravaged by the poison. If there were no experts to save him, he would probably die within a few minutes. Village chief. Han Chong was the first to scream. The other villagers' eyes were also bloodshot. In their hearts, the village chief was extremely important. He was the hope of the entire Han village and the strongest existence in the Han village. If he died, it would be an incomparably heavy blow to the entire Han village. Come back quickly, come to my side. Zhou Xian shouted immediately. The village chief didn't dare show any hesitation. He endured the pain brought by the poison and rushed towards Zhou Xian with his fastest speed. Right at this moment, all the other villagers looked over. Their eyes were filled with worry, but at the same time, they were filled with anticipation. It looked like Zhou Xian wasn't just boasting, it looked like he really had a way to cure the village chief. Pow! Zhou Xian placed his palm on the back of the village chief's heart. He activated the dragon transformation art. All the poison in the village chief's body seemed to be summoned, flowing into Zhou Xian's body through his palm. In just a blink of an eye, all the poison in the village chief's body had been completely absorbed by Zhou Xian. The village chief's body trembled. His face was filled with shock. This situation was simply unimaginable. If he had not experienced it himself, he would not have believed that there was such a miraculous thing in this world. That was the poison of the poisonous nether toad, the most lethal poison in the world. How could someone absorb it so easily? The village chief could clearly feel that Zhou Xian did not use some kind of powerful method to expel the poison from his body. Instead, he directly absorbed it into his body. This was too shocking. Don't move. You have been affected by the poison and have suffered some injuries. I will help you recover now. Zhou Xian said. A wood spirit entered the village chief's body. The village chief's body trembled again. The shock on his face was even more intense. It had reached an unimaginable level. That wood spirit made him feel like a withered tree coming back to life. It was like the arrival of rain, giving him an indescribable sense of comfort. From start to finish, it only took a minute for all his injuries to be completely healed. Not only that, under the influence of the wood spirit, the village chief had also gained a lot of benefits. His cultivation had once again improved. He was only one step away from becoming a true earth immortal. Done. Zhou Xian withdrew his palm. The poison in the village chief's body did not affect him at all. Instead, it had become his nourishment. The village chief stood up again, full of energy. He did not look like he was injured at all. The poisonous nether toad in front of him was completely dead. There was no sound coming from it. However, its huge body was still poisonous. Ordinary people would not dare to approach it. Village chief, are you all right? The villagers surrounded the village chief and looked at him from head to toe. They had clearly witnessed the village chief's miserable scream and the horrifying scene of him being corroded by the deadly poison. But now, after a short treatment from Zhou Xian, the village chief had completely recovered. This was unbelievable. I'm fine now. I'm fine. The village chief laughed and looked at Zhou Xian. His eyes turned solemn. He cupped his fists and bowed to Zhou Xian respectfully. I didn't expect Brother Zhou Xian to be so mysterious. You're a real expert. You can even cure the poison of the poisonous nether toad so easily. What a miracle. If it wasn't for Brother Xianxia today, I'm afraid we would have been in danger. Don't mention it, Chief. You saved me. I can't just watch you die. Xianxia smiled. He didn't mind it at all. These villagers were all kind-hearted people. He naturally wouldn't watch them get killed by the venomous nether toad. Brother Xianxia is really a god. His methods are superb. This poisonous nether toad is extremely rare, but Brother Xianxia could see its weakness with just a glance. That's nothing. Brother Xianxia is immune to poison. This is a miracle. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Brother Xianxia, I, second Brother Han, have offended you with my words just now, and I apologize to you now. I hope you won't stoop to my level. If it wasn't for you today, our Han village would have suffered a heavy blow. Xianxia said with a smile. After this incident, the villagers' opinion of Xianxia had completely changed. Those who had spoken rudely to Xianxia before hurriedly apologized to him. They were people who often went out to the outside world, so they had a certain level of vision. Naturally, they could tell that this young man in front of them was different from ordinary people. He was able to remain calm in the face of danger, and he was emitting a calmness that didn't match his age. A man like this was no ordinary man. See, I said that saving people is right. Good people will be rewarded. Han Tsong's face was full of joy. Brother Jiang, I see that you are only a few years older than me. I will call you Brother Jiang from now on. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Huh. A burst of laughter instantly pulled the distance between Xianxia and the villagers closer. The villagers no longer treated Xianxia as an outsider and became especially friendly to him. The group continued their journey. As for the corpse of the poisonous nether toad, it was left there. It was afraid that no one would be willing to touch such a deadly poison unless they were a poison cultivator. Xianxia could refine its demon soul, but a late human immortal demon soul was basically useless to him. So he wasn't interested in it at all. Brother Xianxia, I'm Han Chongling, the village chief of Han Village. May I know where Brother Xianxia is from? How did you come to this remote place in One Line Sky? Han Chongling asked. One Line Sky? To be honest, I don't know about this place. I was just about to ask the village chief. Xianxia said. It can't be Brother Jiang. You don't even know about One Line Sky? Don't tell me you're an ascendant? Han Chong looked at Xianxia in astonishment. The others also looked at Xianxia. How could Xianxia not know about One Line Sky? Atsong's guess is right. I'm indeed an ascendant. I just ascended from the lower realm and suffered serious injuries. I really don't know anything about the immortal world. Xianxia said honestly. From Atsong's words, he knew that ascendants weren't rare in the immortal world. So there was nothing to hide. Plus, these villagers wouldn't harm him. Sure enough. Han Chongling nodded. After knowing that Xianxia was an ascendant, everyone's eyes were filled with respect when they looked at Xianxia. Living in the immortal world, they had a certain understanding of the ascendants. In their point of view, those who could ascend to the immortal world from the cultivation environment of the lower world were all extraordinary people with great perseverance, and were worthy of respect. Chapter 1061. The Ascendant was a special existence in the immortal world. The immortal world was too huge. Although there were many Ascendant compared to the huge community of the immortal world, the Ascendant was just a drop in the ocean, incomparably insignificant. However, in the hearts of the people, the Ascendant represented a kind of respect. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with Ascenders? Xianxia asked curiously. It seems like Brother Xianxia still doesn't know that an Ascendant has a high status in the immortal world. A young Ascendant like you will be able to get a good position in the major powers of Yen City or the prefecture of the City Lord. That way, you will be able to obtain plenty of cultivation resources. Han Chongling said. Why is that? Xianxia asked, puzzled. The cultivation environment in the lower world can only be described as poor. Those who could become immortals in that kind of environment are all people with great perseverance and great potential. People like them will be respected wherever they go. The fact that Brother Xianxia managed to ascend to the immortal realm at such a young age is enough to prove that you have great talent. You are a first-class genius in the lower world. If you follow us to Yen City and announce your identity as an ascendant, the major powers in Yen City will immediately extend an olive branch to you, said Xianxia with a smile. That's right, Han Chongling said. I see. Xianxia understood. It seemed like ascenders weren't having a hard time in the immortal world. Those who ascended from the lower world seemed to have a better life than most of the aboriginals. However, he must never let others know about his identity. Chief fellow brothers, all of you have to promise Xianxia one thing. Don't ever tell anyone that I'm an ascendant. From now on, none of you should mention it. I don't want anyone to know that I'm an ascendant other than the few of you, said Xianxia. Xianxia's tone suddenly turned solemn. If it wasn't for that light attack, he might have used his identity as an ascender. But now he absolutely couldn't say it. Someone in the immortal world wanted him dead. He still hadn't refined that person's mark yet. The person who wanted to kill him must know that he was an ascender. This identity might be beneficial to others, but it was definitely disadvantageous to him. Big Brother Jiang, why? It'll be a pity if we don't use this identity. Han Chong looked at Xianxia in confusion. Yeah, Brother Xianxia, this is a good thing. The others followed suit. This involves my personal secret. I hope you can keep it a secret for me. Xianxia's tone had changed to one of unquestionable. All right, Brother Xianxia. We will never tell anyone that you are an ascendant. If it wasn't for Brother Zhang's help today, I'm afraid that I, Han Chongling, would have died tragically in the hands of that poisonous nether toad. This is a great kindness. In the future, if Brother Jiang needs our help, everyone in the Han village will not hesitate to help. Village Chief, I know nothing about the immortal world. Please enlighten me. Han Chongling patted his chest and said. He knew very well how dangerous the situation was. If it wasn't for Xianxia, he didn't know what kind of blow Han village would have suffered. If he died, Han village would probably be attacked by other villages immediately. Chief, I don't know anything about the immortal world. Village Chief, please enlighten me. Xianxia asked. Now that his injuries were almost healed, he could talk while recovering. Big Brother Jiang, let me tell you about the immortal world. I once saw a rough map of the immortal world. It's huge, unimaginably huge. I'm afraid I, Han Chong, won't have the chance to visit the entire immortal world in my life. Han Chong sighed. Atsong, don't bite off more than you can chew. Let alone the entire immortal world, it'll be good enough if you can make a name for yourself in one-line sky. Second Brother Han teased. Stop fooling around. Hurry up and tell Brother Jiang about the general situation of the immortal world. But Brother Jiang, we have only seen the general situation of the immortal world on the map. Han Chongling said. Big Brother Jiang, the vast immortal world is divided into 9 immortal domains, namely Linglong Immortal Domain, Miluo Immortal Domain, Fengqi Immortal Domain, Yellow Spring Immortal Domain, Ethereal Immortal Domain, Limitless Immortal Domain, Limitless Immortal Domain and Wish Fulfillment Immortal Domain. Each of the 9 immortal domains is considered as a whole. The place we are in now is Ethereal Immortal Domain. We don't know how big Ethereal Immortal Domain is, but it's very, very big. Han Chong said. He knew about the division of the 9 major immortal domains from the map of the immortal world. For Han Chong, even the Ethereal Immortal Domain was his lifelong dream. It was too difficult for them to get out of the depths of the mountain. That's right. The immortal world is indeed huge. Saint Origin World can't be compared with it. By the way, what is this one-line sky that you mentioned? Asked Xianxia. Brother Jiang, we are currently in one-line sky, which is the most remote place in Ethereal Immortal Domain. It has a circumference of billions of miles and is surrounded by tens of millions of mountains. That's why it is called one-line sky. There are hundreds and thousands of immortal Daoist sects and aristocratic families in one-line sky. Our Han village is just a remote village, not worth mentioning at all. I, Han Chongling, have lived for so long, but the biggest place I have ever been to is Yen City. There are countless small cities like Yen City in one-line sky. It's impossible for me to go there in my lifetime, but Atsong still has hope. Atsong is talented and has extraordinary aptitude. If one day he can enter one of the immortal Dao sects in one-line sky to cultivate and become an immortal Dao sect's disciple, it will be a supreme glory for our Han village. Han Chongling said with a smile. After listening to Han Chongling's introduction of one-line sky, Jiang Qin gaped in astonishment. It seemed that the immortal world was far bigger than he had imagined. A mere one-line sky had a circumference of billions of miles. That was almost half the size of Saint Origin World. If a human immortal or earth immortal who couldn't fly went there, they wouldn't be able to walk out of one-line sky in their entire life, let alone enter the central region of ethereal immortal domain. In the entire ethereal immortal domain, there were countless regions like one-line sky, and ethereal immortal domain was one of the 9 major tectonic plates of the immortal world. This was too terrifying. However, the vastness of the immortal world had also aroused Jiang Chen's fighting spirit. If he couldn't leave something behind in such a vast territory and such a huge stage, wouldn't it be a waste of his time to come here? Next, everyone in Han Village started talking at the same time. They talked about most of the general situation of the immortal world. However, what they talked about was only recorded in the records. None of them had personally experienced it. None of them had even stepped out of one-line sky. It was already very good for them to know so much. However, they were well aware of the happenings in Yen City. There were many villages like the Han village in this area. They relied on hunting and cultivating to survive. Immortals couldn't lack immortal meta stones for their cultivation. However, even the lowest grade immortal meta stones in the immortal world were incomparably precious. Many villages had to go to Yen City to exchange for immortal meta stones with valuable items. Medicinal ingredients for concocting pills, materials for crafting immortal weapons, and demon spirits of different grades could all be exchanged for immortal meta stones in Yen City. In this generation, Yen City could be considered as a big city. Apart from the prefecture, there were also some other powers in the city. Ordinary villages had their own targets for exchange. For example, Han village's items would be sent to the prefecture. At that time, the prefecture would send someone to measure the value of the items and give them the corresponding amount of immortal meta stones. 2 days later, the group finally arrived at Yen City. The distance from the place where Jiang Qin was rescued to Yen City wasn't far. If it was in Saint Origin World, Jiang Qin could reach there with just a thought. Unfortunately, they were in the immortal world. The world law here was extremely terrifying and the spatial structure was extremely firm. Human immortals couldn't even fly here. They could only travel on foot. Looking from afar, Yen City looked magnificent. It had a circumference of a few hundred miles and the city walls were made of rocks. In Saint Origin World, a city of this scale was the most ordinary city similar to Red City. However, Yen City carried the unique noble chi of the immortal world, which was something that all the cities in Saint Origin World couldn't compare with. Haha, Yen City is indeed a big place. I must have a good time in Yen City. Han Chong was incomparably excited as he flew towards the city gate. Upon seeing this, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. This Han Chong was truly a young man who had just come out from the mountains. Plus, he had a kind heart. Such a person would be the easiest to suffer in a big place. Brother Jiang Chen, we have arrived at Yen City. Since you have just arrived in the immortal world, why don't we go to Yen City together? Said Han Chongling. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. Currently, his injuries had completely healed. He had already gotten off the carriage and was walking on foot. His cultivation base had recovered to its peak. With his late human immortal cultivation base, he could easily kill half-step Earth Immortals and early Earth Immortals. He could even fight an intermediate Earth Immortal expert without using his half-dragon form. After his injuries were healed, the next step was to find a way to remove the imprint in his body. If someone in the immortal world wanted to deal with him, they would definitely spare no effort to find him. This was also the reason why he didn't allow the Han villagers to tell them that he was an ascender. As for the overlord of the immortal world, Jiang Chen already had a guess. Chapter 1062. The imprint was very difficult to refine, but Jiang Chen wasn't afraid. With the immortal mark in his body, he could at least ensure that the opponent wouldn't be able to detect him. Plus, the dragon transformation skill was much stronger than he had imagined. He was afraid that there was nothing in the heavens and earth that the dragon transformation skill couldn't refine, including the imprint. Zhou Xian had been refining the imprint with the dragon transformation skill all the time. He believed that it wouldn't take him long to completely refine it. It was noon and there were a lot of people coming and going outside Yen City. Among them there were even some who were riding on carriages. They were dressed similar to Han Chongling. They were here to exchange for immortal meta stones just like Han Village. In this region of Yen City, there were many villages like Han Village. Ordinary people would have to pay a fee to enter Yen City. According to the rules of the prefecture, everyone who wanted to enter Yen City had to pay a low-grade immortal meta stone. To some of the cultivators in the remote villages, a low-grade immortal meta stone was like drinking blood. Therefore no one would come to Yen City casually. A low-grade immortal meta stone could be used for cultivation. However, Han Chongling had a good relationship with the guards at the gate. He didn't need to pay the immortal meta stone to enter Yen City. Chief, you are so awesome. I saw that the guard was smiling at you. Han Chong looked at Han Chongling with admiration. Of course, our Han village has given countless medicinal herbs to the city lord's mansion over the years. I, the village chief, still have some face. Han Chongling stroked his beard and said proudly. Yen City was bustling with activity and the streets were relatively wide. This was the first city that Zhou Xian had come to after coming to the immortal world, but he wasn't interested in the scenery of Yen City at all. After all, he had seen a lot of things. There was nothing much to see in this small city. It wasn't the first time for the Han villagers to come to Yen City, so they weren't as excited as before. Han Chong, on the other hand, had been looking around ever since he came in, looking at Xiao Xiao. He was in high spirits from beginning to end. Song, don't wander around aimlessly. Let's go to the prefecture first. After we exchange these herbs for immortal meta stones, I will bring you around Yen City. Han Chongling said. All right, chief. Han Chong nodded. The city lord's mansion was located in the center of Yen City. Han Chongling was familiar with the place and soon, they arrived at the city lord's mansion. There were many pavilions inside the city lord's mansion. The gate was magnificent and there was a wide square outside the gate. This was the most honorable place in Yen City. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to go near the gate. No one would wander around here because it would be disrespectful to the city lord's mansion. What boldness! It was Han Tsong's first time coming to the city lord's mansion, and his eyes lit up. Tsong, don't talk nonsense. Second brother Han reminded. Now that they were in this place, they had to be careful with their every move. If they offended the city lord's mansion, the Han village would not be able to survive in the future. Han Chong stuck out his tongue and followed the crowd without saying a word. Han Chongling strode to the gate of the city lord manor and cupped his fists at the guards. Brother, we are from the Han village and we are here to deliver the herbs. You guys wait here. I'll inform the chief steward. The guard said coldly and arrogantly, then turned and walked into the mansion. As a guard of the mansion, it was a kind of honor, so he naturally had the pride of the mansion. A moment later, a group of people walked out of the mansion. The leader was wearing a luxurious robe. He looked to be about the same age as Han Chongling. He had a fat head and big ears and a rich face. His cultivation was similar to Han Chongling, a half-step earth immortal. Behind this man there were 4 or 5 guards in uniform. None of them were weak, and the weakest among them was at the mid-mortal core stage. You are Han Chongling? The leader looked at Han Chongling with eyes full of contempt. That's right. These are the herbs sent by our Han village. They are all of the best quality. May I ask why Steward Wu hasn't come out yet? Han Chongling cupped his fists, not daring to show any neglect. From now on, I'll be in charge of such trivial matters. My name is Huang Lu, Steward Wu's cousin. They all call me Steward Huang. Huang Lu said while shaking his head. When he spoke, the muscles on his face were trembling. Coupled with his innate sense of superiority and arrogance, he was a typical person that would make people feel disgusted at first glance. At least, Zhou Xian had the impulse to leave a shoe print on his fat face. That's right. That's right. So you're Steward Wu's cousin. Sorry for not recognizing you. Hurry up and bring the herbs here. Han Chongling said. The few people from Han village drove the carriage to the front. Huang Lu tore off the cloth on the carriage, revealing the herbs inside. There were quite a lot of herbs, and just like what Han Chongling said, they were all good herbs. "Steward Huang, what do you think of these herbs?" Han Chongling said with a smile. "Not bad." Huang Lu nodded, then said to a guard behind him, "Give them the immortal meta stones and bring the herbs in." "Yes, steward." A guard waved his hand and threw out a crude storage bag, which fell right into Han Chongling's hand. "Thank you, Steward Huang." Han Chongling first clasped his fists at Huang Lu, then habitually opened the storage bag to have a look. The moment he saw the contents, his expression changed. "Steward Huang, this isn't right," Han Chongling said with a frown. "What's wrong?" Huang Lu said impatiently. "In the past, the same herbs were worth 100 low-grade immortal meta stones. Why is it only 50 this time?" Han Chongling said. "These things are only worth this much. Hurry up and leave." Huang Lu waved his hand impatiently at Han Chongling. "Steward Huang, it wasn't easy for us to come here. In the past, Steward Wu would only give us 100 immortal meta stones. Now it's half of it. I won't be able to explain this to the villagers. These herbs are the collective effort of the villagers." Han Chongling was infuriated, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. "It's your business whether you want to explain or not. Now that I'm in charge of these things, it's 50 immortal meta stones." Huang Lu sneered. "Steward Huang, if you do this, who will send herbs to the prefecture in the future? The way I see it, the remaining 50 immortal meta stones were taken away by your customers, right?" Huang Tsong was the first one who couldn't stand it anymore. He was young and frivolous. Even if he was angry, he had to show it on his face. "Kid, who do you think you are? You're just a lowly commoner. How dare you talk to the steward like this? Do you believe that I'll break one of your legs just because of this sentence?" One of the guards said fiercely to Hong Kong. Han Chong still wanted to say something, but he was pulled back by two villagers. This was the prefecture. If they caused trouble here, it wouldn't end well for them. The current situation was obvious. This new steward was clearly trying to embezzle their immortal meta stones, but they could only swallow their anger and didn't dare to resist because they didn't have the capital to do so. "He's a lowly commoner? Then who do you think you are? I think you're just a pug." Right at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded out. Not only were the people from the mayor's mansion startled, even the people from the Han village were startled. Everyone's eyes fell onto one man at the same time, and that man was the one who spoke. He was Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was a person who knew how to repay kindness. The villagers of Han village had done him a favor. How could he watch the villagers of Han village being bullied by others? These villagers had gone through untold hardships to gather these herbs. One could only imagine how difficult it must have been for them to cultivate. Now half of their immortal meta stones had been deducted. This fat and big-eared bastard was truly a bastard. "Kid, what did you say?" The guard glared at Jiang Qin, seemingly about to charge forward and shred Jiang Qin into 1,000 pieces. "Jiang brother, don't talk nonsense. Sco." Han Chongling was shocked. He hastily pulled Jiang Qin back. This was the prefecture, an existence that they couldn't afford to offend. If an ascendant like Jiang Qin offended the prefecture, he wouldn't be able to live a peaceful life in the future. "Chief, some animals can't be fed to their fill. Even if you endure it this time, there will be a next time. Although Han village isn't strong, it has its own dignity," Jiang Qin said. "Some things could be ignored, but some things must be intervened." Moreover, the matter of Han village was no longer a trivial matter to him. They might be afraid of the prefecture, but he, Jiang Qin, wasn't. In this world, there was no existence that could make Jiang Qin afraid. "Kid, who are you calling an animal?" Huang Lu was infuriated. He had already turned his body away, but now he was on the verge of rebelling. In Yen City, no one had ever dared to insult him like this. "You can't even tell what I'm talking about? Seems like there's something wrong with your IQ." Jiang Chen's tone wasn't polite at all. He never knew how to be polite to people like Huang Lu. Courting death. An intermediate human immortal guard strode towards Jiang Chen and raised his hand to slap Jiang Chen's face. But an incomparably crisp slap was heard. The one who was slapped wasn't Jiang Chen but the guard. Despite being so close to the guard, Han Chongling didn't even see how Jiang Chen did it. A mid-human immortal expert was slapped to the ground. That's right. That's right. How dare you attack me with your level? Scram. Jiang Chen kicked the guard, sending him flying a few meters away. The guard was groaning on the ground, half of his face was swollen. Brother Jiang is so powerful. Chapter 1063. Although they were shocked, they were more afraid of Jiang Chen. In their point of view, no matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, this was the prefecture. There were countless earth immortals and heaven immortals guarding the place. Causing trouble here was no different from courting death. Now that the guard had been beaten up, it would be impossible for them to settle this peacefully. If they went against the prefecture, how were they going to survive in the future? Voila. After Jiang Chen sent the intermediate human immortal guard flying with a kick, the other guards, including the gate guards, surrounded Jiang Chen. Their faces were filled with anger as they looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. In their point of view, this arrogant bastard dared to attack outside the prefecture and injure the guards. This was the first time such a daring thing had happened in the entire Yan city. Brother Jiang. Han Chongling panicked. He didn't think that a young ascender like Jiang Chen would act so recklessly. As the steward of the prefecture, Huang Lu wasn't someone to be trifled with. Now that Jiang Chen had beaten up someone, how could he let this matter go? Chief, stand aside. I will seek justice for all of you today. The value of your card of herbs is far more than 100 low-grade immortal meta stones. Jiang Chen's face was cold as he signaled Han Chongling not to say anything. He had his own way to deal with this matter. What an arrogant kid. You must have eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard to behave atrociously in the prefecture. What's your name? Huang Lu fumed and glared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said his name and said slowly, ask your steward to come out. Good. I've finally met an unruly commoner today. I don't know what gave you such courage, but what you've done today won't be enough even if you have 100 lives. Kill him. Huang Lu first burst into laughter. It was a mocking smile. Then he gnashed his teeth and gave the order. Hong Long. As soon as Huang Lu's voice faded, the surrounding guards unleashed their powerful qi. Not only were there mid-human immortal guards, but there were also late-human immortal guards. Their offensive strength was also extremely powerful. Although their status in the prefecture wasn't high, this was their first time seeing someone who dared to beat someone outside the prefecture. They had to let this person know the consequences of behaving atrociously in the prefecture, which wasn't something that an ordinary person could bear. Bang! Bang! Another shocking scene appeared. Just as those guards were about to attack, they were forcefully sent flying by a force. Each and every one of them wailed in pain and fell 10 meters away, lying on the ground, unable to stand up anymore. Even the late human immortal guards suffered the same fate. Looking back at Jiang Chen, he was still standing there calmly as if he wasn't the one who attacked just now. A few elite guards of the prefecture were easily taken care of by Jiang Chen. What? This time, not only the villagers of Han village, even Huang Lu couldn't help but exclaim. The way he looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. He carefully examined Jiang Chen's cultivation base, but found out that he couldn't see through it with his eyesight. So powerful. How could a newly ascended cultivator possess such powerful combat strength? Not even a late human immortal expert was a match for him. They couldn't even put up a fight against him. That's right. Han Chongling felt that he had to re-evaluate Jiang Chen. Normally, immortals who ascended from the lower world would be at the early human immortal realm. No matter how powerful an early human immortal was, it was impossible for an early human immortal to be a match for a late human immortal. He couldn't help but be shocked by Jiang Chen's power. Chief, it seems like we have underestimated him. Second brother Han said in a low voice. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to have some tricks up your sleeves. But no matter how powerful you are, don't even think about leaving the prefecture today. I will kill you myself. Huang Lu unleashed his half-step earth immortal qi. Judging from his qi alone, he was even more powerful than Han Chongling. Huang Lu's cultivation base had already reached the peak of half-step earth immortal realm, only a step away from the true early earth immortal realm. Unfortunately, this kind of terror was only relative to others. In front of Jiang Chen, Huang Lu didn't have the slightest advantage. His fate was the same as those guards lying on the ground. But almost at the same instant when Huang Lu made his move, Jiang Chen also moved. His movement was more than 100 times faster than Huang Lu. Huang Lu had only made an attacking movement, but had already lost the chance to attack. Jiang Chen's palm clasped on Huang Lu's fat neck. "If you move again, I will kill you." Jiang Chen's tone suddenly became incomparably cold, bone-chilling. Huang Lu, who was originally charging forward, was now sweating profusely. He saw Jiang Chen's eyes, which were as calm as an ancient well. He was sure that those eyes were filled with killing intent. He didn't doubt Jiang Chen's words at all. As long as he moved again, Jiang Chen would kill him immediately. Even though this was the prefecture, he didn't feel any sense of security. What made Huang Lu feel even more terrified was that his cultivation base was only half-step Earth Immortal. But under the opponent's control, he actually felt a kind of coldness that came from the depths of his soul. Under the invisible suppression of the opponent's qi, he couldn't even move, let alone fight back. Jiang Chen's qi was like a huge mountain pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. It was an absolute suppression. "You dare to kill me? This is the prefecture. You should know what will happen to you if you kill me." Huang Lu's voice was already trembling, but the backing of the city lord's mansion still gave him great confidence. "You should be glad that this is the city lord's mansion. Otherwise, an annoying person like you would have died countless times already. However, you'd better not challenge my authority. If I want you to die now, you won't be able to live past the next second." Jiang Chen said coldly. "Listen, get those who can talk to me to come out and see me." Jiang Chen said and kicked Huang Lu's big belly. Huang Lu cried out in pain and flew out like a meatball, falling into the prefecture's gate. "Jiang Chen, you don't know what's good for you, just you wait." Huang Lu gave a threatening roar before disappearing on all fours. "It's over. This is getting out of hand." Han Chongling was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so powerful that even a half-step Earth Immortal couldn't withstand a single strike from him. He didn't know how powerful Jiang Chen was, but he was sure of one thing. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, the prefecture couldn't afford to offend him. Jiang Chen was dressed in white, standing outside the gate of the prefecture. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised, showing his extraordinary confidence. Not long after that, another group of people rushed out of the prefecture. Every one of them was full of qi. The one in the lead seemed to be in his 50s. He had a strong body but not fat. He had an extraordinary temperament and a trace of ruthlessness could be seen in between his eyebrows. One look and anyone could tell that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. What was more frightening was his cultivation base. He had already reached the early Earth Immortal realm, a true Earth Immortal expert. Half-step Earth Immortal and early Earth Immortal seemed to be only a step apart, but the gap between them was like night and day. Half-step Earth Immortal was only infinitely close to the Earth Immortal realm, but not a true Earth Immortal. Next to the man, Huang Lu was holding his stomach with one hand. That was the place where Jiang Chen kicked him. His other hand was pointing at Jiang Chen. "Cousin, it's this man. He's Jiang Chen. He's a lunatic. He was the one who beat all these people, including me." The leader of the group was none other than Steward Wu, whom Han Chongling had mentioned before. Whether it was in Saint Origin World or the Immortal World, strength was everything. Steward Wu's cultivation base was higher than Huang Lu's, so naturally his position in the prefecture was also higher. Steward Wu glanced at the guards who were still wailing on the ground. His face was filled with anger. He stared at Jiang Chen with eyes as sharp as knives and said, "What an arrogant kid. How dare you come to the prefecture and beat people? Who gave you the courage to do so?" "Don't be angry, Steward Wu. Brother Jiang was forced to do so." Han Chongling hastily stepped forward and bowed deeply to Steward Wu. He and Steward Wu could be considered as old acquaintances. Steward Wu was the one who received the medicinal herbs every time they came to deliver. "Han Chongling, your Han village sure has guts to behave atrociously in the city lord's mansion. I don't think your Han village wants to stay in Yen City any longer," Steward Wu said in a contemptuous tone. "Don't be angry, Steward Wu. Every time we deliver medicinal herbs, we pay 100 immortal metastones. But this time, Steward Huang has deducted half of it, giving us only 50 immortal metastones. That's why Brother Jiang has offended all of you. Han Chongling hastily explained. Humph. Let's not talk about the immortal metastones. This is the matter of Jiang Qin beating people. Steward Wu harumphed coldly and ignored Han Chongling. His eyes shifted to Jiang Qin and said, Kid, the mistake you have made today is unforgivable. I want you to kneel down and kowtow to my cousin as an apology. If you do that, I might leave your corpse intact. Huh. Just you? Ridiculous. Huang Lu, I asked you to find someone who could speak, but you only found this old thing. I might as well tell you that the value of this card of medicinal herbs is at least 100,000 low-grade immortal metastones. If it's not enough, you better not come out and make a fool of yourself. Jiang Qin laughed loudly. There were many people who threatened to make Jiang Qin kneel down, but unfortunately they all ended up in a miserable state. 100,000. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.